Okay, this is Candidates Trivia with Divya.
I should have probably prepared for the trivia. I only prepared for the chess game. Sorry, my bad.
Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
Well, I need to know the rest of the participants. Maybe give me a hint. I'll take a pick.
Your hint is that he has had one of the longest careers in chess. He's still an active player, and he lives for the game of chess. Probably.
Ivanchuk.
Well done. Which player has played the most Candidates tournaments since 2013?
Fabi.
Absolutely right, 5 tournaments. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates tournament?
Anish.
Was that a guess or did you know?
Guess.
It was a good guess.
Yeah.
All 14 draws in 2016. Next question. What is the highest score a player has achieved in the Candidates Tournament since 2013?
10.
You said hint?
10.
I didn't hear you.
10.
Oh, 10. Sorry.
Yeah.
9.5.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay, here comes your historical question. Bobby Fischer incredibly won 20 games in a row, beginning in the old interzonal format, and he continued into the Candidates matches, back when we had the match system. Who were his 3 Candidates opponents when he won all of those games on his road to the World Championship?
Smyslov? No, this is a bad question.
One is a former world champion, though.
Spassky?
No, because he ended up playing Spassky in the World Championship that same cycle.
Can I please get a hint?
Yes, you can. Well, one was a former world champion. One was famously known as the best non-Soviet player of his time. And one was a concert pianist.
I pass.
Pass is a good answer. So the pianist is Mark Tamanov. The best non-Soviet player of his time was Bent Larsen. And the former world champion was Petrosian.
Oh.
Yeah. I wouldn't have gotten that one either. All right, next one. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
Who did the challenge?
Well,
Who did the winner challenge?
2018 was Fabiano, who won the tournament in Berlin and went on to
challenged
play in
Magnus?
London. Yeah. So who got second place in that same tournament? Who would have played if Fabiano had declined?
Let's say Ding.
Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. You're going to get this one. In which city was the 2013 Candidates Tournament held?
How can I get this one?
I think it was maybe
I
mentioned.
was what, 6, 7?
Oh my God, you just accidentally did 6-7, which you said you hate.
Okay, let me take a random guess. Europe?
Yes.
Okay. Can I know the country?
United Kingdom.
London. I did it.
Okay, here comes your trick question I think you're going to get, even more than the men. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row?
Vaishali.
Just to give Vaishali some credit, coming back to win 5 in a row. Just make sure I can give her credit. Okay, 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished in last place despite being one of the ratings favorites?
Levon.
Somebody else said Levon too. It was actually Topalov.
Oh,
But he was only -2. It's a very close tournament. He finished with 6 out of 14.
okay.
And the last one is going to be tough.
Yeah, as if the others are not.
You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020/2021 Candidates Tournament, the one that was split up into 2 different segments because of COVID. You have 10 seconds. I'm going to give you 5 extra seconds of thinking time.
I remember one player, that's it.
And
And he's not even the part of the tournament.
go.
Fabi, Hikaru, the Paolo Ivanchuk, Anand, Magnus. I don't know who played. Rajabov, we don't count, right?
He didn't play anyway, so we're
Yes,
definitely
I
not
know.
counting
That's
him.
the only name I remember.
Okay, I'm very happy to report that you got one.
Thank you. That was my best.
You got Fabiano, so
Yeah.
he's still your friend. The rest are not going to give you a Christmas card this year. Yeah.
It's okay. We don't celebrate Christmas in India.
There you go. You're going to get 0 Christmas cards, okay? But those not coming to your Diwali celebration will be Nepomniachtchi MVL, Giri, Dean Grishuk, Alexienko, and Wang Hao.
That's okay.
All right, Hikaru, first question. Which player famously beat both Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
The 2013 Candidates Tournament, that player would of course be Vaishali Rameshbabu.
Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Since 2013, the player who's played the most Candidates Tournament, I mean, I assume that has to be Fabi, unless there's someone else who's played more. It's got to be Fabi.
It is Fabi with 5. Who has the record for most draws in a Candidates Tournament?
Most draws in a Candidates Tournament, I think there's not even another contender. I don't think anyone even comes close. It's obviously Anish in the 2016 Candidates with 14 draws out of 14 games.
Tough to beat that. Okay, your perfect score so far. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
Since 2013, I'm gonna assume that's Nepo. Did he get 8.5? I'm gonna guess that he got 8.5, but I could be wrong.
It is Nepo. He got 9.5 in 2022.
Oh, 9.5. Oh, it's 9.5. Okay.
Okay, next question. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row began in the old interzonal, but continued into 3 candidates matches back when we used that system. Who were his 3 opponents in those candidates matches?
Okay, so there's Taimanov, Larson, and who's the third one? Can't think of the third one right now.
He only won the first game and then lost and then ended up winning the match.
Was it Tal?
Petrosian.
Petrosian.
You were right though, former world champion.
Okay, okay.
All right, next question. Who finished in second place in the 2018 Candidates Tournament?
2018 Candidates, that is the tournament that Fabi won. 2018. It's funny, I did not follow that one closely because I was not playing in it. Was it it's not Levon, he was never close. I actually don't, I'm drawing a blank.
It's tough. It was a 2-way tie, but it was Mamediarov.
Oh, Shaq, okay, okay.
In which city was the 2013 tournament held?
The 2013 Candidates was held in London.
Very good. Which player had a wild Candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row at one point, but later coming back to win 5 in a row?
Okay, I know it was on the other side. It was,
Okay, you got that part right. We tried to trick you.
okay, who could it have been? Was it, I'm gonna guess it was Vaishali?
Very good guess. That's exactly right. 2 more questions. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the rating favorites going into the tournament?
I'm gonna assume that was Levon Aronian.
A lot of people have guessed that.
It's not, okay.
It's Topalov.
Ah,
but he was
okay,
only
okay.
-2.
I think the thing is Levon has more bad results in the Candidates than anyone else.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some,
What a moment!
last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Oh, hey guys, I'm just outside the new Top Golf facility being built just outside the Cap St. George Hotel. But until it's done, all we have is chess. It did remind me though, this tournament is a bit like the 1997 Masters where the entire world got to know Tiger Woods. And it wasn't about whether or not he would win the tournament, it was about his margin of victory. It ended up being a historic win, and we're witnessing the same thing here with Sindarov. It's probably not going to be about whether he wins the tournament, but by how many points he wins by. And you know what? He's made a whole bunch of birdies in the first half. He could just par his way to the victory, but I kind of feel like getting to know the young man that he's going to go for more. And he's going to try to set the all-time record. He just needs one more win to break Nepomniachtchi's record from 2022. As for the games today, the most consequential game is probably not his. It's actually Fabiano's game with Anish because they're the two people trailing. Now remember, in round 14 in Toronto, when Fabiano played Nepomniachtchi, the draw was the worst result. And this kind of has shades of that. A draw would be a terrible result for either of them, but if one of them wins, there'll still be a little bit of pressure on Sindarov to perform. Over in the women's section, we have no less than 5 women tied for first. It's not match play, it's a scramble. Every woman is going to be trying to get more points because probably the winning score is going to need 2 or 3 more. Nearly every game matters in this round and will matter for the rest of the tournament as one of those women tries to separate themselves from the pack. I'm going to go see if I can hit some balls. Let's get back to round 9 in Cyprus.
Welcome everyone. It is day 9 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. This tournament has been a roller coaster, one which has all of us on the edge of our seats by एक man leading the charge. उनके पास है train का engine अपने हाथ में, and let's see where this tournament goes. And मेरे साथ 2 amazing commentators, Tanya and Sahaj. Sahaj भाई बिल्कुल सही pronunciation है इस बार सहज की. देख लो सहज.
Yeah, bye. मतलब I feel World Cup वाली prediction मतलब it's coming true in candidates. That was not expected. But yeah, by still there is a 2-point lead for Sindarov. But I'm very, very glad in the women's section, it's a lot closer. Tanya, what do you think?
I have never seen anything like this in my life at the candidates. I think ये पहली बार हो रहा है. If we look at the standings where we are, जो Javokhir ने इस tournament में किया है, the women's standings, that looks like the candidates where there's a massive fight. Everybody is at the top, 5 players tied right now. In the open section, there's this one boy, one man who's basically bending the candidates to his will. The rest of the players are just responding to him. कोई अपनी chess खेल नहीं पा रहा है. Everybody has to take risks. Everybody has to go all out because Javokhir Sindarov with 6.5 points is 2 points ahead of everybody and 4 points ahead from जो last है, Andrey Esipenko at 2.5. This sort of a margin, Sahil, I have never seen.
4-point lead. 4-point lead after just 8 rounds. And look at that final column. The win, draw, loss. 0 losses for Sindarov. That is so impressive. जो draws भी हुए हैं ना, they've been very clinical, like done in 1 or 2 hours where he knew exactly what he was going for. अब तो opponents भी डरे हुए हैं सहज भाई. And I think he just wants the tournament to continue जैसे जा रहा है. जैसा चल रहा है वैसा चलने दे. आपने कहा था कल सहज भाई, सिंदारोव भाई बिल्कुल agree करते हैं इस बात से.
Correct, bhai. But आज उनका match, as you can see on the screen, is with the great Bluebaum, bhai. The great Bluebaum sweep, जो prophecy में लिखा हुआ था, bhai. Today is the day to see if that prophecy will come to life because this is the final time, well, the second time that Sindarov is playing against him, and Bluebaum has white pieces. So golden opportunity for Bluebaum there.
Wow, and that's a huge match. Of course, Sindarov चाहेंगे एक quick draw भी because कल draw के बाद भी उनकी lead बढ़ गई. And Tanya, I mean, the second matchup, Caruana versus Anish, both players on 4.5. What an upset, or maybe not an upset, but something we didn't expect, right? Hikaru beating Fabi when he really needed those points. What is going on in the minds of Fabi and Anish right now?
भाई दोनों इस मैच में 2 अलग-अलग दुनिया से आ रहे हैं. Fabi after what happened against Hikaru and Anish Giri with a stunning performance against Praggnanandhaa yesterday. तो ऐसे लग रहा है कि Anish ने momentum ले लिया है, Fabiano Caruana का momentum थोड़ा lose हो गया है. And then the biggest question at this stage is, what is the motivation level for these players right now? I'll tell you, Esipenko की motivation तो non-existent है. ये मैंने कल की game से ही देख लिया था. I think he could have played much more, put more pressure, but it just felt like he's happy to take a draw and end things there. So again, it comes down to ki Fabi, does he believe in his chances? Anish, he said it in his interview ki when I was born, chances to become the world champion was 0%. Usse to kafi zyada hai. So I think Anish is picking up that momentum where he plays with the black pieces mathematically. Mathematically still possible for both these players to make it to the world championship.
And Tanya, I'm glad you mentioned that 0% term, because if we come to the third board in the pairings, if we can have them on screen, Pragg barely holding on. बोलते हैं ना वो हल्के से thread से उन्होंने ऐसे hold करके रखा है. He has between 0 and 1% chances. Let's put it that way.
मत बोलो यार ये सब दिल से बुरा लगता है साहिल.
भाई बट अगेन मैं मार्वल वाला फिर से बोलना चाहूंगा कि डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज के पास उससे कम परसेंटेज के चांसेस थे. दैट्स ऑल आई एम सेइंग एंड इट हैपेंड.
मैं भी मार्वल में बोलना चाहूंगी. अब तो ऐसा लग रहा है हम कैंडिडेट्स की एंड गेम में आ गए हैं, तो मुझे तो लग नहीं रहा कि जावोखिर को छोड़ के कौन ले जाएगा यार. सारे इन्फिनिटी स्टोन्स तो उसके पास हैं.
अरे वाह 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 वाह. Okay, that was the last great Marvel movie, so we can stop it at that. But of course, बहुत interesting matchups रहेंगे. Pragg of course now knows कि उनको भी पता है कि the tournament is basically gone out of hand. तो आज तो win करना ही है. Even if he doesn't make it, let's see. Maybe he might, maybe he won't. But at least आज कुछ crazy chess देखने को मिलेगा, because everybody who's still in those decimals, right, 1%, 2%, will be going for the win. एक ही बंदा जो chill कर सकता है वो है Sindarov. So maybe it's time to go to the live action with the cameras. And Tanya, Sahaj, आज मतलब कितने results? I think आज पूरा we'll see bloodshed on the board.
आई फील आज रिजल्ट्स आने के चांसेस बहुत बहुत आए, बिकॉज आई थिंक सिंडारोव को एटलीस्ट आज तक रेस्ट नहीं करना चाहिए, बिकॉज आई थिंक टुडे इज द वेरी डिफिकल्ट मैच, बिकॉज इट्स आई एम नॉट जस्ट सेइंग बिकॉज ऑफ द ग्रेट ब्लूबॉम, नॉट जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ द मीम्स, बिकॉज ब्लूबॉम आई थिंक इज अ वेरी वेरी डेंजरस प्लेयर. एंड क्योंकि सिंडारोव की रेटिंग इतनी ज़्यादा है ब्लूबॉम से, ही विल डेफिनेटली वुड वांट टू पुश. अगर आप कैंडिडेट्स के, ऑफकोर्स जो हो रहा है वो तो हुआ, बट कैंडिडेट्स की जब आप प्रिपरेशन करते हो, then you are thinking कि भाई Bluebaum and Esipenko इनको हराना, because okay, on paper I'm supposed to be a stronger player, and that's exactly where Bluebaum can strike. That's exactly, I feel like, the sweet spot where he can take down Sindarov, and then it will be fun for all. And of course, by Fabi versus Anish is gonna be a bloodbath as well. तो दोनों games में भाई बहुत बहुत मजा आएगा आज.
I'll just add to that. I think simply given जहाँ पे हम tournament में हैं, players के पास option नहीं है. Draws, on the score sheet look stable, but super slippery in the standings. You are losing ground every single round now. Time is running out for the other players. So सबको risk लेना ही पड़ेगा if they want to give this a fight, if they even want a chance. Because अब draws से कुछ नहीं होने वाला है इस दुनिया में. जीतना ही पड़ेगा किसी को, और फिर होप करना होगा कि भाई कोई तो जावोखिर को रोके.
True, and also I want to point out कि day 1 को हमने अपना प्रग के अलावा एक फेवरेट चूज किया था. तान्या, सहज, if you remember.
मैं तो वैसल थी भाई, और मैं तो वैसी थी, और चैट ने एक्चुअली सिंडरॉफ बोला था, और हमने डिसाइड किया था कि हम चैट was the one who got it right with Sindarov.
Yeah, and you kind of, okay, after changing your choice, at least you landed with Sindarov. Sahaj landed with Fabi, I landed with Anish, and वही तीनों अभी fight कर रहे हैं. So our bets were absolutely on point. Yeah.
Bhai, I think some of us were a little bit more on point than the others. Just a little bit, but I think overall I understand the sentiment, bhai.
वो Sindarov की ऐसी performance के लिए maybe you needed 2 guesses, yeah? It was so spectacular.
मेरी तो गैस ही नहीं थी, मैं तो बस वॉइस ऑफ द पीपल थी उस दिन. तो बस उन्होंने बोला हिकारू सिंडरॉव, एंड या कैन वी जस्ट आल्सो टॉक अबाउट, टच अपॉन व्हाट हैपेंड यस्टरडे. हिकारू सडनली कमिंग बैक, मेकिंग दिस बाउंस बैक at such a critical moment. और भाई उसने ये किया था Toronto Candidates में भी. He defeated Fabi. He's been sort of this Achilles heel for Fabi in so many tournaments. And कल की जो गेम खेली है उसने, it was a difficult fight. Fabi could have held on, but converting that end into a full point, he just sort of shattered his country mate's dreams also. I think Sindarov was also very happy with this result.
Of course, he must be ecstatic. And Hikaru mentioned, right, मेरे को कुछ point proof करना था उन लोगों को जो कहते हैं मुझे चेस खेलना नहीं आता. Hikaru ने ऐसा कहा.
कौन है ये लोग? लाओ
कुछ तो लोग रहे होंगे.
सामने.
वो 4 लोग जो हमारे पीछे घूमते रहते हैं हर बार.
I want to ask a question. I feel, of course, जो Hikaru की जो कल की performance थी, it felt like Hikaru, yeah. Do you think it's because he has played 8 rounds against top players, like elite players, and that kind of got him back into the groove of things? Do you think that could be a factor?
I think that's a fantastic point. I think that you know, again, हमने इतनी बात की है कि उनका last classical tournament at the elite level was in May 2025 at Norway Chess. And then coming back into this where every round is a hustle and a grind, he's found his rhythm is one thing. And I actually think, Sahaj, knowing Hikaru, all this talk around him, it's fuel to him. It motivates him even more. Or wo chahta hai ki I want to prove everyone wrong. And that's exactly what he went on to do. And I think we heard, at least I could feel that narrative even in his post-game interviews. That he's like, ki mujhe pata nahi, I know that I'm probably not going to win the candidates after the performance I've had, but at least I've shut everyone up.
And because of his rating, he still has better odds, actually, according to the model that we have. And it's still around 4% for Hikaru. So he's still not completely out. Like, aisa nahi hai ki bilkul zero chances hai. So everybody's still holding on by that little thread. And of course, women's section mein, Tanya, I want to get your opinion, because we saw one blunder each. First, it was Vaishali's opponent. Next, it was Divya's opponent. So both of them seem to have luck on their side. And yahan pe abhi lead mein hai 5 players. That's an insane candidate. The kind of candidates open में अच्छा लगता अगर होता तो.
That's the kind of candidates that we all love to watch, right? जहाँ पे भाई कुछ पता ही नहीं है कि इतने कम rounds लगे हैं, जीतेगा कौन? It is anyone's tournament. The bounce backs, the blunders, the brilliancies happening, सब कुछ मिल रहा है. Full तड़का masala movie is the women's candidate. I'll say that. And just to wrap up the point on the open, I don't know what the predictions on everyone else is. But chat, मेरे दिमाग में, with the way everything's gone, I would say under 5% anyone else except Javokhir takes it. And to predict in the women's candidate for what we have in front of us, for me, again, I haven't seen the numbers, Sahil, but it's just 100% I have zero idea. That's all I can say. कि क्या होने वाला है वहाँ पे.
I mean, if I had to take like a person player who I think has a pretty good chance, I think it's Zhu Jiner, because she's on paper at least having the same points as everybody else. But you remember the first 5 games, how in all of those games she was winning. All first 5 games she was winning, but then she wasn't able to convert those points. But kal ka game jo I think Tan Zhongyi, I think she beat, it was a masterclass. So I feel like she is kind of warmed up, and she's a very, very big threat to everybody else, I think, in the women's candidates. For me so far, that's my take. Yeah.
Agreed. And I think, of course, we'll have Anna Muzychuk coming off that loss. So I don't know how she handles it right now, had the least time to prepare. And of course, she must be a bit tilted. So वहाँ पे उनकी जो team है, I know कम time में कैसी team होगी पता नहीं, but they have to help her out a bit. And it'll be very important to kind of stabilize. A quick draw might not be actually a bad result. Meanwhile, we do see Wei Yi. Wei Yi also, like Pragg, just holding on to his chances. So ये तो okay. Technically both don't have any chances, but even mathematically बोलते हैं ना, like वो जो डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज वाला चांस भी ऐसे है जो आपने बोला, वो भी आज खत्म हो जाएगा इन दोनों में से एक प्लेयर्स का. एक प्लेयर मे भी दोनों का अगर ड्रॉ हो गया तो
चांस है, फिर भी हार गए तो नहीं भाई, फिर तो ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है. तो today's make or break for both Fabi and Anish, completely agreed. But also we also have to count on the fact that Bluebaum could take down Sindarov. If he takes down, then any result and they are still in.
I mean, I would say if first they need Bluebaum to go into deep Bluebaum mode and then win against Javokhir Sindarov. Not looking at that Bluebaum streak anymore, because किसी को तो रोकना होगा भाई Javokhir को. फिर अपने board पे, I feel like today is the day you need to start winning. I mean, how many rounds? 5 rounds remaining. Yeah? You're not going to go on a hot streak. But I'll remind everyone, 2024 candidates में Fabi lost to Hikaru and then went on to win 3 back-to-back games. Going into that final round against Jan Nepomniachtchi, where he actually had a chance to take the match to tiebreaks, to take the candidates to tiebreaks against Gukesh. वहाँ पे जो हुआ, सुबह के 6 बज रहे थे, पर हम सबको याद है what that moment was like. भाई 20,000 लोग उठे हुए थे सुबह के 6 बजे Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi की गेम देखते हुए.
Oh, I remember. And what a chance he had, bhai. What a chance. I mean, it was a completely winning position, and +4, +5, it was screaming for hours and hours. But, at the end, Nepo, I mean, put up a great defense, and Fabi, at the very end could not, deliver the full point there. It was very, very heartbreaking. And there it is, handshakes between Pragg and Wei Yi, and the matches will become very, very soon.
I have to say, Miko, like, as a commentator, I feel so good when I see our Indian player walk in and sit down. ऐसे मजा आ जाता है. I know it's a moment you would have wanted things to be different, score lines to be different, things to be different, but still, you feel this pride. You feel like, okay, let's fight. Let the games begin right now. As Pragg with the white pieces, I think he's one person who I know, despite having a loss yesterday, wants to come back all guns blazing. And this comes from I think the Ramesh School of Chess and Vaka, Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, where I've noticed with the youngsters ki, they don't let the wins get to them, they don't get the losses get to them as much. They are more ki just going with the flow, that karma yoga, ki bhai apna jo kaam hai, us pe dhyan rakho. Next chapter begins now for Pragg with white pieces. He will do everything he can to take down Wei Yi. And then we see what happens on the rest of the boards.
Wow, crazy words of wisdom actually there, Tanya. I think बहुत कुछ सीख रहे. Chat stream like कर दो जल्दी से. Let's go. And I think Pragg, of course, will be motivated still. He's an ambitious player. Her game is a new challenge, a new task, and let's see if he does very well today. And Sahaj bhai, Tanya, what do you think will be his opening choice? We are a minute away from liftoff. क्या वो कुछ crazy खेलेंगे? 1e4, yeah?
1e4 is my choice before Sahaj takes it. Sahaj, what's your prediction?
Okay, anything but 1e4. No, I'm just
Listen,
kidding.
that's not fair. You have to predict one move, right? You can't just take the whole board.
But you get, like, I was thinking c4, d4, knight f3, बाद में जाके transpose हो जाएगा. So I feel like he's gonna go for some c4, d4, and then he's gonna go for some QGD, Catalan type के structures, and yeah, keep it solid.
Catalan is very possible. I think if we see that, Catalan is a very big possibility. I'm hoping for a king pawn opening. Sahil, what about you? भाई ceremonial move तो 1e4 है Bluebaum के बोर्ड में, ये मैं बोलना चाहूंगी.
देखो अभी वापस लेगा वो, d4 खेलेगा अभी, देखना.
स्माइल देखो दोनों प्लेयर्स के चेहरे पे भाई, दोनों इतने खुश है. Bluebaum is very happy because he's going to stop the streak, and Sindarov is of course happy right now. Maybe he won't be soon, but yeah, I think आपने e4 कहा ताने, and आपने d4 कहा Sahaj bhai, so I'm going to choose like a b3 or a knight f3 maybe, yeah, something.
b3 भाई
ये कहाँ से आ गया?
Maybe knight f3, but maybe b3 also, you know.
भाई Dr. Strange will not be happy.
ये candidates है, Louisiana State Championship.
क्या तब भी यार. देखो I feel कि Pragg भी सोच रहा है कि भाई अब तो let's let myself lose. Opening prep गई बाहर में, just play something crazy and see what happens.
Come on Pragg, let's go for the big fight.
अब तो b3 खेल ही दे. अब तो
b3 मजा आ जाएगा. But I'm okay, fully locked in right now. It's d4, 1d4 on the board.
Traditional, nothing crazy.
I think Catalan is a very big possibility in this game, as the knight will come out next. Pragg will most likely go for the c pawn.
Yeah, I mean, if knight c3, knight f3 also possible if he wants to surprise him early on, but he goes for c4, e6 incoming from Wei Yi. There it is. And now the question, knight c3 will be Nimzo Indian, knight f3 will be Queen's Catalan territory. By Tanya, you were right. We are headed towards Catalan territory potentially.
Catalan will happen अगर g3 up खेला गया board पे to make that bishop fianchetto on g2, but he's reaching for the knight. We have a pure queen's gambit declined.
I think we've seen bishop b4 a lot, right? Bishop b4, c6. Oh, okay. Queen's gambit कोई खेलता ही नहीं आजकल proper. Yeah, c5 already played. Sahaj bhai, take us through the opening moves. क्या है भाई ये line?
Bhai, I would have loved to take you, through this, but what is bishop g5? Bhai, usually you go pawn takes pawn in this position, and it's a long IQP type of position that you get. But bishop g5 is new territory from Pragg. अब सोचेगा भाई Wei Yi यहाँ पे. This is completely new to me. I'm just checking how many games there are played. Oh, do you want to know, guys? Take a guess. The top player who has played this opening with the white pieces. Take a guess, bhai. मान जाऊंगा
भाई. एक second. Can we bring up our bird's eye view? Because we have the exact same position, almost the exact same position on a different board. Look at this. Okay, again, our एक तो इतने सारे रंग बिरंगे बोर्ड है, थोड़ा टाइम लग जाता है ढूंढने में. But the top row, the last two boards, Wei Yi, Praggnanandhaa and Hikaru Esipenko. The only difference is that Esipenko has developed the bishop and gone castle, while Wei Yi has pushed the c pawn. But similar approach there, putting pressure on d5 Sahaj. You were going to ask something.
I'm going to ask it, Tikku Vaishali का second है क्या? Because
Bhai,
what am I
Bhai,
seeing on
hopefully
the
not.
board?
Oh no.
What is this, Tikku?
Oh no.
इसीलिए लेट
Oh.
आते हो तुम.
Did I reveal too
इसीलिए
much?
लेट आ रहे हो तुम भाई.
Oh,
मानना
no.
पड़ेगा भाई.
Sahil Tikku,
Exposed.
release the files.
भाई अगर मैं होता तो फिर लंदन ही खेल रही होती वैशाली हर गेम में बिशप F4 होता फिक्स्ड.
भाई ये
But
तो
okay,
टिक्कू
maybe, who
ओपनिंग
knows?
टेस्ट करना पड़ेगा. ये व्हाट इज दिस? भाई प्रिपरेशन बताओ. क्या 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 प्रिपेयर किया है वैशाली ने इसके बाद?
राकेश कह रहा है प्लीज नो टिक्कू कांट बी. But yeah. But okay, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, yeah,
Let's
Tanya, please
do-
continue.
No, I was just saying, let's just do a quick roundup of our bird's eye view before we deep dive into anything, guys. थोड़ा सा openings का देख लेते हैं. तो Bluebaum versus Sindarov also was a Queen's Gambit declined. अभी C4 pawn लिया गया है. But this is going to be a fun battle because White ने pawn sacrifice किया है for center control. E pawn आगे जाएगा, Bishop बाहर आएगा. Black will try to get C5, and it might go into some very interesting imbalanced middle games. I think this is going to be a big fight, this one. It will not be a slow strategic draw. Fabi versus Giri, on the other hand, I don't know how many games we have off this. Thousands and thousands of games played. It's an Italian opening. Solid होने वाला है वहाँ पे. Praggnanandhaa already बहुत tension है center पे. Hikaru Esipenko similar lineup भाई opening का same situation. I wonder ये दोनों एक दूसरे का game कितना देख रहे हैं. So much depends on who is better prepared for this. In the women's section, our marquee matchup has to be Vaishali versus Divya. We'll be focusing so much on that. Both these girls on the top of the leaderboard, one of the five with 4.5, two of the five players with 4.5 points. So huge one in that. By the way, Tikku's B3 not only on that board, by Zhu Jiner as well. It was played. So भाई साहिल टिक्कू या तो Zhu Jiner के second है या वैशाली के second है. That's a mystery that needs to be solved. Meanwhile, Tan Zhongyi and Muzychuk, this is some sort of a Grunfeld on the board. मजा आने वाला है. Bishop आ गया है. D5 under attack है. Goryachkina, Assaubayeva, still in opening preparation right now, but Goryachkina thinks a little bit after her loss yesterday. Knight D4 attacking the bishop. Where are we going, boys?
Oh, I think great summary there, Tanya. I think मुझे लगता है कि टिक्कू was sending the email, मतलब वो फाइल जो होती है वो वैशाली को भेज रहा था और गलती से CC हो गया Zhu Jiner को, because this is a crazy coincidence कि टिक्कू mentions knight f3 b3 and then suddenly two players are playing it. I mean, what are the odds of that? And secondly, I had a question. I have a question कि bishop g5 in Pragg's board, guess the top player because it masala है भाई, proper masala
Adiban,
है.
yeah? Adiban.
No, not Adiban. It is someone जिसने I think Pragg की help पहले करी हुई है. I think. Not confirmed. मैं confirmed नहीं हूँ, but I think.
Peter Swidler was Pragg's second, but I don't think he has played bishop g5. Is it Peter Swidler?
It is actually Dubov.
Oh.
Dubov has played this before, chat. And मेरा suspicion है ये, just putting it out there.
भाई
I don't know इस
Dubov
event में
ने
help
कब
कर रहा है
Pragg
कि
की
नहीं.
help की है?
Sorry, say again.
When did Dubov work with Pragg?
कोई तो एक event में किया था उसने. I'm not sure exactly कहाँ पे, but I have a suspicion. It's not 100%, but अब थोड़ा
भाई, ये
confirm हो रहा है
देखो,
suspicion मेरा.
सहज को कुछ भी rumors फैला रहा है कि भाई Dubov
नहीं,
ने
but
Pragg की help की है.
I have a big question, सहज भाई.
कुछ
जो
भी.
वर्ल्ड कप में Dubov कह रहा था वो तो कुछ और ही कह रहा था.
क्या कह रहा था?
नहीं वो Pragg के लिए नहीं था.
नहीं भाई, I remember.
नहीं भाई, I remember.
भाई मुझे फोमो हो रहा है, मेरे को तो बता दो क्या हुआ.
भाई अभी तो नहीं बोल सकते ना भाई, तो आराम से बता.
ऐसा क्यों?
टेंशन मत लो, आराम से बताऊंगा आपको मैं पूरी कहानी. डोंट वरी
भाई कहीं नहीं जाएगी बात. यहाँ पे नहीं बोलोगे तो कहाँ बोलोगे?
भाई. यहाँ से कहाँ जा सकती है बात. Oh, but by the way, take a look at Sindarov versus Bluebaum because a lot of updates there and knight is on b5, bishop b4 check. एक second, ये किसकी prep है ये?
Okay.
भाई Sindarov का time देख लो, 1 hour 59 minutes. Definitely not out of preparation.
He took 6 seconds for b5, by the way. So this is his core prep, yeah?
भाई, so Rakesh bhai is telling us something on the group and I'm not sure ये public info है कि नहीं, but apparently एक event में Pragg ने Dubov के साथ काम किया है.
कौन सा event?
If you look at the, I mean, I'm guessing it's public info. It's candidates last year.
Oh.
That's what I thought as well.
I thought Peter Swidler was on the team for candidates last year.
हो सकता है भाई, हो सकता है. I mean possible. I'm just
Swidler
saying
था.
that having that info and Pragg playing bishop g5 and Dubov having the top game, it's like, okay, it looks suspicious.
Yeah, it's 2 + 2 = 4 for sure.
पर ये 2+2 ये बिशप b4 कैसे आ गया यहाँ पे पोजीशन में?
भाई
दैट्स द
ये अलग
क्वेश्चन.
गेम है, ये गेम है सिंडरोव की.
हाँ,
And
but still surprising, no? Sindarov going for these lines. Like, he doesn't need to. He could have played something very solid, but नहीं भाई, risk लेना है life में, मतलब चाहे कुछ भी stakes हो.
Yeah, and
absolutely.
also he wasted a move, yeah? Bishop e7 and bishop b4 check. And generally speaking, you go bishop b4 check straight. Like dc4. एक बार आप line दिखा सकते हो? dc4 directly, जो Vienna होती है, fourth move.
हाँ, sorry. Yeah.
यहाँ पे dc4, if I play e4 here, you play b5, I think. e5, knight d5, knight b5, knight, ये कुछ देखा था ना हमने कुछ टाइम पहले. किसी का गेम था ये.
गेम में था.
Pragg की game में था. Exactly. So it's kind, and bishop b4 check is okay, like a somewhat of a threat, but he's gone bishop e7 and bishop b4, giving white that bishop f4 extra move. So कुछ nuances हो सकते हैं यहाँ पे सिंडारोव के.
So I'm just checking the database that I have in front of me. In this position, जब b5 खेला गया, the most common move is actually directly bishop b4, जिसमें actually already काफी rare position है ये, इतनी बार नहीं खेली गई है. But bishop b4 6 times, the second most popular move is a6 with the idea to go b5 and develop the bishop next, अगर bishop takes pawn मारा तो. And then the third most played move that I have, जिसमें सिर्फ 3 games है मेरे database में, b5 खेला गया है और तीनों games, at least with the black pieces, not very strong players. So definitely some idea that has been cooked up by Team Sindarov. I will say though that apart from overall gameplay, I think Javokhir Sindarov has also had the best opening prep of the candidates this year.
Yeah,
Agreed, by far.
100%.
Like, it's not even close, yeah? I think,
Yeah.
and this sort of idea, especially to have the guts to play this in this setup against the great Bluebaum, Sahej bhai, I think is just shows how bold he's been in the entire candidates, yeah?
हाँ भाई, I mean also like considering what happened yesterday with Sindarov's, you know, कुछ opening files उसकी कुछ तो, I mean people got access to it or something like that. नहीं उसको था भाई, मतलब मुझे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. Like you can see, it's like he's so full of ideas and so full of analysis. He said, okay, I knew it since World Cup. And that's, I think, absolutely crazy and shows a lot of confidence from Javokhir's side.
You know, those files were actually his prep from the World Cup, and he said that he's never checked them after that. And in fact, जब ये World Cup चल रहा था, उनको messages आए थे Javokhir को उनके friends से कि please make your studies private on a site that shall not be named. But apparently, those were visible even back then. And now coming into this tournament, Sindarov was so unconcerned कि भाई वो चला गया है, ऐसे कोई पैनिक नहीं. और मैं एक और बात बताऊं, ट्रेडिशनली जिस प्लेयर की फाइल्स भाई लीक हुई हैं या प्रेप थोड़ी लीक हुई है, हैज एक्चुअली गॉन ऑन टू परफॉर्म रियली वेल. डिंग लेरेन, you know, जब उनकी फाइल लीक हुई थी, he went on to become world champion after that. You remember the Fabi Magnus World Championship match? एक वीडियो निकाला था टीम फैबी ने, एक प्रेपरेशन वीडियो आया था सेंट लुइस से, और उसमें एक क्लिप थी. There was this one shot where you could see Fabi's computer screen and some names of some QGD lines were there on that. And that became this big sort of controversy situation कि भाई Fabi की prep leak हो गई, वो video was taken down, crazy हो गया था. And Fabi actually went on to keep the match level against Magnus for the entire classical portion. Something about leaking prep. Everyone should release the files.
It's just to add on to that point, even Kasparov's files were leaked as well. And but लेकिन तब वो already world champion था. So you know, it's like either you become a world champion or तुम already world champion हो, तब मतलब files leak होना is like a good sign. People are, you know, sort of applauding your play there.
But I also want to add the point कि files leak होने के लिए पहले files होनी चाहिए. That's a big first point chat. So पहले files बनाओ, leak बाद में करना. And one way to
भाई,
build some files
I think
is
आप
to
just वो मतलब public कर दो अपने लंदन का वो जो course है ना आपका, and see your rating just completely shoot up after that.
हाँ. And one way to make some files is to do it on Chess.com by getting a diamond membership, 26% off still till the end of candidates. So chat, do get yours very quickly. And जिससे पहले candidates खत्म हो, पर आपके chances very close to खत्म, लेकिन अभी भी आप 26% off ले सकते हो भाई. Let's go.
भाई 27% हो गया, लास्ट टाइम में थी 26% था.
26 बोला मैंने. 7 बोला क्या? My bad chat. 26.
मैंने गलती से
थोड़ा कम
7
है.
सुना.
2026. But yeah, bishop b4 check. Bhai, thoda, let's do a bit of a deep dive on this position and understand what is exactly Javokhir's prep. So optically मुझे दो चालें दिख रही हैं white की. एक तो bishop d2, which I think is my first instinct. Tanya, I'm not sure if you agree with this, but and knight c3 I will look at only if bishop d2 is not working. Would you agree with that, or what's your first instinct here?
I want to just say that actually legally तो चार चालें possible है, knight d2 और king e2 भी है, पर हम king e2 को तो completely rule out कर सकते हैं सहज. I also could make a case for a move like knight d2 because the knight and the bishop on b5 and f4 are targeting the c7 pawn. So maybe it's also an option that will come to my mind. But apart from that, fully agree. I think the most human move is bishop d2, bhai. You want to trade off this bishop. Knight c3, firstly, knight into pawn is something that we have to realize doesn't work because of queen a4 check, which is why knight c3, because of tactics, it's possible. Knight c3, knight into pawn, maybe with arrows, you can show it, Sahil, that immediately you can't go for the idea of knight takes pawn because queen a4 check loses on the spot.
But
white,
so yeah, there's no knight
Does
c6.
this not look like a bishop, a knight c3, knight e4, like that line जहाँ पे white वो एक pawn sack करता है? What is it called? So I think
King
it's
sack.
from the beginning on fourth move d takes c4. वही line जो हम देख रहे थे. Fourth move d takes c4. If you can go there. Yeah, e4, bishop b4. Not b5, bishop b4, bishop takes c4 मारा जाता है यहाँ पे, and black goes knight takes c4. So the only like difference is कि black का b5 का pawn नहीं है और मेरा bishop f4 पे पड़ा हुआ है. Correct?
वो तो बहुत difference है, right? Because now queen a4 पे knight c6 है आपके पास. So without the b7 pawn, that is not possible. So here you can still go for the line. But if we come back to our live board, Sahil, now black has the option knight c3 पे bishop takes knight मारने के बाद e4 pawn मारना. By the way, notice कि Bluebaum सोचे जा रहे हैं, which means once again opening prep, Javokhir advantage.
By the way, कोई हमें updates आ रही हैं. राकेश भाई giving us updates on the group. Can we share this? I think we can, yeah? Because apparently Ian Nepomniachtchi is actually in Cyprus.
Ooh, wow.
Okay. So like based on our conversation, okay, Tanya, I'll just like update you. ठीक है, पिछले 3 दिन से हम लोग ये मतलब डिसाइफर कर रहे हैं कि सिंडारोव का सेकंड कौन है. एंड द अल्टीमेटम वाज लाइक कि ठीक है, कोई आई फील लाइक कोई सोवियत मतलब चेस स्कूल से है एंड मस्ट बी अ प्लेयर हु हैज प्लेड कैंडिडेट्स अ कपल ऑफ टाइम्स बिकॉज प्रिपरेशन अच्छी सबकी होती है बट किसके साथ क्या खेलना है, that sort of understanding you only get when you've played the candidates and you've won it maybe as well. तो हमारी जो लिस्ट में थे 3 नाम थे actually. It was Kramnik, Nepo and Karyakin. And this is very interesting now.
So you are speculating that Jan Nepomniachtchi is in Cyprus as a second for Javokhir Sindarov.
I mean, who else do you know who dominated candidates?
And also like if you're
It is
now
Nepo.
coming, no, but why would you come to Cyprus now? Like if your candidate has no chances, you wouldn't really arrive there, right? So you'll only come there if your candidate has good chances. अभी good chances एक ही बंदे के open section में. So as long as he's helping somebody in the open section, it has to be Sindarov, I feel.
भाई वो नेपो अपनी वो गॉन्टलेट लेके आया है because तो where is Sindarov supposed to put the 5 stones?
By only 2 possibilities according to me why Jan Nepomniachtchi is in Cyprus. Either Javokhir Sindarov and very critical rounds wants to help him from on site, तो वो आ गया है, या फिर the only other player he could be helping out at the candidates in my head is Andrey Esipenko. And Esipenko का जो तो टूर्नामेंट जा रहा है, अब दोनों भाइयों को लगता है कि भाई यहाँ पे अब हॉलिडे मोड करते हैं, फन करते हैं, एंजॉय करते हैं, तो तभी यार नेपोम्नियाchtchi वहाँ पे आ गया. सिर्फ यही 2 एक्सप्लेनेशंस है मेरे दिमाग में, या तो लीडर के साथ या फिर एसिपेंको के साथ.
मतलब एसिपेंको के लिए अब आएगा तो नहीं वो कम से कम, बिकॉज अब क्यों आएगा, अब तो हो गया टूर्नामेंट.
छुट्टी मनाने भाई, छुट्टी
पहले से ही होगा ना.
But it's also like a bit weird, right? Because if you are a second of somebody, आप अब आ रहे हो, सबको रिवील हो जाएगा, then आपकी थोड़ी बहुत बेइज्जती भी है ना, because आपका बंदा लास्ट है, so you don't necessarily wanna publicly take claim of it, I feel. So holiday मनाने maybe he'll go to some other place. I think वही सिंदारोव के chances ज्यादा हैं.
हो सकता है भाई, क्रेजी हो सकता है.
I think the choices that Sindarov has had in this event, I think it shows very very deep understanding against the best players in the world, and उसके लिए आपको वो top 10 या top 5 का player को ही चाहिए.
Actually that
Go ahead.
No, I think that's a fantastic argument because opening prepare karna is one thing, but the experience with which Jan brings in, right? I mean, the only other dominating performance like this, candidates ki, since this format has been in place since 2013 was Jan Nepomucci Madrid 22, where he won the candidates one round to spare. Usse pehle, two back-to-back winner of candidates. Nobody else has done it. I think the dots add up.
Also talking about, these dots, I think Sindarov about to play his next move again. Never been played before. I think he was about to touch his king, and he has this habit, jo yahan piece ke upar haath rakhte hai, then he brings it back, and then he thinks, and then he plays, and he's about to touch the king, I think. Castles, is that a move here, Sahaj bhai, yahan pe? Because never been played before.
Yeah, but okay, already the games are from 2016 and only one game of not a very high rated game. So I think still more or less this is uncharted territory already. And I think he will go for short castle because वही best move लग रही है. And then you go bishop takes c4, I guess, a6, knight c3, queen d4. And then, okay, it's a little bit more pleasant for white क्योंकि white का pawn structure थोड़ा better है. What's your take? Do you think it's a two result position or is that a bit too early to say?
Too early to say right now. I'll just add one thing that Javokhir has gone short castle. I think this is a 3-result game for me. If we go back, I think knight c3 उन्होंने नहीं खेला eventually because of bishop takes knight, e4 is hanging. So he's decided to go for this idea of coming back with the bishop, exchange karke, and now here Javokhir just made the move short castle. So Sahaj's lines bishop takes pawn. Let's go deeper into that. Bishop takes pawn, a6, you kick the knight. Knight c3
knight
looks
c3.
like the move. And now queen takes pawn. And let's say short castle, just trying to make some normal moves, runs into rook d8. I thought short castle will not be... Oh, rook d8,
Rook
you just
d8,
move
knight
your
f3.
knight away. You move knight... Yeah, you move your
Yeah.
knight away. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Queen takes bishop, rook is hanging.
That would be amazing, and certainly we are all happy. Yeah, everybody other candidates is happy certainly, apart from Sindarov. Maybe Nepal.
To be honest,
but okay.
Sindarov भी उसको मतलब वो ठीक है एक point तो है अभी भी. So I don't think he will be that unhappy.
2 point है भाई, 2.
मतलब हारने के बाद I mean.
Yeah, assuming Fabi wins. Yeah, I mean, or Anish
Good
wins, but
point.
okay.
Good point.
So-
Yeah, good point.
I just want to add to this position one thing that if rook d8 is not working and white can safely castle and finish development, then Sahaj, I'm with you. It feels like a position for 2 results because white has the healthier pawn structure. Rook d8 को वापस रख दो, castle रख दो यहाँ पे. If rook d8 is not possible because of knight f3 in that position, it just feels like next move queen e2, knight f3, kick the queen out, rook d1, rook c1, just very healthy and easy play for white.
Exactly. I feel it's very hard to play for a win as black here. Bishop b7, I guess, looks logical, but yeah, the plan you mentioned, queen e2, rook d1, rook c1, just looks so natural and so simple to play. And also, one benefit Bluebaum के लिए is कि ये position अगर आई board पे, तो he will play fast. You know, as opposed to Sindarov's opponents who are, in general terms, are getting into half an hour, 1 hour deficit, and then Sindarov time पे हरा रहा है लोगों को, which I feel is, how the tournament has been going so far. So this is great development for Bluebaum. Yeah, Tiko bhai.
Bluebaum has the highest edge so far among all the games. So अगर कोई twist आना है, so maybe the great Bluebaum can do it. And imagine अगर कर दिया उन्होंने, he becomes like an internet sensation just in like couple of minutes. Yeah, everybody's going to start tweeting about him. He'll become very famous and more sponsorships, more. So come on, Bluebaum, do it, bye. Stop the reader. Let's hope so that happens. Meanwhile, maybe one look at the women's section because we have 2 Indians battling it out. It is Vaishali versus Divya, and already a few moves on the board. Going through it, one by one. Okay, b3, bishop b2, c4, g3. दोनों bishops हाफ ये चिटो कर दिए हैं वैशाली ने.
Just,
c6.
Tiko bhai, can you please let us know also at which point Vaishali's prep ended? Because clearly you know that. So.
The thing is, सहज भाई मैं बता नहीं सकता अभी because tournament खत्म होने के बाद पता लगेगा जो भी जीत रहा होगा उसका सेकंड में होगा. So it could be Zhu or Vaishali, we don't know just yet. So let's see. And इसके बाद castles knight d7. So e5 आ सकता था, d4, a5, knight c3 and knight to e4. So क्या thoughts हैं इस opening के बारे में सहज भाई and Tanya?
Still early days, I feel. Double fianchetto is great, I think, for Vaishali, especially in this structure. For example, if white had e3 bishop e2 as opposed to g3 bishop g2, then you run the risk that black king side attack kar sakta hai yahan pe, like with f5, g5, g4 and so on. and which actually is a very, very like nice plan for black. But because Vaishali has this fianchetto, she's completely safe on the king side. She's completely safe on the queen side. That move, knight c3 that she played, I think it was one move ago. It's a very, let's say, a strategic move, a good strategic move. It always stops the move a4 from black. उसमें knight a4 हमेशा मरता रहेगा. But after knight e4, it's clear it's not Divya's prep. At least from the clock, I can understand that. And knight e4, I think, is the first time Vaishali is thinking.
And I want to try to get into Vaishali's mind right now, why she's thinking and not making a ratchet move like rook c1, which is sort of जो हम chess में बोलते हैं hand move कि rook को develop कर लो. This is actually the only moment that Vaishali has where if she captures the knight at the center of the board, Divya will have to take with the d pawn. I think in this position as black, you can almost pre-move f5. f5 RI next. It's what black wants to play. And once f5 happens, it's very difficult to capture that knight because then f takes e4 happens, f line opens up, and it's just a healthier way for black to recapture the center. So Vaishali is actually making up her mind. Does she take knight takes knight or continue with development? So it's quite a critical moment because it will decide the pawn structure for the rest of the game.
Very important.
Yeah, I think that's a
then, of
great
course,
point.
She only has one go at this, yeah? So she has to choose right now. Knight takes e4, d takes, but maybe the knight has to move. Maybe knight d2 and f5 comes anyway. And in the other case, of course, you can just play something normal. As you mentioned, Tanya, rook c1, queen c2, whatever it is. And then black just goes f5. So critical moment for, I think, Divya Deshmukh here. Vaishali here to choose what to do. Let's see.
पर आपको तो पता होगा कि क्या है क्या prep यहाँ पे तो क्या होने वाला है साहिल?
Reveal नहीं कर सकते, you know. Sometimes you have to, you know, be the part of the team as a spy, you know. Like if there's a good name, Sahaj bhai, for a spy, what would be the name?
What would be the name?
Yeah, of a good spy.
I can see it on my on the super chat right now. Mr. Jamil Jamali has said, Sahaj, Tanya, Tiku, मेरा बच्चा है तू आ तुझे Fanta पिलाऊं. And guess what, chat? I have it already. Just so you know. भाई जब से देखा है तब से Fanta रुकी नहीं है. Just so you know. Like I have this interest for Fanta like since I've watched the movie. Tanya, have you seen it yet?
I knew you were going to ask me, but I've been busy with the candidates. I don't know where you found the time. You actually saw it before the candidates started. Bhai, time ही नहीं मिल रहा है यहाँ पे
But
तो. So
Rakesh
I'm
saw
going
it
to
on
go.
one of the, I think the rest days or so, at some point he saw it, I think. So he was also kind of tortured by us, yeah? So he went and saw the movie and then he was like, अब बोलो भाई, फिर हमने बोलना ही छोड़ दिया. So मजा नहीं आया.
हाँ अच्छा हुआ छोड़ दिया because अभी भी spoilers please मत दो because I haven't watched it. I will watch it now on the 15th or the 16th. By the way, तुम्हें क्या लगता है कि tie-break day is 16th, 15th is the last game. Do you think either open में तो मुश्किल लग रहा है, but do you think in the women we might actually have tie-breaks?
I don't think so. No. I feel like I think there will be a clear winner.
Wow.
But yeah. But okay, it's still early days.
होंगे I think होंगे tie-breaks होंगे because
एक Maggie
close है ना. हाँ, I'm okay with that.
You are in?
I can go with that.
Okay भाई, एक Maggie done.
Maggie क्या थोड़ा सा तो stakes तो high करो. एक Maggie से क्या होएगा? At least 500 Maggie तो करो.
सहज
500 भाई done. Let's go. 500 Maggie, let's go टिकू भाई.
पहले पिछली तो
तानिया ने बोल दिया
भाई जो 30 पेंडिंग है पहले वो तो दे दो 500 बाद में लगाना भाई.
हिसाब में डाल देंगे ना वो तो लो 30
नहीं भाई.
Double or nothing.
See, I don't want to go from positive to negative in one go. So
you're not going to negative, you're going to 0.
So anything less than 30 I'm okay with. But okay, maybe it's a
चलो 30 हो गई, no tie breaks in the women's candidates.
नहीं यार, I like the
भाई 5 player है 4.5 पे, come on.
I like
you couldn't have better odds.
The lead. I like the feeling of okay, I'll go 20. Lead में रहना है मुझे बस हारने के बाद भी बस. The 20 I can go. Done.
चलो ठीक है, done.
Chat, you heard it here first. 20 Maggie की bet लग चुकी है यहाँ पे. I just hope कि tie breaks हो तो वैशाली और दिव्या के बीच में हो बस.
And we have
that would be
we also have Awadh bhai in the chat just letting us know कि 500 Maggies जो होती हैं उसका cost $100 होता है for some reason. I don't know what that reason is, but yeah, just very good math by Awadh bhai there.
Usually like करने को बोलते हैं, so chat जल्दी से like कर दो for our, you know, one of our mods, Awadh bhai here. जल्दी से stream like कर दो भाई. Let's get more people in because मजा आने वाला है. Today we have Divya versus Vaishali. बहुत interesting matchup. Right now Vaishali is in deep thought. So let's jump back to the open section जहाँ पे maybe we can have a brief look at Fabi versus Anish. What an important match, and Anish is slowly getting his knight to f4. Thoda sa, drama on the board.
Optically, you bring this position up. I kind of really like what Anish has done. But the big question is that, okay, knight takes pawn does not work. Usually black को knight h5 इतनी आराम से मिलता नहीं है because हमेशा tactics होती है queen d1 और h5 knight की. But let's show why here it's not working. Knight takes pawn. You capture with the knight. Bishop is attacked. So there's no time to pick up the knight. Pawn takes knight. You're still a pawn up. And now pawn takes pawn. So the queen opens up against the white bishop. And you still don't have time to actually pick up that knight on h5. Maybe knight f4 is even stronger here.
In fact, यहाँ पे black is almost winning with queen h4 actually. And again, that attack building up. So it's very,
f2.
Yeah, f2. Sorry, f2. वो कोने में बैठा हुआ था भाई, मुझे दिखा भी नहीं मुझे एक सेकंड के लिए. So extremely tough. So that doesn't seem to work. So what can we do here? Any thoughts, Saj bhai?
I feel like I share the sentiment with Tanya कि initially the position looks very promising for Anish, and I feel like जब भी ये Italian type की positions आती हैं जहाँ पे black knight g6 knight h5 करके attack करता है, so for the first 15 moves or so it looks amazing for black, but then जैसे वो attack neutralize होता है then it starts looking good for white. So I still think it is for me I would prefer Fabi's position. And I know Anish is having this, clearly Anish is better prepared here. And but I still think Fabi has a better chance here somehow when the attack neutralizes somehow.
Well, one thing is for sure that imbalance के साथ ही neutralize होएगा because move आ चुकी है. Fabi has gone for knight to f1. So opening up the bishop against that f4 square. I think what Anish wants is that if you jump in with your knight to f4, because I think now knight takes pawn in some positions can be an idea. Knight f4. Another big question is, do you want to continue bringing your own knight forward? Do you give up the bishop pair on d3? Do you come back bishop c2? I see the bar says that it agrees with Sehed's evaluation. But human perspective, I like what Anish has done actually. At the right time, there's f5 to worry about. d4 is tender, which means the bishop on a7 has a future. Queen coming out to f6 with threats on h3. If Fabi is not feeling very well prepared, you can start feeling uncomfortable very quickly as white in this position.
Yeah. Agreed. And after that loss yesterday, of course, he doesn't want to be in this situation. He black se haare, white se bhi thoda defend karna pad raha hai with the knight coming to f4. So he would love a smooth game today. But Anish has that momentum, right? He has the confidence behind him. He just defeated Pragg. Is having a resurgence in this event. He mentioned that funny interview, right? जहाँ पे कहा कि okay, जितने बचपन में chances थे उससे तो ज़्यादा ही हैं अभी. So he has good chances. He is trying to gain momentum, so will not be easy. And Sehaj bhai, what do you think? I think Fabi not at the seat right now. What's going through his mind?
I'm not sure because he's not at the board, but I feel still I think he would feel more or less comfortable here because even though ये specific type की position या ये specific type का move order नहीं देखा होगा Fabi ने, but he is very very familiar with the Italian structure. I mean he has played this his whole life. I mean Italy से ही है भाई तो so I feel like he would feel at home. It's in that sense I feel like he would feel comfortable here. At least I would. He goes knight f4 by the way.
Yeah.
Knight f4 का ही idea था knight h5 का तो अब वो आ गया है and I think Sehaj, your point will be proven with the speed with which Fabi responds now. अगर वो let's say 2-3 मिनट में खेल देते हैं, one would think that he's feeling quite comfortable in it, but I think if he goes into a long thing, because options काफी सारे हैं, right? आप bishop हटा सकते हो, knight g3 आ सकते हो, knight e3 आ सकता है, bishop takes knight. I think bishop takes knight for me is the least desirable option as white here.
Yeah.
Although the bar doesn't seem to care about it, but I don't think white ever likes to give up this bishop. He does bring out his knight to g3 and because of the speed with which he plays, I think so far he's feeling comfortable. But आप सोचो कि Fabi को कितना गुस्सा आ रहा होगा ना, like yesterday, losing to Hikaru, who is struggling in the tournament so far. And Fabi is the only one who can catch up. Both players from the USA. And he's like, भाई आज ही तुम्हें अपना form मिलना था, आज ही हराना था मुझे.
Yeah, it's actually a bit unfortunate for Fabi if you think about it. Also, I like Pragg ke liye bhi. I mean, Anish also just I feel Anish played like a spectacular game yesterday against Pragg. And both times I think the Pragg has lost. It's just fantastic chess by his opponent. Yeah, Sindarov and Anish both. ऐसे लग रहा था कि Pragg के पास chance ही नहीं है, which very rarely happens by the way. And by the way, while we are on this position, I have a question for the chat. Chat में आपको दो options देता हूँ यहाँ पे. One is that I want to play queen f6 here. And the other option is I want to take your double bishop. So knight takes d3, queen takes d3, and then queen f6. Which option do you choose and why?
Very interesting.
Option 1 is again queen f6. Option 2 is knight d3 and then queen f6.
Maybe I'll just take. I just want to not give you the option of kind of dropping the bishop back. Let's see what chat says though.
So knight takes d3 and queen f6. Yeah, I mean, chat is saying queen f6, knight takes.
But your question is knight takes bishop, queen f6 at that point. Chat, will you go for this option? That is the question.
Queen f6.
Or directly queen f6.
Also, I mean, there are some drawbacks of, okay, Hasan, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There is actually, one of them is a blunder actually in the position, which, Anish has to be super clear, careful about, but I'm sure he has seen it before. The knight takes d3 is actually the bad move in this position, because if you go queen d3, queen f6, okay, knight d3 itself is not bad, but queen f6 I'm guessing would be bad because there is bishop g5. And even though your queen is not trapped, you have this knight f4 move. Queen e3 ke baad, you will definitely lose a pawn in the position.
Yep. Okay, so मैंने तो queen blunder कर दी. Chat, what is your chat ने करी क्या?
नहीं, I think chat was more or less saying queen f6 bhai. So chat नहीं फंसी.
I think queen f6 is really nice to play even as is, because you're also, for example, now if the white queen moves away, let's say you put the queen to c2, suddenly there are tactics. Black to play in this position, chat.
Chat can solve tactics like crazy. Like chat का अलग ही level. I don't know, chat engine खोल के बैठती है कि just puzzles में they are like, 50,000 rating है उनकी क्या
सीन है, सब chat में 2600 हैं. कोई वो कुछ नहीं है, वो question ही नहीं है.
अच्छा.
Chat is
rating
super
बता ना
strong.
अपनी यार, come on chat. So what is your actual rating? True rating मतलब सच में भाई. बता दो, come on, let's go.
Like chess.com.
What do you mean by true rating?
Exactly.
True मतलब actual rating
like chess.com की rating on like let's say Blitz या Rapid में जो भी आपकी highest chess.com की rating है.
I think ज़्यादातर लोग 10+0 ही खेलते हैं, तो maybe Rapid is like more appropriate for the majority of the people.
I think एक 300 है, बाकी सारे 2600 है. Yeah, एक 300 दिख रहा है बस, बाकी everybody is 2600.
बहुत strong chat. Super strong. I'm surprised कोई 2700 नहीं है भाई.
है, I think 3000 गया.
Sorry यार, sorry. I didn't realize.
Chat को underestimate करने की गलती बहुत लोग करते तान्या. It's not your fault. I think कुछ 5000 भी दिख रहा है मुझे actually. So it's pretty normal. Chat is very strong actually. बहुत खतरनाक. Oh, 4700. Oh, tough competition.
Oh, crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
Stockfish ही बैठा है chat में भाई, crazy.
AI is getting stronger. Yeah, they're getting much stronger. Nice. 70,000. Oh, चलो. Anyways.
अरे.
Okay, going back.
7 crore.
Sahil, वो tactic तो दिखा दो आप.
Sorry. Tanya, let us know. What's the move after queen c2?
The point is that you're keeping white's queen sort of honest to that knight on f3. Knight takes pawn comes with a check, and you deflect the g2 defender and win the knight. So I really like the move queen to f6 to start with. Also, knight f4 is just a nice piece. Knight h4 आ रहा है इसके बाद. Queen g2 mate ideas है. So this is a winning, I mean close to a winning advantage.
Yeah. And going back, you're looking at this queen f6 move, Sahaj, but I think surprisingly, knight d3 and then queen f6 and direct queen f6 also is a mistake actually.
अरे क्या बात कर तू? Anish has just made a mistake.
H5.
Oh, no, he hasn't played. Anish hasn't played.
Yeah, he hasn't played this.
Beautiful. He hasn't played like that.
And if you take this, there is bishop g5 and goodbye to the queen.
I am 100% falling for this. Like 100%. I'm sure I have fallen for this before. Like कोई title Tuesday के game में, I'm sure I've fallen for this before.
This is amazing. This tactic is beautiful. Queen f6, knight h5. And Anish वो सोच रहा है तो हो सकता है भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है अभी. The other option that I would be very tempted is d3 bishop ko maro, knight takes bishop maro, and then continue on the queen side. Like either try to get queen d7, b5, a4 in, maybe even directly a4 in, but I like to move queen d7
d5 I think.
D5.
D5.
Sorry?
D5.
D5, yeah, d5. So queen d7
C6 खेल दो पहले. But c6 बढ़िया है maybe. c6 b5 I guess.
I like
It's still
that.
optically like it looks better for white. I don't know. I feel like वो attack को neutralize हो गया. I feel like still white has the center. You have better developed pieces. Bishop e3, rook d1 just looks natural. I don't know. I like this more for Fabi.
Yeah. So
Could be.
By the way, sorry to cut you off, Tiku bhai, but the line we were discussing for Bluebaum versus Sindarov, that actually happened.
exact
Literally.
position.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, wow. By the way, bishop c4 के बदले, just to kind of highlight कि e5 apparently was the best option for white. Not an easy one to find over the board and then take, but okay, he takes directly. a6 played, knight drops back, queen takes d4. Queen e2 first actually, not castles, and bishop b7. Wait, there is no way. Wait, what? Okay, question to the panel and the chat. What is white's best move in this position?
So not short castle, I'm guessing.
I would have played castle in like 3 seconds in this position.
Oh, long castle हो सकती है भाई. Long castle looks very nice actually.
You are right. Long castles is the best move in the position. Is that the great Bluebaum's plan? Tanya, what do you think?
It's very possible. I don't know if it's part of the plan because he's thinking quite a bit right now. उन्होंने ऐसे जल्दी नहीं खेल दिया है. But when you have it on the board and the moment Sahaj mentions it, rook lined up against the queen, you bring your king to safety. G4, G5, Ra next. That knight on F6 destabilized. I really like long castle. And long castle हुआ तो मजे आने वाले हैं इस game में. Then it really becomes a fight for all 3 results.
You know, मैं पिछले like let's say 30 seconds से Bluebaum की शक्ल देख रहा हूँ and he is only looking at the queen side.
Long
Like
castle
he has not looked anywhere else. By incoming, I think long castle.
We can verify this. No, let's have that camera angle जो front वाला है.
भाई देखो वहीं देख रहा है वो left की side
Good idea. Actually, we don't even need a close-up, but वो close-up मिल जाए तो we'll know exactly. But yeah, you're right. His eyes are totally darting towards that
Can we go
left side.
Bluebaum की आंखों में देख के exactly देखना है कहाँ देख रहा है भाई. एक बार full screen हो जाए अगर.
हाँ भाई long castle queen d4 पे नजर है उसकी बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको. He's going long castle.
I'm not still completely sure वो opponent की pieces की तरफ देख रहा है भाई.
हाँ long castle के बाद planning कर रहा है ना black कैसे खेलेगा.
अच्छा.
But I'll also add that long castle, very exciting. But if you want to keep things solid, for me, it's very attractive to just go short castle and put my rooks on d1 and c1. And just playing this sort of, say I have a great pawn structure, knight f3, Ra next, c7 is weak long term. It will be a little bit more positional that way, and long castle, matlab full explosive stuff. Oh, he does it! Did he do it?
No, ये मैं था तान्या. ये मैं था.
यार साहिल.
ये मैं था.
अरे यार
उसने वो सामने कैमरा है उसे नहीं चला.
एकदम करेक्ट ना एकदम ऐसे मूवमेंट पे चलते हैं. दिस हैज हैपेंड बिफोर. ऐसे मूवमेंट पे चलते हैं चाल के इट फील्स लाइक प्लेयर ने चली है एंड देन यू गेट एक्साइटेड लाइक नहीं वो मैं था.
वो चलेगा. I think this was just a premonition for Sahil and he's sort of seen the future. He's from the future. I think long castle होने वाला है. सहज फील आ रही है मुझे because short castle बहुत जल्दी हो जाता अगर होना होता तो.
Again, look at his face, by he's looking only at the queen side. I mean, वो like the entire posture is like aimed towards the queen side. I feel.
You know, there's that game, right? If not a chess player, what would you be? And I look at Bluebaum and I feel if not a chess player, he would 1000% be a scientist.
He has that Einstein look, yeah. But I would say even engineer sounds cool, no? Like Bluebaum, the engineer sounds like a nice. Nice, has a nice ring to it.
Could be, bhai. So Tanya, if you were not a chess player, what would you be?
सोच के end of this stream में बताती हूँ because honestly कोई idea ही नहीं है. Maybe I would, you know what? I might have been a psychologist, I feel sometimes. Because when I took psychology in school, chess has sort of taught us so much about how the mind works and we are so in our own brains so many times. So I kind of feel that maybe that could be a sphere that I would have looked at.
That's actually very interesting. Also, chess and psychology are kind of, you know, in some ways... Somewhere related, yeah.
What about you, Sahaj?
But Tiku bhai say, Tiku bhai, like, aside from helping Vaishali, like, what other profession would you be if you were not a chess player?
But you mean, Sahaj, if not Vaishali second, what would you be?
Exactly.
Then Zhu Jiner second, Sahaj bhai. I think it's
इसीलिए नहीं पूछा था मैंने.
अभी तो exactly बोल रहे थे. okay, fine. If not a second to a top player at the candidates, who would you be?
वो मेरा नाम ले देगा अब.
अरे यार.
मैं सोचता हूँ तो सहज भाई maybe you can answer this question. मैं सोचता हूँ काफी deep question है.
I don't know. I would do something like I really enjoy like working on my laptop. So I would probably be like a coder or something to do with programming or something to do. Yeah. Also, I mean, I'm trying to like create something even now. And Tanya, I even showed it to you. So it's like I feel like it's very similar to chess in that sense. So maybe something along those lines. Yeah.
Yeah. Good thing you're a chess player because I hear coding as an industry is dead now with ChatGPT. So
भाई वो तो आई थिंक
good
चेस के लिए भी
choice.
कहा गया था जब स्टॉकफिश आया था, राइट? लाइक ओके इट्स गोइंग टू किल चेस एंड सब, बट इट्स नॉट अबाउट, आई थिंक द इन्फॉर्मेशन इज देयर बट हाउ यू यूज इट इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट. लाइक अगेन
Yeah.
हमारे पास चेस में भी सारी बेस्ट मूव्स हैं, बट वो किस डायरेक्शन में खेलनी है, दैट स्टिल रिक्वायर्स ह्यूमन एफर्ट. सेम
But
फॉर कोडिंग
sports
आई
can
थिंक.
never die, I feel. Sports is something that will always require humans to play, right? ऐसे तो फिर even Go तो कब का solve हो गया है, but अभी भी लोग खेलते हैं, right? Go has actually been solved. But the thing is that sports, you can't compare. But coming to like things like coding, I feel कि मतलब I'm not very educated in that department, but I think the way that subject is approached now is completely different from 5 years ago now.
True. But same can
I
be
think
said for chess, no? Like that. I mean, think of candidates 5 years ago. Think of candidates now. I mean, कितना बड़ा difference है. Just like
I'm trying to
the
think of
age of
actually ज़्यादा difference नहीं है. उस time भी Yan Napamnishi was just killing the field. सहज.
no. I meant like first
The
of all
approach to the game.
age of the candidates. Number one, I think that has decreased a lot. I think the candidates is a lot younger. The type of chess they play is completely different. I feel. I mean, it shifted from that classical, proper mainline. Say, okay, we are trying funky things. So I think like, it has changed a little bit in the last 5 years.
But I think
Computers
maybe the
changed, I
difference
think, everything. Yeah.
I think for chess, I think you could have predicted this to some extent. कि ऐसा change आएगा, it'll become some faster formats and so on. But maybe for coding, it was like ChatGPT 2022 में जब आया, that just changed everything. For example,
I think the effect has been massive. Like I remember there was this time when every kid was going to coding classes. It was the biggest trend. ऐसे 10 साल के, 9 साल के, 8 साल के बच्चे. Now those classes don't even exist. Like they're not even trying to teach the kids how to code anymore. क्या करना है कंप्यूटर के सामने जाके बैठ के बोलना है कि इसका कोड बना दो. But Sahaj, what you're developing, chat, I'll give you I'm not allowed to speak much about it, but Sahaj is coming up with a very, very cool idea. And it does involve his love for coding and his love for chess. So I think we'll all get to see it very soon, Sahaj. I'm very excited about it.
Thank you so much,
Tanya,
Tanya.
when you said
Thank you.
his love for, मैं कुछ और expect कर रहा था, but okay, love for coding, I was not expecting, but nice.
यही wholesome moment को इसने टिकू moment बना दिया, एक sentence से, just so you know. But Tanya, I really appreciate the sentiment. By the way, coming back to the games, Hikaru Esipenko, let's jump there.
Hikaru Esipenko? Okay, yeah.
भाई
chess,
draw
my
के
bad.
होने वाला है क्या?
Wait,
ये
what?
draw हो ही गया है तो. ये क्या खेलोगे आप?
Okay. Trade, and सब खत्म, yeah?
नेपो तो नहीं है भाई. नेपो यहाँ तो नहीं कर रहा हेल्प. वो सिंडारोव को ही कर रहा है वो हेल्प. मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको. नेपो कुछ और सजेस्ट करता है यहाँ पे जीतने के लिए.
By the way, Sejba, you already have an investor in the chat. I will invest in it. भाई
उन्होंने 40 रुपीस की फर्स्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट की सुपर चैट अभी तक नहीं भेजी है पर
30% YouTube काटेगा
investor has to. हाँ जी
30% YouTube काटेगा तो 40 नहीं होगा वो unfortunately.
अच्छा so that would be bit. भाई एक बार सहज का प्रोडक्ट आएगा ना सब इन्वेस्ट करने वाले हैं उसमें.
Oof. Done.
He'll be the big
Thank you
money
so much.
bagger.
Oof. We'll all be 100 days. Let's go.
भाई फिर आप 1000 मैगी की बेट लगा रहे होगे not 500 मैगी की बेट. ऐसी छोटी मोटी मैगी की बेट्स नहीं लगा रहे होगे आप.
Done, bhai. Done. Absolutely done. Oh, by the way, Anish has taken knight d3. I don't know if we covered that.
Can we check into Pragg's game once before we go back to Anish's board? I feel like it's been a while since we got into this. And Bishop g5, I think this is where we left it last, Sahil.
Yep, and I think he took on d4 after just a 2-minute thing. So I think Wei ko pata tha what's happening, and knight takes Pawn takes e3. Okay, black just prepares castling, white castles, development, all looking great. e4, rook c8, and this is the current position. Pawn structure symmetrical, so again, doesn't give me that much hope of maybe white winning. What are your thoughts, Tanya?
I am inclined to agree with you. The symmetry is there. White has a little bit more space because of the e4 pawn and a better light squared bishop compared to Wei Yi's bishop on d7. Last move, rook c8 khela gaya hai, so eyeing potentially some knight maneuvers, a5, c4, hitting the bishop could be one idea. The other very thematic idea in this position is to try to trade off the dark squares bishop with knight g4, exchange the bishops, and then knight e5. So I think Wei Yi is looking at these plans, which is why I think e5 is not such a great move right now. e5 could run into knight g4. So although it's yeah, I feel knight g4 looks really good. So he does make a decision. Instead, he puts his queen on e2, Praggnanandhaa, just to defend the bishop to c4 and eyeing a rook d1 to pin the bishop on d7. It's equalish, but I think white has just got that slight push, better pieces, little bit more space, rook d1 aa raha hai, rook c1 aa raha hai, just a little something to play for, I would say, Sahaj.
Yeah, I think great breakdown there. It looks very, optically looks very, very nice for Pragg here. By the way, we do have a super chat, another one saying, here you go, first investment. And thank you so much, bhai. Thank you so much for the super chat there. And, I had a very similar position in Tata Steel against Adiban. And I remember this moment because it stuck with me like for a long time. And the only difference was कि मेरा king जो था वो castle नहीं किया हुआ था मैंने, and black का bishop जो था वो b4 पे पड़ा हुआ था. ठीक है, तो एक बार वो arrow से हम दिखा सकते हैं क्या? तो bishop ना ऐसे pin कर रहा था, like white ने castle नहीं किया है, white का king e1 पे है, and black का bishop ऐसे pin कर रहा है knight को. ठीक है, and Adiban played something like h6 in the game. ठीक है, तो बिशप b4 और castle के बाद. ठीक है, तो मैंने आप फिर उसके बाद खेला बिशप g5 से बिशप d2. ठीक है, and game continued, and okay, I lost the match in a very, very bad way. Like it was Adiban played just like the beast, like we know he is. And after the game, Anish, जब हम लोग एनालाइज कर रहे थे, एंड अनीश आया हमारे साइड में एंड बोलता है कि सहज ये बिशप d2 क्या चालती भाई तेरा बिशप d2 पे होता ना तो उसके बाद में उसको g5 पे रखता, तू g5 से d2 पे उसको लेके आ गया. Literally these words, and it's like you never forget things like that, and it was the same position.
And this is the typical Anish style, yeah? Like, exact words he would use even now, I think. Typical style. By the way, Tanya, your move knight g4 was played, and apparently bishop f4 is the only move. Blue arrow dikh raha hai hame yahan pe. Very interesting that he has to find bishop f4.
Because if you trade, black just takes with the queen, and again, knight e5 coming in next looks really nice for black. Like, aapne h3 khela, knight e5, and you're very happy in this position. Knight takes knight. Eventually, wo bishop b c6 pe aayega. Just full flow position, rook d8 aa raha hai. So I think bishop f4 is one of the easier blue arrows to explain. You have more space, so you need to keep more minor pieces on the board, and you stop knight e5.
I think that's great. And if he doesn't play bishop f4, it's going to be a big problem. And by the way, blue arrow से याद है भाई, Bluebaum का game एक बार लगा के देखें कि उसने last move क्या खेली है. Because the fire is here. The great Bluebaum sweep is incoming, chat. Let's go.
Hi.
So where are we on the great Bluebaum sweep? We've had all draws except one loss for Bluebaum, right?
Yes.
That's where we are on the streak. And actually, this last move, castle, it feels like इस position में draw is the least likely outcome of this game. तो कुछ तो crazy होने वाला है यहाँ पे. I mean, imagine the storyline if after everything, it's deep Bluebaum who manages to stop Sindarov on his tracks.
Wow.
That is a plot twist nobody saw coming.
He is thinking, and he gave an expression, by the way, ऐसे कुछ expression दिया उसने, like he was a bit surprised by inside castles.
He's getting ready.
अरे.
भाई stress तो हो रहा है, भाई को stress हो रहा है.
First surprise के Sindarov board पे, and secondly कि उसने jacket उतार दी भाई. These are two things that Sindarov has not done yet. By the way, can we agree on the fact कि अगर Bluebaum को solid रखना होता, उसको equal या draw के वो mood में होता, तो वो short castle नहीं करता, वो long castle ना करता, वो short castle जाता. Then it's very solid. उसको कोई risk नहीं था. तो basically Bluebaum going long castle is him saying, okay, like I want to play for a win.
Agreed. I think queenside castles is definitely the way to go अगर आपको ambitious हो अगर आप इस game में. And of course, Sindarov ke liye, if this is not prep, which is likely, it's not going to be prep, I think, बहुत तेरह मुंह हो चुके हैं. So उनके लिए भी एक challenge है. And what does he play now is the question. Because clearly कोई discover attack queen में आने वाला है. As you mentioned, Tanya, G4, G5 should be obvious. क्या करेंगे यहाँ पे Sindarov? Any thoughts?
I'm trying to understand. Sahaj, long castle, I do see that the knight jumping anywhere is not super dangerous. But as a human being, I would still want to get my queen out of the way, either on c5 or on b6. These are the two squares that I would want to retreat my queen on.
I think that makes a lot of sense. So maybe let's play out one of the options. Yeah, maybe let's go queen b6, or I think out of the two. मेरा पहला सवाल है कि can I push g4 g5? Let's go. Okay, so we can't.
Wow.
So why not?
Knight
c6.
is the plan,
Knight
actually.
d4 is your plan. That doesn't make. If you get knight d4 with a tempo, I don't like it so much. Maybe it's a bit early to play this. So पहले d4 के square को control करते हैं. Something like knight f3, knight b3 looks interesting. Another idea I really like for white is कि rook e1 खेल के queen e3. अगर queen trade हो गई, तो I think white definitely better है यहाँ पे.
Makes sense.
I think it was in Vishy's interview where he said ki the candidates are so unique that as you get closer to that finish line and you're on the lead, right? That pressure, that tension, your own psychological battle with yourself increases. So what Sindarov right now, he knows he's done it so exceptionally well, but the job is not over. He's playing with the black pieces. It's just not an easy situation for him to be in. And he's not only fighting, by the way, let's try to get them on the camera if we can. He's not only playing against Bluebaum, he's also fighting his own nerves. Because to stay calm at this stage is not easy for the players.
Agreed. I think you can almost taste your dream. Yeah, you are 2 points ahead of the nearest rival, that to Caruana. Even the luck seems to be going your way because they are battling each other, losing games. You feel like I'm almost there. I'm almost there. And of course, this is your first time, so the nerves are hitting you hard, and it's always going to be difficult. Antak, and you have that choice, right? Should I change my style and play it safe? And that's always not going to be convincing to you. It's not true to your core, your playing style. So वो difficult choice हर game में उनको face करनी पड़ रही है. He's going for the ambitious line, right? That d5 idea was crazy. He's still playing those sharp lines, and now he's facing a situation जहाँ पे his opponent is ready for the battle. So it will be a long one this time.
Queen b6 अभी खेला नहीं गया है. Sorry, sir. I just want, before you make your point, if we can have a poll on chat. What does our chat, our 4,700 rated chat, think? That does Sindarov win the candidates, or will it be somebody else, Sahil? At this point.
Good question.
And how many people think? Because यार chat तो stockfish level है, तो उनको तो सब पता है. Actually chat ने ही Sindarov का नाम लिया था कुछ दिन पहले. So let's see.
Actually, yeah.
Oh, by option is yes and no others. I will vote.
और क्या करे भाई? I think Sindarov has more odds
मैं
than
भी vote
everybody
कर
else
रही हूँ.
combined. So
सहज, तुमने vote कर दिया है?
Yes, I have voted.
Wait, let me open it and vote. Does Sindarov win the candidates? Yes, no, others. Done, bhai.
You did? You voted?
I have voted.
साहिल भाई, अब तान्या का वोट जरा बताना हमको. आप तो देख सकते हो.
Vessel.
Actually,
हाँ. There's a stop. Oh, maybe I can see. Yeah. Wait, I see some extra options which were not there earlier. Wait, what is this top fans option?
What? Top fans? भाई ये
कुछ
कौन
चीजें
सी
दिख रही है
website
streaming
है?
में जो पहले नहीं थी. Very interesting. I'm checking this actually. Oh wow. We have some new streaming features. I think I'll deep that करना चाहिए. But no, I can't read your whole chat, Tanya.
Thank God.
So you're safe. By the way, we have
Hi,
a
Guru.
super chat. We need players auctions format in GCL like IPL. We also need to have a bigger India talent playing. This is IPL formula. I think there was one, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like there are auctions, so to speak, for GCL. So I'm not sure what's missing. But yeah, any thoughts on that one, Tanya, Sahaj?
So we
Tanya,
do
you
have
can-
players auctions. in GCL. That's how the system works. But it's a closed door auction. I think it would be amazing if we can have an open door auction for the world to see. But फिर वो थोड़ी ego पे भी बात आ जाती है, player कितने में गया है, कितना पैसा मिला है, all those things. So I wonder if that is into play. But in fact, the team owners are all present. The team coaches are there, and it's a full event, and it's an incredible event which is held by Tech Mahindra, and the players are auctioned into teams. So actually, we do have that system in place already.
But लिखा भी जमील जमाली जी ने था. So
Oh,
I feel like there is there is some other maybe okay, let's leave it. What can black play? Let's come back to the games. What will black play here? Queen b6 is one. Knight d7 is the second option, I'm guessing. Because we are not afraid of the discover attack ideas. And that's it, yeah. c5 and stuff. Oh, c5 mein I think queen trap ho rahi hai because there's knight f3. And there is no escape squares.
yeah. Self trap.
So what is left then? What if I go knight c6? Like I make my intentions known. Like I want to play knight d4. Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, there's one move apparently, knight b3 against knight c6, which seems to not work. But I'm not sure why knight f3 doesn't have the same impact.
I wonder if it's knight b3 followed by e5, and that's the problem. Knight b3, queen b6, e5.
Yeah, yeah.
And now suddenly d7 you don't have because the rook on d1 is there. Basically, आपको knight e8 जाना होएगा to not lose material, and that just looks ugly.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do. So yeah, you're right. I think knight b3 and then e5 seems to be strong. So no knight c6. But
भाई queen हटाओ वहाँ से. I think any player would be thinking about queen b6 before any other move, even if objectively it's not the best move.
Okay, I'll tell you what I don't like about queen b6. It's that I can play knight c4. So I can move my bishop to d3 and I can have knight c4 with a tempo. And I just don't like that optically. कि आपको अभी आपने queen d4 मारा, फिर queen b6 हटे, and then you have to move the queen again. I feel like you're wasting a lot of time here. That's why I don't like it.
Fair point.
Yep. Meanwhile, also there's this move a5, which जो हमारी 4700 rated chat की best choice है. The Indian seems to love this move. Maybe also having the idea of a4 just against this knight. What are your thoughts about this move?
Still, knight f3 looks the most logical to play. Queen goes somewhere to b6, I guess. Oh, by the way, I think he's going for a move, but e5 is good, I guess. Or rook e1, queen e3 is good. Not sure which one to choose. It's like a committal decision either ways. Yeah, e5 खेल के मैं attack कर सकता हूँ, rook e1, queen e3 खेल के I'm just saying कि the end game is better for me, which it is क्योंकि black का pawn structure टूटा हुआ है. So that's a call I think Bluebaum would have to take. Tanya, what do you think? How would you continue this?
I see your point of bishop d3, knight c4. I still feel I want to get my queen out of the way. For example, after a5, I know you like the idea of bringing the knight to f3, but I would also be worried about knight b3, queen b6, knight a4, knight c5. Like maybe there is a better square than queen b6, but my knight comes to c5 and I'm not loving this for white. So for me, a5 feels, maybe it's a 4700 level move, but it feels not human to me in this position. I'm either thinking about developing my knight or getting my queen out of the way. Before I complete these two things, at least a5 Sahaj will not be on my radar. But I'm not 4700, so.
Of course. Vessel, bhai, vessel. आप 4700 के vessel हो भाई, तो for you vessel. But actually, an interesting point. Barring round 1, do you think this is the most trouble that Sindarov has been in since round 2 until now?
And interestingly, Bluebaum was the only player in the first half to hold Sindarov to a draw. You remember that? 3.5 out of 4, 4.5 out of 5, 5.5 out of 6. That half a point was lost only to Bluebaum.
Now I think he's in trouble. I don't like this for Black by at all. Like I think Black ke jeetne ka chance to
Knight coming out, guys. Did you see that? Did you see him on camera?
Yeah. He's jumping his hands on the knight. Yeah, like it's funny.
Sahil, look at him. He's not happy. He's not liking this position. The thing is, Sindarov is not used to this. He's always had his preparation. He's always been the player putting pressure on the clock, on the board to his opponent after the first 15 moves. And this is the first time when he's feeling it. And Bluebaum has gone for long castle. He's taking the fight to the tournament leader. Sindarov wanted to get that knight out. He hesitated. Look at the speed with which he's twiddling that piece, that pawn in his hand. You can feel the nervous energy coming out right now.
He's an absolute pro, by the way, at twiddling those pieces. Like he is the best in the world. Can rotate them at insane, inhuman speeds. So he does seem to be
That
nervous,
is only one and only Boris Gelfand, who is not even the unwritten world champion. He's the written on the wall, everybody knows world champion of twiddling pieces, bhai. That speed is unmatched.
I don't know. Maybe Sindarov is a strong contender, though. Like he's known to do
A
this
candidate,
flawlessly.
as we'd call him right now.
But also, Mandava in the chat giving us a super chat saying candidates will be done soon. When is the COB next season starting? I think we don't have any information on that one, if there's going to be one, but we did see some special yesterday. So let's have a fingers
Did you guys
crossed on
watch
that one.
it?
Yeah, I
Not
saw
yet.
it today. Yeah.
Not yet.
Very
No
nice, very
spoilers,
nice.
please.
Very nice. A different style.
I just saw like a couple of reels, that's it, but I haven't seen the whole thing. But I would
it's
love to see
different
it. Yeah.
to Samay's usual like stuff which he puts out. But yeah, it's very nice.
Did you guys watch Untold?
Yes.
Yes, even I
That
saw
was not different to what I expected, though.
वो तो भाई मजा ही आ गया मेरे को. It was nice.
Have you
But
seen
yeah, I
it,
mean,
Tanya?
have you
Sorry?
seen it, Dan?
Yeah, I saw it last night.
Oh.
It was really, I think it's really well made. And chat, if you haven't seen it, you must go watch it. It's all about the Hans Magnus controversy. Netflix पे है Untold का नया episode. I really enjoyed it. I don't want to give any spoilers. I will say though, a lot of it, people jo, like the insiders of the chess world, a lot of the information was bad. Okay, Sindarov has changed his mind. First time he reached out on the board, it was the knight he was about to move. And now he reached out, reaching for the queen. Look at that. The queen's about to get retreated to b6.
Have you ever seen Sindarov do that? कि
Not
एक बार वो
Change his
piece को touch
mind.
करे and उसके बाद वापस दूसरा piece touch करे?
Not in this tournament.
He has hesitated, but he's come back for the same piece again.
Yeah.
I've seen him hesitate, pull his hand back, but he never changes the mind on the move. And this is the first time he's done it.
By
And
the
he
great
does
blue
go.
bomb sweep. Let's go. It's incoming.
Queen b6, by the way, and your move bishop d3 Sahaj is the best move indeed, and it just puts a bishop on a better diagonal pointed towards the king, prepares e5, prepares knight c4 when the queen has to move again. So he definitely found a practical move, but maybe not the best move according to the engines. And knight e7 was what he was considering. He changed his mind. That kind of shows some nerves there.
Yeah, it's
agreed.
nerves. But I'll also say queen b6 is the most natural move in this position. It's what you want to play. I think knight d7 is not an easy choice. And I think what detracted Sindarov from the line of knight d7 were ideas like knight b3 and e5 coming in with a tempo. And how are you feeling about that? Like, can we actually look at that? Because I didn't understand. Knight d7, I think, was mentioned. Knight b d7. I really want to go knight b3 because I want to try to not give you g4, h5 for the knight. So let's say you go queen b6 and I go e5. Now, because I have put my knight on b3 and not on f3, you can't jump with your knight to g4 or to h5. So d7 is hanging, which means Sindarov would be forced to actually give up a pawn on d5.
Yeah.
Oh, but chat, 4700 chat, can you take this pawn? Can white win this pawn? Is my question.
Nice question. And by the way, we are not playing that game, yeah? जहाँ पे we had to guess the word and stuff like that. That's not happening today, right?
You want to play that game? I can send you a word right now.
No. I just heard Tanya say detracted, and I was like, okay. Something fishy
Okay,
here
Tanya.
today.
I use detracted a lot in commentary.
भाई
Okay,
मैंने तो नहीं
Tanya,
सुना आपसे.
I
Like,
can send you both
seriously.
a word right now if you want to try it out. What do you think?
I mean, that was not my
Now-
intention. I mean, we can. That was not my intention. But yeah, I was just thinking to myself, get detracted. थोड़ा fishy लग रहा है भाई.
नहीं, but अभी कोई game on it. Let's do it tomorrow because अब ऐसे
ठीक
bet
है.
we can try it if you want. I don't know. Chat से पूछ लो if they want to play this game. Maybe chat can be in on it. Chat can guess the word also now. You know whether
हाँ,
as we go
हाँ.
in.
Chat, let
So,
us know.
but I want to
Meanwhile,
finish
yeah.
this line, and I'm sure chat would have gotten it by now, that you take everything on d5 at the end, rook takes pawn would end with queen c6 check, and actually you don't end up winning this pawn.
Yeah.
Yep, the rook
Going
is
back.
gone.
So black is actually fine here in that case. So maybe that's why he didn't go for it. But okay, knight d7, definitely a good option for Sindarov. He was about to play it, but he changed his mind. And now queen b6 was played. And this is the current position. Sindarov again, not at the seat.
Bhai, I have a question for the panel and of course for the chat. Do you think Sindarov will win another game in the candidates?
Oh, that's a great question. So 5 rounds remaining, counting today.
So I'll tell you his opponents. He plays against Bluebaum today. कल उसका प्रग के साथ है white से. Fabi with black, Hikaru with white, Anish with black, Wei Yi with white.
I think, okay, I will make my prediction. He gets one win before the candidates finishes. One more win to Sindarov. I don't think all the games are going to be a Sindarov loss or a draw. I think one win.
But not more than one win. If you
No,
had to guess
I
the
think
number
one
of
win.
wins. Got it.
So,
And Tiku
what
bhai?
about you guys?
I'm thinking he gets like 2 maybe. Not even 1 is my guess. Like I mean, I don't think he gets 5. I think he gets 2 or he gets like 0 maybe. Maybe
I
2
think
is
it's
my
0
guess.
as well. I think 6 wins in the candidates would be historic. No one has done that before.
Yeah.
5.
So 5 is the highest. So I mean, also he doesn't need to win. Also he has a 2-point lead. So I'm not sure if he wins another one. If I had to guess, I would also say 0.
The reason I say 2 is because everybody will go gung-ho against him. Yeah, they will just throw all their pieces, try to attack him because they know it's their only try, including Fabi. So they're kind of forced to attack him, yeah, not accept a draw because, yeah, so that might give him some chances if he's very smart.
I'm sticking with my prediction. The question was, will he have another win? And I'm saying yes. I don't know 2 or not, but I think he has 1 win. I see a chat mein somebody, Ayush ji has said that I think 0 win and Anish or Fabi will go on to win the candidates. That's quite a hot take.
I want Fabi to win, by the way. WhatsApp group में conversations हुई है. Based on that, I want Fabi to win. But फिलहाल के लिए difficult लग रहा है though, especially after yesterday. What do you think, Sahil bhai?
I think also 0 wins first. And I'm not sure. You keep pairings. I think the colors are not really like I don't like the colors for Sindarov. Who is he supposed to beat? Okay, if we are assuming white, say he's playing against Bluebaum now, but okay, he's playing with the black pieces. He has white against Pragg. Don't think so. Really don't think so. Hikaru. I mean, just 1 loss, yeah, for Hikaru. I really doubt it. Wei Yi could be possible, but last round, so it could be like a very tense situation. So white ke players I think are super strong, and black se I think it's even stronger. Yeah, Fabi, Anish, and yeah, Bluebaum now. I mean, ये position black se आप जीतना बहुत मुश्किल है आपके लिए. So I feel like he doesn't win another one. 5 draw हो सकते हैं, या फिर 4 draws and 1 loss is possible.
5 draw बहुत ज्यादा है यार. इतना draw होने ही नहीं देंगे उसके opponent.
But ऐसा ही होता है ना भाई.
Too much.
But ऐसे होता है ना आप शुरुआत में when you take over, then उसके बाद I think you slow down, like because you know okay I don't have to win any more games, have 2-point की lead. You just cannot let go of the fact that you have a 2-point lead.
No, I would disagree with that. I think candidates is very unique like that. What you're talking, any other tournament, yes, but in the candidates, because every player is so desperate to do something, whether when they're playing white or black, and draws don't matter. One player wanting a draw will not help. Sindarov draw works fine. If given an option, he'll take all draws. But I think everybody else will be forced to fight against him. So here I think Sahil's point ki bhai, the fight will be taken to Sindarov. He will have to go into those complicated battles and positions where it's a game for 3 result, might increase the chances of a decisive game, whether it's a loss or a win. But I don't think anyone wants a solid game against Sindarov anymore. They're not looking at, bhai, ye leader hai, crazy chess khel rahe hain abhi, to inke saath draw is a good result. They know they have to take this guy down to have a shot. Again, in the candidates, finishing second, nobody remembers. Except one candidate where Dingleren finished second and went on to become the world champion. That was a very different scenario. is Magnus decided not to play. Apart from that, like, who actually even remembers ki kaun se candidate mein second kaun aaya tha? Do you remember 2014 when Anand won, who was the second? When Karyakin won, who was second? Nobody cares about that result.
True. But at the same time, I feel कि जब आप ऐसे when you run away with an event, like I just pulled up this stat. Yeah, we all remember Fabi's Sinquefield Cup 7/7, right? So I'm looking at it right now. He round 8, 9, 10 all draws, not a single win there. So it's like I feel कि जब आप
That is
ऐसे run
different.
करते हो ना, फिर उसके बाद I think आप रुक जाते हो.
Agreed. But Sindarov will be happy to do a draw. But the point is the others cannot allow that. And again, candidates, because Sinquefield Cup mein, even the person who comes second Sahaj or keeping Fabi to a draw in that tournament, holding it, it's fine. Because second also has a huge prize attached to it. But candidates is...
एक मैगी.
एक क्या होता है भाई? 500 मिनिमम.
भाई 500 यार 500 खाओगे कैसे भाई? Like
वो डिलीवर करनी है फिर.
भाई ऐसा
मैं
करते हैं
मैगी
ना.
खाती भी नहीं हूँ.
Like when you come to Budapest or when I come to Delhi, like we have to make each other Maggie. That's
Fine.
the bet.
Done.
ठीक है?
Deal.
Done.
Deal.
चलो ठीक है.
So
you are saying one win.
I'm saying
and
yeah. I'm
zero.
saying at least one win, and you are saying no.
नहीं, at least नहीं होता भाई. One choose
No,
करो.
Sahaj, I can't predict whether it will be. Your question was that will he win one more game in this tournament? Was your question?
तो
You go
bet के
back
लिए
and
तो एक
rewind
या
and
दो
see.
या तीन कुछ तो
ये
एक
क्या
नंबर
है?
का.
तुमने तो बहुत
guys.
अभी एक सेकंड साहिल इसने बहुत कॉन्फिडेंटली बोला है कि भाई सब ड्रॉ होने वाले हैं, सिंडरोव नहीं जीतने वाला.
मैं तो मान रहा हूँ भाई 0. I feel 0. I picked a number, yeah.
लड़ाई बंद करना चाहूंगा and we can all मिलजुल के हम लोग we can agree on the middle ground कि that is कि Sindarov will win more than one games ताकि दोनों ही गलत हो. I think 3-4 गेम जीत जाएगा वो. He's going to score like 11 points and create history. So let's see what happens. But meanwhile सहज भाई अटक गए. सहज भाई बुरा मत मानो, मजाक कर रहा था भाई.
मैं सहज के आर्ग्यूमेंट पे एक, I think सहज, you know, in your example, giving Fabi's example was not the correct one. I think Topalov 2005 would have been a better example, which was the World Championship, San Luis, Argentina. I think that example is that Topalov scored 6.5 out of 7. The score was so massive that the next 7 games, by the way, that time World Championship hoti thi, candidates nahi tha, the World FIDE was split at that time. So and it was an 8-player double round robin, same format but World Championship. 6.5 out of 7, and he went on to draw the rest of the 7 games. This is what he did. So I feel like
really,
that
he drew all
example
the
I
7
can
games.
take. He drew all the 7 games.
There's also a bit of a difference कि अब का जो candidates है ना, it's kind of more of younger players playing, so I kind of feel कि they're not gonna give up on it. Like for example, Pragg right now, he's
Sahil,
thinking, you know what? Yeah, for example, अगर 6 game है, if Sindarov can pull off a 5.5, why can't I pull off a 5.5 from here? Like I just have to beat Wei Yi. Next I beat Sindarov. Suddenly, if Bluebaum beats Sindarov, Fabi catches up and 1 point behind. Like it's not impossible. Imagine, you know, Sindarov loses just 2 games in a row he loses. Yeah, suddenly to Bluebaum and Pragg. Suddenly, one player has caught up with him. So I would say कि until there's that 0.2% chance भी ना, like players are gonna go for the kill against Sindarov कि भाई जीतना ही है, चाहे हार जाए कोई बात नहीं, जीतने दो. Last time Nepo ऐसे ही जीता था. He got so many free games because people kept attacking him for no reason. So I think he wins आएंगी, but of course only time will tell. I think. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, one
तुम हार रहे हो, तुम तैयार हो जाओ मैगी बनाने के लिए.
भाई ये मैच तो नहीं हारेगा वो. By the way, what happened? I thought F4 was a mistake last I checked.
Yeah.
I was gonna say golden pawn touch किया इसीलिए खराब है, but now she's better again.
And Tanya, your decision, that important decision Vaishali did decide to take, pawn takes, knight e5 was played, and pawn to f5, the only move to save that e4 pawn. And but यहाँ पे Vaishali ने f4 खेला, apparently not the best, and Divya should have taken this knight, but she played knight f6 instead, pawn to e3 stabilizing her center, and now queen e8, apparently a slight error. Looks very logical. You want to bring the king to, you know, the king side, but यहाँ पे कोई square है ही नहीं अभी, at least अच्छा square. And white seems to have a slight edge. What are your thoughts about this position, Sahaj bhai and Tanya?
I absolutely hate this position for Divya bhai. I don't even know if I said pass here, Divya की next move क्या है? Like okay, let's play king h1, मतलब a3. I don't know. Like if I just say pass, what's your next move? I don't understand. Is she wanting to play b5 maybe? Because queen e8 does defend the c6 pawn. ठीक है, तो rook c1, something like that. I mean, it just visually looks very, very bad, no? White has better control of the center. I mean, pieces are completely out, and black just looks super cramped.
Yeah. I think this is just not about direct lines. Just positionally, structurally, Divya's bishop on c8 behind its own pawns for the rest of the game. And if you want to argue the same about this bishop on b2, that's not the case. The d pawn is flexible. At some point, d5 or a potential trade on a3, you can neutralize that. Black's light squared bishop is a problem for the rest of the game.
This is positionally dubious for sure, and Divya
Very
is
bad.
16 minutes behind on the clock. Now, she did survive a miracle yesterday, so her confidence would be high. But
I want to add one thing. In these Stonewall structures, right? Usually the computer does give a huge advantage to black. I've never understood this opening for black, but I know players love to play it. And there's this feeling that white is better, but it's never easy, Sahaj. I've faced this opening as well, and I felt like, yeah, I'm fully in control, space advantage hai, sab kuch hai. But black is just playing the waiting game. And somehow when white strikes, it's like the pieces are perfectly placed for that opportunity. It's a
Right. So
strange
you're playing
opening.
the waiting game, but okay, I still feel it's visually just very, very difficult for Divya to make moves. ठीक है, मैं rook c1, a3 कुछ normal hand moves खेलता हूँ, तो how does she even proceed in this? Like, I don't even know what the idea of queen e8 is. Or I don't even know what a clear plan is for Divya here, for that matter.
Well,
Like,
I
white
know
का तो दिख
one
रहा है ना, ठीक
plan.
है, कभी g4 आप खेल सकते हो white से, ठीक है, वो समझ आता है, h3 कभी ना कभी तो आ जाएगा वो, black से क्या कर रहे हो आप?
So why Queen E8 is also slightly surprising to me, because one of the most thematic plans for black in the Stonewall is actually Bishop D7, Bishop E8, Bishop H5. That's how black ends up solving the problem of the light squared bishop, which is what makes Divya's last move even more mysterious to me. And I have a feeling that she will continue with the bishop coming out to D7, but I don't know. Queen E8, maybe B5, maybe A4, she's eyeing the other plan. Can we see how that works? For example, Rook C1. Can I go b5, or do I need to prepare it with bishop d7?
I think you could play it, but it does look a bit risky for sure. And I mean, the engine is just saying, let's just develop, rook f2, for example. Just ignore this structure completely and let the bishops 2 on c8 or b7 or d7. So not give you any open diagonals at all.
Yeah, but also rook f2 is such a nice move because rook c2 is in. Oh, by the way, Vaishali goes for h3. She's eyeing for g4. Let's go.
She is.
I'm not really a big fan of this move though, but can Divya play b5? Or it's not good now?
b5, I think again, the similar situation, Just play rook c1, rook f2, nothing crazy. Don't like take and open some diagonals. Just play rook f2, rook c1.
No,
Because if
that's
you take
actually
on
quite
b5,
nice. Because you want to go rook f2, rook c2, double up actually. That's a very nice plan.
Also, if you
Very
take pawn
flexible.
takes pawn, then the knight can sit on d5 always.
Yeah, that is an excellent square, by the way, for the knight. So, अब knight थोड़ा सा compensate कर रहा है bishop के लिए to some extent. Of course, you have b4, bishop a6 also now. So, I think this would be a dream scenario for Divya. I mean, that's the idea. You were right, Sahaj, but I think b5 is the idea here for Divya.
The only other thing that I can see for black is to go a4 here.
Let's say
again, just trying to get some open lines. I don't know, after h3, it is.
Oh, it's a decent move actually.
ba4?
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, it is a pawn sacrifice, and usually you don't care about this pawn sacrifice because you destroy the pawn formation. But what's my follow-up? Do I now just go bishop d7 and wait and say that I'll try slowly to create something on the queen side? I'm not actually that worried about ba4, I feel. Maybe bishop d7 here? Is that a move?
You will not believe the follow-up, Tanya. Bishop d7 is decent,
Oh.
but I think white has g4. But the best move here is quite interesting. Chat, any guesses for the best?
You take and you go c5.
I have two guesses because not because I figured it out, because I think Tikku ke expressions I could understand. My first guess is rook a7, bishop d7, queen a8 is one plan, and second guess is queen d8, queen a5 back. Am I right?
I think you understood ki twist hai kahani mein, but you got the wrong twist. There's a
It's
nice,
b5 kya?
nice. Yes.
Arre
Oh,
yaar.
wow.
Wait, knight c6? No, I can't go queen c6. I can't go ab5 because c4 is hanging.
c4
Yeah,
is hanging. No.
So if you take, queen takes, and
Oh,
suddenly,
this
even though you
is
sacked a pawn, I think
dream
you have enough
compensation.
counterplay. Yeah, bishop coming out, and suddenly black के pieces are
Knight
not touching
d5
each
आ
other.
रहा है भाई.
Yeah. So this would be amazing, but yeah, a4 definitely a possible move.
I think a4 will be an idea that Divya has on her mind for sure. It's between a4 and b5 for me in this
And
position with black. And actually, after a4, I would be more tempted to go g4 than to take that free pawn right now and destroy my pawn structure.
yeah, agreed.
agreed.
By the way, chat
And we,
is saying Sindarov,
huh.
Sindarov, Sindarov. I think we should, once we're
Let's
done with
do
the
it.
analysis, we should take a look
Actually,
because
both
yeah, go ahead.
Sindarov as well as Anish, because Anish seems to be slightly better against Fabi. I mean, that would be a crazy win for Anish, because we saw this, right? Knight d3, queen d3, a4 khela Anish ne, d5 played, attacking the bishop, but opens up this bishop now, bishop d7, bishop g5, kicking the bishop back with f6, and now bishop e3 back. What's your take on this position right now?
I don't know why black is better here, to be honest. I mean, I'm guessing किसी moment पे आप f5 खेलोगे. Right now f5 is not possible though, but okay, I'm guessing bishop e3 के बाद. Oh, actually I can go fe3. Bishop e3, fe3 I think is my point, क्योंकि I will cover the f4 square and also I'll guard f5 forever. And then white can push c4, c5 later on. I don't know why white is worse here. I actually think it's more pleasant for white.
Tanya, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with what Sahaj has said. Like, it just feels like, unless, a lot of these positions have to do with pawn breaks. Unless black is able to somehow get knight e7, f5 in, or to try to break with c6 at the right point, otherwise white is doing really well. Like, c4, c5 is white's plan, if you allow for white to do everything. So I wonder if Anish is in time to get either b5, b4 rolling up the board, or a c6 break or an f5 break. As black, you have to look for pawn breaks in this position. But guys, I'm looking at our evaluation bars under our screen right now. And while Sindarov, Bluebaum remains in the balance, this one's slightly better for Anish. I think Praggnanandhaa is making a little bit of a headway in his game. And I really think that position is more open than the one we have in front of us. We left it last and he took the right decision. He came back with the bishop to f4. So finding that move, not allowing knight e5. And I believe bishop f6 happened right now. Bishop goes in to attack the rook. Only square for the rook is rook e8. And now simply it's Pragg to play here. And what is the most human move here? Sahil.
I've got the rooks to d1, yeah?
Exactly, right?
Opposite the queen.
You really don't need 4700 chat to tell you rook d1 is the move here. I don't know which rook and if it matters, but any rook to d1. And I feel, Sahaj, that there's definitely something to play for white here. Bishop on d6 looking beautiful. The bishop on d7 not doing anything. The pin along the d line. e5 always in the air. Maybe it's even an option right now, by the way. e5 is a move that you have to consider. Knight jumping onto e4. I'm really liking Pragg's position.
Yeah, agreed. That bishop on d6 is an absolute monster. And yeah, the follow-up is very, very easy. But I think instead of, when you play something like rook d1, black can maybe put one of the knights on e5, like knight g5 or knight e5, just to stop aapka e5.
Question for
And
chat.
yeah, go ahead.
Sad. Question for chat. Instead of rook d1, white goes e5. Question for you as well, Saj. But I know you'll get this in like 1 second. Black to play.
Nice, very nice.
Because this is dream for white, right? If you get e5, you're super happy. By the way, Pragg has made his decision. Rook a d1 khela gaya hai. So we might be seeing Sahaj's line of knight e5 next.
And I think chat has found it. Oh yeah, there it is.
Arjit by saying takes blank and rook c4. Very interesting.
Yes.
So yes, you are right, chat. Takes, and takes ही चल रहा है आजकल. And by the way, rook e8 के बाद
आजकल तो ये थोड़ा careful रहना पड़ता है आपको.
हाँ, 2 बार ही बोलना चाहिए. rook e8 के बाद knight g
3 बार ही ज्यादा हो गया भाई.
तभी 6 बार बोला मैंने. knight e5 played
भाई वो तो
now.
2 बार बोल दिया ना.
अच्छा, मेरी मल्टीपल्स में नहीं बोलना चाहिए. 5 बार is okay, 7 times is okay.
भाई
You
अब
know, like,
2 ही बार बोलो चलेगा उसके.
अच्छा, ठीक है. Okay, so 95 played, by the way, in just 15 seconds by Wei Yi. So he's playing very quickly, although he's behind the clock by 25 minutes right now.
And I think this is what you were implying as well. That said, Rook D1 के बाद 95 would be the response in this position. And I would
Exactly.
be tempted to take that knight on e5 because in case bishop b3, my problem with bishop b3 is knight takes knight and knight d4 jumping in. I'm not loving that.
Yeah, that doesn't look pleasant. So knight e5 तो forced ही हो गया.
हाँ
Then
जी.
question is, do you go bishop e5 or knight e5? Now, bishop e5 also looks good, actually.
Yeah.
But knight e5 is the logical choice.
But you want to exchange this bishop, no? Or no? Like bishop if I kind of forces this trade, I think.
Yeah, fair. f4 के बाद you take and जी 2 बार बोला मैंने.
F4.
Oh wow, knight d4. What a move. What a
सहज
move.
भाई, क्या
Knight
abandon कर दे रहे हो
d4.
morals यार. F4 ही खेल दिया आपने, बताओ कैसे? How can you play F4?
Honestly
Sahaj
मेरे
wanted
को
to go take with that all. That's why he went f4.
honestly मुझे सिर्फ वो take वाला joke मारना था.
Exactly
Sorry.
what I said, Sahaj. I know you so well.
But then I was thinking भाई bishop e5 मार देता, उसमें भी तो take ही है. By the way, they have taken, I think, and
Yeah.
bishop e5 is on the board.
Yes.
Okay, you can still take.
And black will also take.
Yeah. Pause is
फिर उसके
important.
बाद और कुछ बचा नहीं है take करने के लिए.
Yeah.
So, by the way, like while he thinks as well, we should also switch to Bluebaum because something crazy is happening there.
Oof.
He pushed f4 instead of that bishop d3 move we were looking at, giving Sindarov a slight, chance to take over the position. And he plays knight bd7. And now, from what I can see on my screen, only one move for white that gives him an advantage. Otherwise, Sindarov could already be better.
So, Sahaj bhai, are you doubting your theory already कि भाई यहाँ पे draws बहुत होंगे? Because already you can see कि it can go either way, yeah?
I think मेरे को अभी भी ड्रॉ के चांसेस लग रहे हैं. Bluebaum है भाई, वो तो हारता थोड़ी है. Very rarely, I think. So I still think draw यहाँ पे बहुत बड़ा चांस है. I think Sindarov के जीतने का चांस बढ़ जाता है if he loses a match. Then I think वो वापस उस मोड में आ जाएगा. Like
Which superhero does Sindarov remind you of?
Shang-Chi, the legend, the 10 rings wala.
Shang-Chi?
Kind of looks like Shang-Chi, yeah. The one with the 10 rings. Chat will know.
Need to look him up, chat.
His name is Simu Liu, I think.
What is Shang-Chi then? You just said Shang-Chi.
But Shang-Chi is like ऐसे थोर का नाम थोर थोड़ी, अच्छा उसका नाम थोर ही है वैसे.
सहज भाई स्पेलिंग बता दो, कुछ और ही आ रहा है यहाँ पे.
SHANG Shang-Chi, the legend,
Shang-Chi.
the movie with the 10 rings, yeah.
By the way, Shang-Chi and the Legend of 10 Rings.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Simu Liu, I think.
Interesting. Wow.
You not agree?
No, now that I'm seeing Shang-Chi, yeah, I see what you mean.
तो 10 rings वही है भाई उसकी.
10 out of 14. Are you saying 10 out of 14?
Possible. The way he's going, definitely possible.
But Marvel में अगर choose करना हो तो let's say something.
Marvel ही है भाई वो. Marvel
है, really?
हाँ, Marvel है भाई. Next Marvel movie में आएगा वो.
He means Avengers में से किसी को choose करना.
Avenger ही है वो. He's an Avenger.
Thanos को हराया था भाई. Thanos को तो नहीं
हराया. He's an
हराया
Avenger भाई.
भाई
अब तुम क्या चाहते हो? मतलब डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज थोर में से एक को चूज करूं मैं?
भाई और भी कितने सारे Avengers
बहुत थे भाई, बहुत थे.
Avengers assemble क्या दो ही assemble होते हैं.
Actually part of the Avengers team, by the way. He is an Avenger.
I'm sure he is.
But था कहाँ वो? वहाँ पे Thanos आ गया, दुनिया उड़ा गया, था ही नहीं बंदा वहाँ पे. He did not show up for work, सहज भाई.
भाई बाकी सब की भी अलग-अलग सी मूवी थे पर वो साथ भी आए थे.
हाँ. This is laziness.
आ रहा है ना अभी 2020 अभी एक मूवी रिलीज हो रही है उसमें है वो.
नहीं, I disagree यार, ऐसे कैसे?
Dad, do you agree with me? Sindarov थोड़ा वैसा लगता है, like yes or no? Like
this is not the question. हो सकता है लग रहा हो पर हमारा क्वेश्चन अलग है. हमारा क्वेश्चन है कि जो ऐसे पॉपुलर Avengers assemble का कॉन्सेप्ट है.
अरे भाई
भाई रिजल्ट इनकमिंग. G4 and knight C5 now gives Sindarov the edge, although it's anything but an edge because 3 pawn चौथा भी आ रहा है. So anybody's game chat, but यहाँ पे draw के chances suddenly have plummeted.
By plummeted, I don't know. If I didn't have the bar, I would say that Sindarov has to be super careful to not get checkmated. Like, I don't know, bar se thoda corrupt ho raha hai mera judgment, but I see G5, H4, G6. I mean, that's like GG, yeah? How is it fine for you? So can we actually go a bit deeper?
So knight C5 is apparently the only move which gives black an edge now. And now how do you progress? Do you want to play G5? Yeah, H4 pehle.
No, G5.
Yeah? Okay, knight E8.
Oh, knight D6 आपके पास, okay.
Knight D6 आ रहा है, and that's going to be tough to handle actually.
Played. 1 second के अंदर भाई.
Wow.
Sorry भाई. Tan, I think you could be right.
I didn't hear you. Can you say there was a problem with my connection?
भाई ये आज ही ना जीत जाए लग रहा है.
अच्छा, by the way, I would say that, साहिल, तुम्हारे को क्या लगता है कौन सा एवेंजर होएगा? क्योंकि सहज का तो आंसर ही मैं डिस्क्वालीफाई कर रही हूँ हमारे वहां से.
Okay, see, he's somebody who's not gonna boast about his skills, so it can't be like Tony Stark or somebody.
That's Shang-Chi, literally. Literally, that's him.
भाई वो बंदा था कहाँ
so
जब
much
दुनिया
him
खत्म
that
होने वाली
Shang-Chi,
थी?
nobody even knows him.
Chad,
Okay,
do you know this? Chad,
Chad,
आपको तो
I have
पता
a-
होगा. Come on,
I have a
you're
question.
Marvel fans.
जब थैनोस ने वो फिंगर स्नैप करा था, शांची जिंदा था
कहाँ
कि
था
नहीं था?
शांची?
हाँ, वो
शांची
बचा कि
कहाँ
नहीं
भाई
बचा?
था?
तब तक वो शांची
बचा
बना
कि
नहीं
नहीं
था.
बचा? वो
तब तक वो
बचा कि नहीं
शांची
बचा?
बना नहीं था. That's the point.
तो वही तो
उसके फादर थे शांची.
अभी कह रहे वो था शांची, अब कह रहे फादर.
नहीं,
तो
but
फिर वो
his
तो
father was
nepotism हो
like
गया
a-
फिर. Then
his
that's
father was like
nepotism,
an evil
right?
figure, like an evil figure, and then he beats him. He beats like he defeats him in a fight, and then he becomes Shang-Chi उसके बाद. That's how
भाई
it
ये
becomes.
बिल्कुल सिंडरॉफ की स्टोरी नहीं लग रही मुझे.
I'm gonna say Spider-Man maybe. Tom Holland
Sahil,
वाला.
you will not believe it. You have spoken my words.
Because it feels like he's like young. वैसे वो cheeky vibe तो है, but he's not completely opened up yet.
भाई
तो
कौन सा
हमारे-
Spider-Man?
Tom Holland वाला.
Spider-Man.
Tom Holland.
Tom Holland. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, no, but not about the looks. For me, I'll tell you what it is. It's like Spider-Man, and what a big fan of like Tony Stark he is, right? And Sindarov comes, he talks about how when he was 12, he has this photo with Hikaru and with Fabi and stuff, and then he goes on to save them, right? In the candidates, obviously, it's like when your idols become your rivals, wala story. But it just feels like this young boy coming to fight with all these like big legends, and then really holding his own. I was thinking Spider-Man as well.
And जाल तो फेंकने वाले with 98, knight d6. I don't know कैसे बचे. Oh, by the way, he's about to play 98. I mean, Sindarov under
वो तो
huge
only
pressure.
move है साहिल.
हाँ,
Knight
हाँ,
D7
for
भी
sure.
है, ऐसी बात नहीं है.
Knight
Knight
D7 भी है, correct, Knight D7. But Knight E8, Knight D6 is very attractive because E4 is just very tender.
भाई इसमें
And
मेट
where
हो
do
जाएगी
you-
लग रहा है मेरे को
Where do
किसी
you
ना
put that
किसी की.
bishop also, yeah? I don't want to give that bishop easily after knight d6. I don't have a square.
पहले
So
H4 तो
white-
खेलो.
H4, I was thinking white has 3 moves. Like you need queen H5, rook lift, rook F1, rook F3, rook H3 idea. Yeah, rook G1, rook G3, rook H3 idea.
So let's
maybe
try it.
Yeah, let's try it.
yeah?
Let's see if white and
Rook
ignore the bar.
F1.
Maybe the bar will say something else, but let's ignore
Knight
it.
d6, rook f3. We are like, okay, one tunnel vision, rook f3
Tunnel
played.
vision, bhai. Tunnel vision.
And now what does black play though?
And
That's
the
the
bar
remote
says
option.
that black is completely winning here.
You know, I don't like this rook h3 queen h5 क्योंकि आप जब भी वो खेलोगे I can play h6, you take the pawn and I play g6 and your entire plan is just gone. अभी थोड़ी ना खेलूंगा h6 भाई.
वही मैं
Queen
कह रहा हूँ.
H5 आने के बाद
No,
खेलूंगा
I
ना
don't think
भाई.
it'll be totally gone. I have an idea in that line also. Let's see, but
So,
let's bring that up. Let's
let's
say you
say
go,
rook
you
F
allow me
B8.
that. Yeah, just allow me.
Haan,
Don't
rook
mate me
F
on
B8,
B2,
yeah?
Sahil. You're gonna mate me on B2. Bishop takes pawn
So,
and
rook
Okay,
Bishop
knight
e4 भाई.
okay. This is, I'm just the vessel right now. मैं stockfish का vessel हूँ. Chat का vessel नहीं हूँ. So rook
Okay.
h3 played. And now black has to
e4.
apparently
भाई bishop e4 तो game ही खत्म हो गई.
थोड़े मजे करते हैं. Now the best move is something else, but I'm going to play the
Okay.
second best one just for the visual impact. Okay.
Let's go queen h5. No, then queen b2 mate.
भाई उसके बाद भी एक चेक ही तो है आपके पास. चेक दे दी king f8, चेक
मेरे
दे
को
दी
वो
king e7.
आइडिया डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना है यार. और
ओ,
फिर
भाई
मेरे को
फिर
आना है
A5 चलो
rook
ना.
g3.
Okay,
चलो
a5 best
a5.
move. Yeah,
Let's
a5.
ignore queen takes pawn. Queen h5. Please ignore queen takes pawn. h6.
Okay.
That's what you want? Take the pawn.
ये भी ignore करें या नहीं?
Now, what I wanted to do was actually go rook g3 and rook into pawn was my idea.
Okay.
Because तुमने सारे pieces अपने left side पे डाल दिए हैं यार, सब कुछ left side पे. There's something stronger, but okay, we've obviously helped quite a lot in this line.
Actually, Tanya, there's only one
Queen
resource
g5, Queen f6, and Queen e5 is just game over maybe. Queen e5 is too strong. 8-7. By 8-7.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
हाँ, yes. I think एक ही resource है यहाँ पे हर variation में जो I think Sindarov has to see. That's of course rook f b8 and bishop takes e4.
Correct.
That's the resource. So for example, यहाँ पे like queen h5, he's lost unless he finds bishop e4 for example in multiple lines. And now queen b2 is checkmate and ये bishop एक चाल के लिए वो बचा गया बस. Just for enough time कि you don't break through. So that's the plan. So direct वो जो brutal brute force attack is not working for.
Then let's try h4,
Bluebaum.
h5.
हाँ, h4 played now. And knight d6, I think. Wait, what?
I just took a look at the top line of the engine and it's basically forced. सब कुछ forced है white के लिए from this moment onwards.
Okay.
h4 knight d6, h5 forced. Black goes rook b8, a8.
Okay.
Rook f8 बार-बार क्यों जा रहे हो अब भाई?
Rook f8 looks okay. A8.
चलो
AB8.
logical.
h6, g6.
Okay.
Rook e1 only move for white here. Bishop d5. Bishop b3 only move for white. Sub capture, knight b3, सब कुछ मार दो उधर. And white has to play queen c2 and hope for a draw basically क्योंकि वो pawn down है. And Sindarov can say queen b4 and I can play on. So I will very very kindly say कि भाई I'm sorry for the मेरी prediction जो थी आधा घंटा पहले. I feel like
chance ही नहीं है. I will still take you on your prediction. पहली बात तो ये होने वाला बहुत कम chances है. Second, even if we reach here, Sahaj, you're saying this is going to end in a draw?
No. I think this Sindarov will win. That's my point.
Oh,
अच्छा. मैं कह रहा हूँ ये best तरीका है Bluebaum का. If he does anything else besides this, he's lost.
So what were you saying about your earlier predictions then? About no
Sorry
wins
बोल
for
रहा था भाई
Sindarov?
उसके लिए.
अच्छा.
Sorry बोल रहा था.
Connection खराब है, थोड़ा सुनाई नहीं दे रहा.
So नीरी भाई के लिए रिक्वेस्ट है एक ग्राफिक तैयार रखे कुछ भी कभी भी टूर्नामेंट खत्म हो सकता है. And of course, and just to point out, one of the best moves here is e5, just allowing queen f4, just to trade queens, just to hope कि queen trades हो जाए. I'm even gonna give you the f4 pawn. So it's still very tough for white to play. Going back down this, before we go down that forced rabbit hole, any other options apart from h4 for white that come to mind?
Like
this
not
doesn't
really.
work.
Why would I play g4, g5 if I cannot follow up with h4, h5? Like it doesn't make sense. It's like I just wasted a couple of moves.
Got it. So h4 is forced and knight d6 is forced, right?
h5 is also forced, I think. It's a race, yeah.
Can I go G?
Queen side.
Can I go G?
Too risky, I think. Fg6 also should be fine. I'm not sure though.
F4 is hanging.
So G6, I just want to point out Hg6, I wanted to go H5. That was my argument. And say that I want to play for an attack in this position.
Yeah.
And Fg6, I was just wondering if I can conjure something against the E6 pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe even h5 now.
Why are you smiling?
I just saw किसी ने हमको गार्डियंस ऑफ द गैलेक्सी की टीम से हमें थोड़ा कंपेयर किया है. अगर आपको पढ़ना है टिकू भाई.
कहाँ है भाई?
Guardians of the Galaxy इतनी funny movie है ना.
Sahaj is Drax the Destroyer, Tanya is Gamora, and Sahil Tiku is the Rocket Raccoon. Bhai, what the hell, bro? Does the raccoon survive? वो snap or no? That's the main question.
भाई मेरे मतलब साहिल भाई को स्टार लॉर्ड बना सकते थे. आप कुछ भी और बना सकते थे भाई. What is this?
What is that character वो जो stick होते हैं?
I am Groot.
Groot, that's my favorite character. मेरे को ना.
You know there is a series of Groot where जिसमें सिर्फ वो Groot ही बोलता है. I am Groot. That's all he says in the entire series. Watch it. It's amazing.
Only Sahaj will know about such series.
Of course.
The kind of recommendations that Sahaj has given of things I don't even know exist, bhai. It's crazy. And they've all been like mind-boggling to another level. मतलब in a good way, bad way, वो पता नहीं, but totally mind-boggling. कि
लास्ट
ये
वाला
क्या
तो
देख
बैड
लिया
वे था।
मैंने?
लास्ट वाला तो बैड वे था। फिर उसके बाद मुझे एक टेक्स्ट भी आया था
इतना
कि भाई ये क्या दिखा
गुस्सा
दिया तूने।
आया मुझे ना तो तेरे ऊपर उस टाइम। भाई अभी तो मुझे लग रहा है कि सिंडरऑफ को गुस्सा आ गया है because he I think now feels it and you can sense he's gotten a bit more relaxed. He's not been on his table for a while. You know, he's now up on the clock. We are seeing the usual Javokhir story, right? Up on the clock. Suddenly position has turned around. He has a clear target on e4. Rook b8 aa raha hai. Queen b6 b file khuli hui hai. And
Yeah.
counterintuitively, it feels like black is first to the attack.
And why is he thinking after g5? Like, I feel like
भाई उसने
अगली move
98
ready
मिस
होनी
कर
चाहिए
दिया।
थी. But
I
how
think
can he
उसने
miss 98? I mean, it should be an automatic move, no?
To be
Bishop यहाँ
honest,
पे c4 पे है.
like, okay, if you go back one move, right? Like when he
हाँ.
played knight c5. Like, okay, if I'm calculating, हम थोड़ा like एक move और पहले. So let's say I'm thinking about this position, right? Before I play g4. If I'm playing g4 and I see knight c5 being played, I will think कि knight वहां से इसलिए हट रहा है क्योंकि दूसरे knight को वहां पे आना है. And because that's exactly how I thought about this. So that's why I think 98 was missed. And it looks very scary.
I think fair guess, but also like candidates hai yaar. I mean, to miss 98 would be very risky. And even 97 was okay for black. But 98 definitely a strong move. And if he has missed it, I think this is gonna end not so well for Bluebaum.
And did you see the speed with which Sindarov played knight to e8? He barely took a minute and a half. So for him, it was already in his mind, like his understanding of where the pieces belong, where they need to end up, how much pressure he's putting on the clock, the speed that he's playing with makes the opponent feel कि भाई मैं किसके आगे बैठा हूँ, मेरा कोई chance भी है कि नहीं. You know, it's now not become, he's not just sort of controlling the candidates, he's controlling the psychological pace of the whole tournament, Sindarov.
Wow.
Correct.
Can we go full screen? Just want to see Bluebaum in action. I mean, and if we
Or the lack
guess the
of it.
time, जितनी देर के लिए वो कुर्सी खाली रही है सिंदारोव की, I would guess more than half the candidates. Like he's just not been there. He's been having an hour lead over his opponents. Even right now, yeah. And he's taught for a long time in this game. Even then, it's like what, a 26-minute lead on the clock. And we just started, yeah. It's still like the building up of the attack. And आगे बहुत सोचना पड़ेगा ब्लूबाम को. And black key moves, to be honest, like knight d6 is automatic. Okay, let's go deeper. So h4, knight d6, yeah, h5 moves, and then all this. How easy is this to find over the board for white? किसकी moves ज़्यादा आसान लग रही हैं basically?
I think h4, h5 is automatic because you played g4, g5. And I think इस moment पे Bluebaum starts to think okay, I missed 98, knight d6, rook b8 वगैरह looks very scary. Then your entire flow of concentration breaks. And then आपके दिमाग में कुछ भी आ सकता है. Like you can even make a blunder very, very quickly and lose the game in like an hour. It's possible. But I think if he stays with the original thought, which was to play h4, h5, then I think he's fine. And I think he should, if he plays quickly, then I think he'll find h4, h5. But even that final position, जहाँ पे एक pawn down था वो, I mean, I think it's very hard to assess this as equal. I would think only black is playing here. सीधा
Yeah.
pawn, कितना अटैक है क्वीन साइड पे. मेरा सिर्फ एक बेनिफिट है, that's the pawn on h6.
I mean, I don't think that इतना long line, linear line है ये देखने के लिए कि ये पूरा calculate कर लेंगे दोनों. I think just as easy h4, h5 is for Sindarov, knight d6, rook b8 is equally automatic to play next. The question, another problem I want to highlight, which is brewing for white, is that let's say h4, knight d6, h5, rook b8. These are the most human moves on the board. ये तो दोनों देख ही रहा है. And you know, here already there are threats of bishop d5 and bishop e4, which you have to be very careful about. Bishop e4 also, I think, works because knight takes e4, connecting the queen to b2. There's knight takes bishop. Let's just show that. For example, rook h2, I want to check if that's actually an option. Can I take bishop e4? And knight e4, knight c4?
Queen
What's the
c4,
problem?
na? Rook h2 is
Oh, actually, rook
defending.
h2 is the worst move to
Worst
have
move.
demonstrated this idea.
Rook h4 maybe, yeah? And now it works.
Yeah, let's see. So bishop e4, knight e4,
knight c4 and knight c4, yeah?
Exactly. So the problem for white that I want to bring on here is that many of us might feel you go b3 and you're saving everything, you're defending everything. But actually, even after b3, I think black is super fast with a5, a4. Maybe
Oof,
something
that
stronger, but a5, a4 just looks crushing in the position.
never push
Yeah,
pawns on the
correct.
side you way are weaker, yeah? And this looks very, very scary indeed.
You know, because of Tiku Bhai, I got another idea. If you played Rook FB8 instead of Rook AB8, जो Tiku Bhai की favorite चाल है यहाँ पे, we have an extra move as white, which is G6. And it
What's the
works.
difference?
Because f7 is soft, yeah, I'm guessing.
FG6 पे F4 नहीं मर रहा है, I'm guessing. FG6, HG6? I'm not sure, but okay, still the game carries on, yeah? But okay, very, very sharp.
Very tricky,
Yeah.
yaar. And we have the evaluation bar guiding us. We are analyzing, riffing with each other. We can take back moves, work it out whenever we want. We can switch on our engines and double check lines. The players have to navigate all of this entire labyrinth of variations by themselves on the board. The level, the danger of going wrong in such a position is extremely high.
You know, talking about danger of going wrong, it seems like Vaishali has built up a comfortable ledge against Divya. Just a brief look, because h3 ke baad b5 was played. So that was indeed Divya's plan. But look at this, the best move, calmly played by Vaishali. Rook f2, great understanding of the position, not taking on b5, opening up files and diagonals for black. Bishop a6 played, hopeful that someday this diagonal is going to open up. And now Rook c1, best move yet again played. And it seems like this is, very, very difficult for Divya now.
Yeah, I think I will stay with my. I would absolutely hate playing this position with black pieces. Because I feel like there is no plan for black. Like, it's kind of like with Divya ki jo pehle wali position thi, but actually she won that one where she played the accelerated dragon. Tanya, I'm sure you remember it from yesterday. When she played that f6 and
Anna.
it looked so, I mean, horrible
And it
to
was
play. But
horrible. Anna was
yeah,
actually dominating that entire game.
yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing is happening here. I feel okay. Pawn takes c4 taken. Of course, you
I think
capture
you're
back with the pawn.
Yes. And
Yeah.
also opening up a pathway for your queen to start attacking the sudden a5 weakness jo create hui hai. Pawn takes pawn, queen a4, hitting c6, hitting a5.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a great idea actually.
And
Is Divya
question-
maybe hoping for knight c4 type of moves because then knight d5 becomes more possible?
Yeah, my question exactly, sir. If somebody's
Vaishali
watching,
never does this. She won't play
not
knight takes pawn.
like if somebody's watching who's a beginner, not able to understand why pawn takes is better, like how would you explain it? Why is knight c4 not a good move here?
Just gives up the d5 square for the knight. I think it's just unnecessary activity for you, and it's a central outpost, and it attacks something which is the e3 pawn. So, अभी knight f6 में खाली मतलब कुछ नहीं कर रहा वो. Tiku bhai, if you have like an analogy here, it would be amazing. Like what that knight on f6 looks like before pawn takes c4 and after pawn takes c4. Like how has the future of that knight changed, Tiku bhai?
No, I think as the second of the I mean, I think I should stick to chess. I just feel like बिशप को पर्पस मिल गया एक जिंदगी में, एक मकसद मिल चुका है उसको यहाँ मारने का c4 पे, पहले कोई था ही नहीं. So now I can simply get rid of my worst placed piece, and I'm just very, very happy along with the square on d5. So yeah, it feels like knight takes c4 does seem to be a mistake, and Vaishali thinking, and of course she will take with the pawn.
I'll just add to the amazing breakdown that you guys have said. In general, the chess principle of always capturing towards the center is something one should have in mind. So the side pawns moving towards the center is always a default setting. If it's possible, it's usually good. Knight takes pawn also allows the black knight to jump to d5 and gives Divya a clear plan to go a4 at the right time because b3 is still a hook. So this would actually completely turn around the board, and I will be shocked if Vaishali goes for this. I think Vaishali will think maybe for a couple of minutes. Knight takes pawn will be a huge gift for Divya, but I think Vaishali knows that pawn takes pawn has to be the move here. You control d5, you open up your queen, you have a healthy pawn structure, and you move towards the center.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. She has a healthy time advantage as well. By the way, 16 ही चाले हुई हैं chat सिर्फ, so Divya could be facing serious time pressure. Of course, increment hai, that helps a lot. But combined with the bat position, and indeed pawn takes on the board, Vaishali seems to have a comfortable edge here. I think this will be difficult to defend, Sahaj bhai.
Difficult to defend से याद आया भाई ब्लू बॉम ने अभी तक चाल नहीं चली है. He's
Bhai,
been thinking for
he
20 minutes.
played
Bhai.
a mistake. Bishop b3 and Sindarov is a +1, +1.2 now. मेरी भाई ग्राफिक उस पे लिखना अच्छे से. आधे ही कैंडिडेट्स में धुआंधार चेस खेलने के बाद असली ट्रूथ रनर हमारे निकल चुके हैं. सिंधारोव जो कैंडिडेट जीत रहे हैं. भाई क्या चल रहा है?
What a guy, yeah. Unbelievable. Like, how with the black pieces sitting on 6.5 out of 8, he's got this position and he's going to be pushing for a win in round 10. Make that
Bhai,
6.5
actually,
out
would
of
it
9
be
still an insane score.
would it be like official अगर आज वो जीत जाता है तो, or no, still a lot of games, no? I mean,
It will.
not really.
So, I think the good way to look at this, 85% odds थे इस round से पहले, and if he wins, I think his odds definitely improve. उसके अलावा, I think कारुआना और अनीश का है, तो उनमें से भी या तो दोनों या तो ड्रॉ होगा, then of course his odds improve relatively higher, या फिर एक eliminate हो जाएगा, तो उसके odds कम हो जाएंगे, वो odds भी जाएंगे सिंधारव के पास. So it feels like if he wins, his odds will at least go up to 90 to 95%, regardless of the other results. So if he wins, I think 90% is insane. Yeah. I mean, it's over, I feel, if not mathematically, at least practically.
Yeah. I mean, in my head, it's if you win this game and you go on 7.5, it's also imagine the other players in the field, right, Sahaj? They just feel so dejected. There is such a demoralized feeling कि क्या point ही क्या है? You know, जब मैग्नस खेलता था तो लगता था भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप पहुंचने का भी point ही क्या है? Then वो गया वहां से, suddenly there was this resurgence of this wanting to fight and wanting to come back and we have a chance to become world champion. It's anyone's world championship. And then you have this guy come in and just destroy the field completely, like annihilate the field. So it's just for the others to find the motivation after a win from Sindarov with the black pieces, and this one is going to be a massive challenge. But I want to break down the problems of Bishop b3 and why it's such a bad move, Sahaj.
I mean, I do agree. It's very, very depressing. I think especially for Fabi and Hikaru, who, I mean, I'm not sure कि वो वापस खेलेंगे candidates, and I'm not sure what would be the scenario there. But yeah, definitely if Fabi was, this could be one of his like golden opportunities. Yeah, I mean, if he wins, I mean, but yeah, that didn't happen, and of course now it's just too late. And also कल का game यार Fabi को, I mean, right after the game, it just felt like Hikaru playing like Hikaru, सिर्फ Fabi के against, yeah. और किसी भी गेम में Hikaru didn't play like Hikaru. Let me just iterate that. So that's, I think, just very unlucky from Fabi's perspective.
And I want to just add to that. I mean, you know, of course, we were all rooting for Pragg and still are. But if anyone says raise your hands if you're a Fabi fan, like I would be the first one to do so. I feel that he's one player who so many of us saw going a long way in this candidates. He's also felt like the almost story of the chess world. You know, he's finished second in 2 candidates. He's won it once, equalized the match in classical against Magnus, then then lost in the tie breaks. He almost crossed Magnus in the live ratings. He was world number 2 for so many years and still is world number 2, 3 में इनका shift होता रहता है between Hikaru and Fabi. He's extremely active, has podium finishes, and in so many different formats, it's like Mr. Consistent and the almost story, you know, always the bridesmaid, never the bride sort of a situation.
Nice.
It just feels like with Fabi, somehow it's tough. It's just tough, that story, the story arc that he has. And it's heartbreaking.
This night has come up to find its bride, Tanya, and I think ये नहीं रुकेगा तो उसको मिलेगी. And this looks very, very difficult. In fact, Bishop C2 seems to be the only move for white. But I think that is Bluebaum's idea here. That's why he put the bishop on b3. And Sahaj bhai, before we go on our first break, your thoughts, and Tanya, your thoughts on how this game could move forward.
I think it's very clear that Sindarov is kind of taking over. His moves are pretty natural overall. But Tan and Tiku bhai, and chat se bhi question. If this is how the situation continues for Fabi, then do you think there is an argument to be made for Fabi to be the best player ever to not be a world champion?
I think that argument has been rampant in the chess world for a long, long time, Sahaj. And I think this candidate was the one where every tier list, Fabi was on top of it. And I actually do think that he's probably like so incredibly deserving of being a world champion. If it wasn't that he was in the Magnus era, I'm sure Fabi would have had a title under his belt by now. You know, I think that has been the story for Fabi, for Hikaru, for all these players born in the Magnus era, that they had to face Magnus Carlsen. So I completely agree with that sentiment. And it feels like this candidate, if it wasn't for Javokhir Sindarov, Fabi, imagine, would still be, with the score he has, in the hunt for that world championship challenger spot.
In fact, A5 played in a second. I saw this. That's a mistake, by the way, by Sindarov. So he should have maybe thought for longer. And I saw this meme जहाँ पे Fabi कह रहा है, अब मैग्नस चला गया, चलो let me win the candidates, और एक बंदा उसको ऐसे रोक के खड़ा होता है, उसमें नीचे टेक्स्ट लिखा होता है, some random 19-20-year-old kid stopping Fabi from winning the candidates. So yeah, chat, it's going to be very interesting. A mistake from Sindarov. So maybe an opportunity for Bluebaum. So we're going to take a very, very short break and be back on the other side with some exciting chess. Welcome back, chat. And the Sindarov domination continues. We have a couple of moves, just taking you through them very quickly. I think knight d6, bishop c2 was a nice move, but a5 जो mistake करी उसका फायदा नहीं उठा पाए Bluebaum. He had to apparently play knight b3. Tanya, but knight c4 mistake, and after knight takes c4, queen takes c4, I think bishop c6, rook f8 आ रहा है, and it does look like black has the momentum. और जो white के pawns थे कुछ कर नहीं रहे actually.
I don't know how Javokhir does it, but he's been doing it every round. I mean, it just feels like to me, Sahaj, ki somehow black has managed to get all the attack against white's king, which is castle long. Meanwhile, white के सिर्फ pawns ही है, कोई piece ही नहीं है attack में. And pawns के साथ आप checkmate नहीं कर सकते हो. Rook b8 is coming in. Look at this. They say 3 is the magical number for an attack. All of Sindarov's army. Rook, bishop, queen, knight, the other rook and the pawn on a5. All are attacking white's king. At some point, a4, a3 is also in the air. Meanwhile, for white, I just don't see Matthias having the time. Like, for example, a natural move here, rook b8. My threat is, at the right moment, I want to go bishop a6 and pick up the b2 pawn.
I can sense the struggle that Tikubhai is having when you said rook b8. क्योंकि मन तो उनका rook f8 खेलने का है भाई. We know this.
Rook f8 ही लग रहा है यार move मुझे. I don't know why.
But he knows rook a8 stronger है. But he's like, भाई मन तो rook f8 क्या कर रहा है? Tikubhai, was I right or no?
Actually, surprisingly, this is stronger this time, Sahaj bhai.
Oof, क्या बात है?
By
Tikubhai.
0.05, so not by much though. But yeah, I think Sindarov would not mind putting either of his rooks to b8. I think he's very happy either way.
But I feel in this particular position, Sahaj, rook f8 does make some sense because you want a4, a3 also, right? So imagine rook f8, b3, you're just going a4 without even thinking.
Oh, Tanya,
So I think-
b3,
yes.
b3 is the best move for white. What?
Oh, a4, b4, yeah? I wanted to say it, but I was like, थोड़ा
Oh.
danger है भाई.
Whoa.
But what are the chances you play b3 here? I mean, it's very unlikely you push that pawn, right?
भाई वैशाली ने दूसरी चाल पे खेला था.
वो तो
Also,
भाई
the queen
discussion
is
हुआ था ना भाई.
almost
ये तो
trapped, by the way. With
अकेले
b3,
सोचना
bishop a6, you have only one square for the queen. Like, queen d4 is the only square, otherwise your queen is trapped. Just want to point out.
Wow.
And now a4, I guess?
Yes. And this feels like king खुल रहा है पूरा. And white का attack कहाँ है भाई? मतलब white has no attack, like not even a resemblance of an attack. So जब ऐसा situation आती है, then you're just defending. And it's not a good situation to be in. Like, I would even just sack the pawn, trade queens. I don't know if that's holdable or not, but this looks extremely scary.
भाई यार, I agree with you, but okay, it's not lost territory yet. But ऐसी position से like I think it's for white the next few moves are much harder than for black.
By the way,
But-
another
yeah.
major update. I don't know if you agree with this, but again, Anish seems to be slightly better. Although I love the knight on f5. Just a very, very brief look. I think this was played. This was the position जहाँ पे देखा था bishop e3, fe3, b5, preventing that c4 idea. b4 takes, opening the a file. Queen b8, c4, queen b6, knight to f5. Just a rough guess. Which side do you prefer, Sahaj bhai and Tanya?
I mean, everyone knows, Sahaj, we can see the bar.
बार होता क्या है भाई? I haven't seen.
Oh yeah,
I
sorry.
don't
I have
know,
no
but I
idea.
feel like I don't know, feeling आ रही है कुछ 0.5 किसी ने कुछ कहा था अभी कुछ टाइम पहले, वही लग रहा है भाई. But can I go on a serious note? Can I like I have this idea of knight h8 and knight f7. Like optically it looks very nice because I want to
Ooh.
play g6 to kick the knight, and also my knight is better placed on f7. And कभी बाद में black को f5 break करना, I mean, at least it's nice to have that option to break on f5.
Yeah, definitely a possibility actually. And rook
अभी
e8
तो
was played though.
he's threatening bishop f5 and e4, so a very clear threat on the board. So either he's saying move your queen or move your knight, move something, so ताकि ये fork ना आए position में.
Very
But
interesting.
I think even from apart from like direct lines and threats, it's understandable why Anish is so comfortable in the position. Firstly, so many of Fabi's pawns are going to be stuck on the light squares. So long term, Anish's bishops will always have targets. Like imagine any endgame that happens, any pieces that get treated, as long as that bishop is there, Anish will have something to play for. You know, there's you can just end up being an extra pawn in an endgame. Secondly, the A and the B file, it just feels like black is winning the fight to these potentially open files. A is already open, B भी जब भी खुलेगी, दूसरा रुक भी B8 पे आ सकता है, queen already B6 पे है.
सच में कौन सा
Having
रुक
that,
खेलेंगे B8 पे?
ये तो F नहीं है ना, E वाला है, तो फिर तो E वाला ही
Oh
खेलेंगे.
no!
F वाला होता
एक
तो फिर
move
मैं
late हो
सोचता
गया.
भाई, फिर
एक
तो
move
अच्छा
late हो
सोचता.
गया.
ये थोड़ा
By the way,
कॉम्प्लिकेटेड रहता.
guys, what is not complicated is I just want to, and whenever we have the time, but Vaishali looks like she's just crushing it today, by the way. She has
Wow.
just won a pawn on c6. That last move, knight landed there with a capture, but it was voluntarily given by Divya. We left it here, and Divya retreated the knight. And
Are
Sahaj,
we?
I don't think this is a sacrifice. I don't think it's a blunder either. I just think it's a desperate position for Divya.
I don't know if it was a sacrifice. It could be possible that knight c6 के बाद she thought like rook c8 and I can cover the
a5
c4
भी तो
pawn somehow.
hanging है.
Then c4 मर गया फिर तो ठीक है ना, queen d8 knight b3 c4. But I think the problem is d5
Uh-huh.
and I queen d4 incoming. That looks very very dangerous. So I don't know if this was okay. Maybe it's not. Maybe she saw knight c6 but उसको लगा कुछ compensation है उधर. But there is no compensation as we can see.
I don't
Is there
see
some
it.
knight C5, knight D3 maybe?
भाई rook d2 rook d3 मार दूंगा उधर तो मैं. Let's go. Like that must be like something at least. Like 2 pawns. Like the bishops are just fantastic. Queen d4 incoming as well. This is GG, I feel.
I mean, I just don't even like know where Divya is going to fight for initiative. And Saj, I just want to finish one point here that d5 looks very strong, but I also think you can just take on a5. Like, why would you sacrifice this pawn on c6, seeing that a5 is hanging queen d8? Maybe I just defended with queen d2. I'm still not seeing how exactly you're recovering material. Maybe queen d2 in that position.
I think rook c8, knight a5, and then there is
Yeah.
bishop b4, I think.
Bishop b4 is maybe a better option.
Just somehow I want to take the pawn on c4. Like
Fair.
knight b3 and bishop. This I think is okay, no? Okay, c4 pawn mar gaya, then knight can sit on d5.
At
and
least
I feel
it's
okay.
compensation. Yeah.
Yeah, kuch to hai udhar.
Kuch to hai. But guys, if one of them wins today, actually is confirmed a leader going into the last remaining 4 rounds, whether it's Divya or Vaishali.
What would you prefer though? One Indian clearly
Sorry,
in the
5
lead?
rounds.
Yeah, what would you prefer though? One leader clearly in the lead or two players with like let's say I have a point deficit or in the lead? Like what would you prefer? Because एक बंदे के chances बहुत बढ़ जाएंगे.
So my heart would have wanted a draw in this game, and then for both of them to fight out 5 games, I think is a lot of games still remaining, and I would love to see both of them in the race. Yeah, so I think that would have been my ideal sort of a scenario outcome from this game. What do you think, Saj?
Agreed. But I have a follow-up question with Anil. अगर कोई जीतता है यहाँ पे तो कौन player would you prefer as a teammate, you know,
ये देखो भाई
of these
भाई साहब
फुल आग लगाने
भाई
के मोड में ऐसे पूछ रहा है यू नो इतने फीलिंग के साथ कि भाई फॉर द वेल बीइंग ऑफ यू नो इंडियन चेस से ये मेरा क्वेश्चन आ रहा है आपके लिए
लड़ाई करवा लो बस सहज को बस भाई
Full
ये क्या है
वो
भाई ये तो लिटरली
matches.
but as a former teammate, you know, like
I've been a former teammate to both of them, no, Sahaj, so I can't
Oh,
pick
exactly.
one.
Oh, अच्छा. पहला कौन था teammate? First teammate कौन था
So
आपका?
I
मतलब-
played 2 Olympiads with Vaishali, Chennai and Budapest with Divya and Vaishali both.
तो वैशाली के साथ थोड़ा like it's a longer
कोई
bond.
रोको यार इसको
लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन मे बी दैट्स व्हाई कम यू ब्लॉक हो जाएगा but yeah I think either way it could work, right? So if they draw, then dono I think will be within spitting distance of let's say grabbing the lead, and also if one loses, one wins. हारने वाले के भी chances खत्म नहीं होंगे because they will still be only 1 point behind the leader with 5 rounds to go. Of course, it will become tougher, but still possible to win. So both Indians with the chance, regardless of the result right now. But of course, I'm still not sure why knight d7 was played. Like it लग रहा है कि because she thought for just 1 minute. Played knight d7 and now has been thinking for 9 minutes. That's not a good sign.
No. especially when you've just given up a pawn. And that's a really good point you make, Sahil, because usually, obviously, knight d7 खेला है तो knight takes pawn तो देखा ही है. Then you want to come with a confident response that this is what I had in mind for a pawn sacrifice. But the more Divya thinks, the more confident Vaishali gets that black doesn't have enough here. And she's also a very strong player. I think she realizes it without that feeling also, that she's on the push here. She has a material advantage here. And like you said, even if one of them was to lose today, the leaderboard is so compressed. The margins are so tiny here. It's so bottleneck in the women's candidates that even at 4.5, whoever stays behind will have a shot. It's a matter of one game.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. And by the way, looking at all the games, it looks like Anna Muzychuk and only Vaishali. Like these are the two leaders who are kind of having a good position. I think Vaishali has the best so far, according to the bar at least. But yeah, it looks like there will be two leaders after this round if the game goes like how it's been going. By the way, Niku bhai, your favorite move was played in the Sindarov game. एक बार एक shout out तो बनता है.
ओह, रुक f8. वाह वाह, इसी के लिए मैं तड़प रहा था. Look at him shaking his head, by the way. Bluebaum just shook his head. He can't believe what's happening.
I can't believe what's happening in the candidates this year. Yeah, I'm really shook myself with everything that we're seeing being played out. And I think the probability of a Gukesh versus Sindarov World Championship match is so massive that it's not too early to have this conversation. How are we assessing that World Championship match if it was to happen?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic, yeah? I mean, especially if Sindarov maintains his form. And by the way, as discussed, b3 was not played. It felt like a tough move. Queen d4 on the board. Question mark on top of it. And now bishop c6. Only move for Sindarov. Kitne second mein khelenge wo Tanya Sahaj? What do you think?
Like it's less about the seconds, more about uska हाथ कितनी बार जाएगा वो bishop पे, you know? That's what he keeps doing.
Oh God, he's almost ready to play.
But
you're saying that it's a given कि खेलना तो है ही उन्होंने best move. बस यही question है कितनी देर में खेलेंगे.
Agreed.
Also, let's understand why he played queen d4. I think his plan is to not allow bishop takes pawn. If you go bishop takes pawn, then there is knight takes pawn, and the queen on d4 very smartly defends the b2 pawn.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that he's setting up here, and that's why we're going bishop c6. I'm guessing the point is to just provoke b3 and then you push a4. So, gai position.
And this is such simple chess, yeah. I mean, just opening the file towards, taking on b2. Koi crazy chess bhi nahi khelni. And b3 pe a4. Like the most automatic move that you play in bullet chess. And you know what? The best move here is actually b4. Or you resign.
Just to give up that pawn.
Or you resign,
and he just keeps shaking his head. He's just like, he can't believe he's gotten himself, and he's reaching for the bishop. This time he will not change his mind.
2 times.
Watch the bishop move one step forward, and there it is. Javokhir Sindarov, wherever you're sitting and watching this, I mean, you have to applaud the guy.
भाई move Sindarov खेल रहा है, दर्द फैबी और अनीश को रहा होगा अभी. मतलब हम करे तो करे क्या? कितना जीतना पड़ेगा to catch up with Sindarov? Because now they cannot reduce the lead regardless of their results. Even if they were to win, the difference will be 2 points. And जो भी हारेगा अब उनकी गेम में, he's out.
And you know what? I just realized that actually b3 is the only move here, Sahaj, because if you move that knight to e2, connecting the queen and saying, bhai, meko b3, a4 nahi allow karna, black can now take on e4.
Oh, because queen takes e4, queen b2 is mate. Oh, that's a great point.
Exactly.
So is Bluebaum lost? Is he dead lost?
And you're just winning the pawn. You don't have a way. You cannot go knight e2, bhai, क्योंकि e4 मर रहा है, b3 पे a4 आ रहा है. Matthias Bluebaum cannot stop shaking his head. What move number are we on? We are on move number 21. 21 moves. Sindarov is 20 years old, bhai. ये क्या position आई है with this margin? Unbelievable scenes here in Cyprus. God level chess खेली जा रही है. God level chess.
Knight e2 is the only best move in the position, Tanya, and even that's losing. So there is no defense. You're absolutely correct. Knight e2 get bishop e4. You just have to go for it now. That's the only way you can continue the game, or you're lost.
So and takes, queen b6, rook b6.
You said it thrice.
Yeah. Just
trade. Take, I mean.
Yeah, and just hope for the best. Yeah, and you defend this endgame. How
But I am
defendable is
also
this
hoping for
endgame?
the best after saying that. But Rugdi sir,
You're hoping for the best, Saj bhai. And my question is, ki
भाई
how
भाई भाई भाई
defendable,
भाई आग के साथ
how
खेल रहे हो आप.
how defendable is this endgame here for White?
I would have the pawn on. I would love the pawn on g3 instead of g5. Then okay, white has some chances. But with the pawn on g5, I think it's very unlikely that he will save this. The pawn is too advanced. End game में, yeah, middle game में it was an attacking resource, but in the end game it becomes a weakness. The king can reach that pawn very easily, and that f4 pawn is a big problem in the position as well.
Wow.
Do you think Gukesh is already in his mind sort of thinking that this is going to be my challenger? I should start sort of maybe not preparing actually for it, but in his head it must be a big thought, right? That
Yeah.
it's going to be Javokhir.
Very likely. In fact, he's also playing that Menorca Masters right now, and I think he plays Nihal and one more guy today. So वो दिमाग में चल रहा होगा कहीं ना कहीं उकेश के कि my challenger is likely gonna be Sindarov, and he's in great shape. And we saw that tweet from Gukesh, right? जहाँ पे उन्होंने कहा कि he's not happy with his recent performance. He wants to take a slight break from long events and work on his chess. So it's also gonna hurt a bit more कि यार मेरी form नहीं है. And he's in epic form. Like if he was doing well, he wouldn't care and he'd be excited for the challenge, I think. So this is going to be a tough challenge for Mukesh regardless.
And adding to what you just said, it was the tweet which mentioned that because of that, Gukesh has decided to withdraw from Grand Chess Tour and will only take part as a wildcard in the Rapid and Blitz event. And you know who replaces him in the Grand Chess Tour? It's Javokhir Sindarov.
Oof. By b3 finally on the board.
Oh, that's
and
a
now
mistake.
a4 incoming, blue arrow.
Bhai.
That's lost now, officially, objectively at least. And of course, you don't want to give that pawn and head off to the endgame. You're like, okay, I'm lost anyways. At least let my opponent play one more best move. But
I mean,
he's gonna play.
Javokhir made so many fans during the World Cup, his run in India in 2025. He gained over 50 points in the year as he made his way towards this candidates. I think what he's shown over the board, also his personality during the interviews and everything in Cyprus, he's just won a lot of hearts on the board and off the board, Sindarov.
Tanya, मेरा दिमाग ना corrupt हो गया. When you said he's won so many fans, he's gained over 50. I was about to think 50K followers on Instagram.
But bhai, 50 rating आपने बोला, उसका आधा 25 is something he has gained in this event alone. Not counting the win. Not counting the win against Bluebaum, जो अभी मतलब it looks like a very big possibility. Not counting that win, he's currently plus 25. So this man is not stopping.
Wow.
मैंने सुना तो था कि one can farm rating to get to the candidates, but I'd never heard of farming rating at the candidates.
Oof.
भाई बस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मेरा ट्रेंड कंटिन्यू कर दे इज माय वरी. यहाँ तक तो तब भी ठीक था. And Gukesh must be ready for this strong challenge.
I think that World Championship match just completely depends on the form in which I think it's so important for Gukesh to find back his form, to find back his confidence before that match happens. And if that was the case, if we see Gukesh of 2024 to come back, what a massive fight it would be. And that would be a fantastic World Championship. But I think it's super important that we see the Gukesh of 24 and not the 25.
So I have a question actually. So before the World Championship, let's assume Sindarov is winning. We're going to have the Olympiad also. And now if we check the ratings, as you mentioned, he's gained a bunch of rating. He's already 2770. Nodirbek is 2780. So a 10-point difference. There could be a scenario ki jahan Sindarov just overtakes Nodirbek. Like he's going to gain 4 points today itself. So just 6 tournament behind. Yeah. By the time the tournament ends, it might be already, you might have crossed him. We could have like Gukesh versus Sindarov on board one of the Olympiad. That could be a possibility.
I don't know. I feel like Uzbekistan and India are different in this sense. Like, of course, Gukesh is the world champion, but I don't think like Gukesh was a standalone like number one player like throughout the year, as opposed to Nodirbek for Uzbekistan, who has been the number one player for I think, quite a number of years now, and only now Sindarov is catching up. To that point. Of course, वहाँ पे भी एक नॉर्दर्बेक देख तो रहा होगा कि भाई इसके am I going to be number 2 now? So that's going to be very interesting to see. But coming back to your point, I'm not sure if Sindarov plays board 1, because I feel Norderbeck has been playing board 1 forever, yeah, and he has more experience playing the Olympiad. So I don't know. It will be a very interesting to see board 1, board 2 पे कौन खेलता है. But yeah, दोनों 2780 होंगे, ये तो पक्का है.
मजा आएगा भाई देखने में. वो भी एक राइवलरी बिल्डअप हो रही है उज़्बेक नंबर 1 एंड 2 के लिए, या सो इट्स गोना बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी दैट वन. एंड मीनवाइल Sindarov taking his time.
But
for
it's not just these two players. I actually think the India-Uzbekistan rivalry is sort of just going to be there for the next decade or so. Feels like the new superpowers in chess with this younger generation. You named Norderbeck, you named Sindarov, but there are a bunch of others, including Norderbeck, Yakubayev as well. Let's not forget that this was the team of the youngsters that won the gold medal in Chennai 22, and then India went on to win in 24. So already, I think over the last 2-3 years, we've seen this storyline of this golden generation of Indian chess versus the golden generation of Uzbekistan chess. And I think if we get a world championship clash against these two, that will be sort of the culminating point of that. But it will just be the start of the chapter. It sort of reminisce of like, let's say, the Soviet versus USA or the Soviet era, where there were so many players. But that's not the case right now anymore. I think India and Uzbekistan, of course, there are the Turkish youngsters as well, and so many names. There's Faustino Oro, Yaz. But I feel like that's one generation younger than what we have right now with these. And the India versus Uzbekistan rivalry, the chapters are just getting started in that.
I'm taking a look at the Uzbekistan top 5 players. So there's Norderbeck, then there is Sindarov, दोनों 2770-80 के करीब. Then there is Yakuboyev, who he already mentioned. Then there is Vokhidov Shamsuddin, जो last year भी खेला था, 2660. Then there is Madaminov, जो इसका second है Sindarov का for World Cup and this. And then उसके नीचे, that this is the name that I want you guys to really focus on, Suyarov Muhammadzokhid. He is born in 2009. Again, 2009.
Wow.
And 2550 के करीब, अभी कुछ उसने 20-25 पॉइंट बढ़ा है किसी ओपन इवेंट में. He's 2514 right now, and he's 2550 live rating. So like the depth is crazy of this team.
Yeah. कोई दिख रहा है 5 times टिक्कू's age. अरे ये क्या है भाई? मेरी क्यों बेइज्जती है फालतू for no reason? ये क्या गजब बेइज्जती है भाई? But anyways,
guys,
hitting 5 times नहीं है भाई.
Does he play A4? Does Javokhir go A4 in this situation?
100%. I mean, itna, you've said A, you've said B. I think you have to say C now.
You've also said C with the bishop on C6.
True. Then maybe say A now. I don't know.
A भी also क्योंकि रुक 8 पे रहा ना.
Yeah.
हाँ, तो B और C बोल दिया है, बस A बोलना है भाई. Let's go.
Also, it's the most natural move in the position. I genuinely think that what Sindarov is calculating is the line that Sahaj earlier mentioned, that if the pawn is given on B4 and this endgame that will follow up on it, is that the best that he can squeeze out of this position?
And this is dead loss. If I had to evaluate, I will say this is just dead loss for white. Not only you are down a pawn, but that pawn on E4 and pawn on F4 is just about to get taken as well.
भाई अभी Matthias Bluebaum ने वासी मारी.
Okay, that came out of nowhere. I was like shocked for a second.
Why? What else is he supposed to do? भाई बोर हो रहा है अब ये मतलब सिंडारोव का परफॉर्मेंस देख के बोर हो रहे हैं भाई. What is this?
भाई क्रिकेट वर्ल्ड कप का फाइनल याद आ रहा है मुझे यार. इट वाज लाइक ऐसे बैटिंग में इतना मजा आ रहा था, एंड देन बॉलिंग में न्यूजीलैंड कुछ कर ही नहीं पाया, लाइक व्हेन दे वर बैटिंग. सो इट वाज नॉट फन टू सी दैट विन. ऐसी फीलिंग है. एंड इस टाइम पे तो इंडियंस जीत भी नहीं रहे, सो इट्स नॉट इवन एटलीस्ट कि चलो अपने पास आ रहा है. सो सिंदारोव जस्ट टीम रोलिंग हियर everybody in the event. And
let's bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick roundup of all our 8 boards. Should we do that?
For sure.
And
take
there
us to the
we
games.
see Sahaj, do you want to begin?
Yeah, sure. I can take the top 4. So top left with Bluebaum versus Sindarov, we did already a deep dive in it. A4 के बाद Sindarov is completely winning. Fabi versus Giri, I think this is a bit more complex, but looks like Anish is the one who's pushing. He's just offered a knight trade. And I don't like trading that knight. I would like knight h8, knight f7 just to keep more pieces on the board because black has a better structure and there's more possibilities of a breakthrough like f5 and c6 and so on. So yeah, slight preference to Giri, maybe even slightly more for Giri. And then between Pragg and Wei Yi, bhai, I think ab to draw puchne ka waqt aa gaya because I don't see any player kind of pushing this anymore. I know the queen is on h5. Looks like there is some attack, but as Tanya pointed out, कि attack के लिए 3 pieces चाहिए होते हैं भाई. And by the way, look at this.
My
Bluebaum blundered.
God, the game is over. Tata, finish. Bye bye. ये क्या हो गया भाई? Because after a4, no b4, he just takes on a4. And this means the game is objectively over. Tanya, ये क्या हो गया? खत्म.
And I'm trying to understand why is this so over because knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and still b2, b1 are covered by white. The queen defends the b2 square, the bishop defends the b1 square. Sehaj, where is the knockout here? I'm trying to work this out. Have you spotted it?
I'm also trying to spot it, but I saw it on my screen that after knight a4, computer is saying queen takes queen is better.
What?
That just shows how bad this is, bhai. Computer keh raha hai, piece de do, bachao apna king. But okay, there must be something tactical here, or yes, queen b7 or something looks good. Even rook a4 is incoming as well. Ye to mate hi hai. Rook a4 incoming next move, or bishop a4. But yeah, queen b6 is what the computer recommends there after knight a4.
Oh, because bishop takes pawn is super strong. Now that there's no queen trade, you just take that pawn on a4 next and deflect one of the key defenders from either b2 or b1, and the queen is infiltrating. Javokhir Sindarov, will he find this idea? Queen b7 is not the easiest spot though.
But I think the form is in.
You can go queen a5 maybe. Yeah, is that really a big difference, Tikubai? If I go queen a5 here, I just don't want to trade the queens.
I think the problem is फिर से जब मारोगे, then you kind of become forced, right? Because to trade the queens, I think. Like how do you take on
वो भी तो lost ही होगी. Like after bishop a5, that must be lost as well.
That's also lost for sure. But I think if Sindarov is in Sindarov form as he is right now,
he will play queen b7.
He will find queen b7. But even this is winning. Agreed.
But the thing is, the queen and the rook lined up, he definitely sees it. He definitely sees that bhai wo a4 pawn already destroy ho chuka hai. This is the live board right now. Knight takes pawn under immense pressure. Matthias Bluebaum and Javokhir Sindarov getting ready. Will he make the knockout move, trade the knight, and just calmly and as a cool customer put his queen on b7 and win the game? This would be his... it takes a little bit of a counting right now because there have been so many. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His 6th win of the candidates if he gets it in the bag.
The most ever by anyone in modern chess.
With still 5 games to go. Bhai, बाकी 5 opponent काप रहे होंगे सिंदारोव की. By the way, अगला ही Pragg है. So let's see what happens then. But he's about to play. He was about to pick up that knight on a4. रुक से मार दो भाई. कुछ तो चांस मिलेगा यार.
भाई prediction OP या मतलब कहा ही था मैंने एक win होगा उसके बाद he's gonna slow down.
सहज भाई
अच्छा,
मतलब
my memories has a little different version of that, Sahaj.
Okay. I see. कोई नहीं भूल जाते हैं कभी.
Age is catching
क्या
up.
कहता है क्या कहता है वो कि कभी जवानी में कोई गलती की होगी तूने. Remember that?
I don't know.
This is from Dhurandhar. This is a quote from Dhurandhar.
It was hilarious. But okay,
he's reaching out. He's about to play it. The queen is attacked, the knight is attacked. The only other move he can be looking at is bishop takes knight, which also makes some sense. But knight takes knight, you calculate, you open up the B line. And guys, it's in... He does it. Of course he does it.
Wow.
Javokhir Sindarov does not miss a single move this candidates. Beast he is.
Oh, he's going for bishop a4 or what?
Oh,
wait,
okay.
what?
Just as we said. And he captures it immediately.
Wait, that's a big blunder. What?
Queen b6 miss किया क्या उसने? Queen b6, rook
कैसे?
b6, bishop a4, rook a4, rook d8 is mate. My prophecy was correct. Let's go. Man.
Okay, wait.
Never doubt yourself, chat. Never ever doubt yourself. Let's go.
Wait. Queen takes queen. You can't take with the rook. We have to show that line. If you could take with the rook, you're very happy. But the problem is takes and rook d8 is checkmate.
मेट
अगर
भाई
ये
यही
मेट हो
होना
गई
है.
ना, अगर
खत्म.
ये मेट हो गई तो चैट को भाई 10 डायमंड मेंबरशिप मेरी तरफ से आज ही, बट ये तो शायद नहीं होगी. सो ये, आई मीन, एंड इफ पॉन टेक्स
Then bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, and it's an equal endgame.
ये तो मच इजियर है ना बचाना, क्योंकि आपका पॉन b6 पे एंड दैट रुक इज नो लॉन्गर ऑन एन
भाई
ओपन फाइल.
इतनी सारी अच्छाइयां करके इतना बोल के भाई क्या बीस्ट है, एक मूव नहीं मिस कर रहा है, क्या क्रेजी चेस खेल रहा है, विन इनकमिंग,
I'll
जस्ट
tell you,
बिशप टेक्स pawn.
we have all, the history has just, like, all the people have just witnessed what is blue bomb effect. This is blue bomb effect right here.
I mean, and of
मैं
course he
बता
plays
रहा हूँ
queen
भाई.
takes queen. Yeah, I agree.
Why?
The blue arrow is there. Blue bomb is on the board.
So, I mean, whatever Bluebaum, I don't is doing at the candidates, I don't know, but it's worked twice. So clearly has the intended result. But
भाई
what a shocker.
हम पार्टी बहुत जल्दी बदलते हैं. अभी तक तो जावोखीर के बारे में बोल रहे थे क्या क्रेजी है, क्या सब कुछ किया है, और फिर अब यहाँ पे ब्लू बॉम्ब इफेक्ट. भाई ब्लू बॉम्ब.
बट सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर था, एक ही बंदा था जिसने शुरुआत से कहा था कि ब्लू बॉम्ब का इफेक्ट आएगा आज. उस बंदे ने 10 मिनट पहले अपना
वो बंदा यहाँ तो नहीं बैठा हुआ.
आई रियली विश मैंने वो ना बोला होता.
वो बंदा यहाँ नहीं बैठा हुआ, लेकिन clearly. But meanwhile, just going through this variation, queen takes, c takes, very important. Apparently taking is still wrong because I think there's a double attack on e4 and a2. So Bluebaum has to play bishop b3, the only move. And now takes and rook a2. Is this position still risky for Bluebaum, or do you think this is holdable now? Sahaj bhai and Tanya.
Like, in comparison to what it was like 2 moves ago, I would say I would welcome this position with open arms. This is so nice, I would say, for Bluebaum, and but still slight risk. I feel like कहीं ना कहीं पे एक pawn मर जाएगा Bluebaum का, like somehow, and the end game should be a draw, like a theoretical draw. That's the feeling I'm getting. But is it a precise move even now, Tiku bhai, or can I just go king b1? Oh, queen d6 played, by the way.
Oh, wow. What a comeback, yeah?
That moment that Javokhir rushed with this decision. And of course, at the start of the game, I think had anyone said equal position, you draw without any problems, he probably would have been very happy with the black pieces. But his huge opportunity, and just this one moment, had he just paused, had he just thought for 3-4 minutes over there, I have no doubts he would have just removed his queen from there. He played bishop takes knight so quickly, so incredible fast, giving away a chunk of his advantage. The confidence with which he's playing, to me, Saj, it feels like he's just happy to go into a position which he believes is one for 2 results. And that was his aim. He's sticking to plan.
But okay, kind of like, okay, maybe he's playing a bit fast and it could just be an oversight. But yeah, I think when he goes back and checks the game, I think he will be a bit, let's say, disappointed that he played this, queen bishop takes a4 in the game. So by the way, एक line है यहाँ पे, bishop b3 takes rook a2 के बाद, there is a nice sequence that white must see, which is king b1, rook a8, and I think it's rook d8 check. This is critical. And अब जो वो g5 का pawn बैठा है, that pawn is a genius because at least you can put some back rank problems. Like h6, f6 आसानी से नहीं आ रहा है position में.
But, I have a question. So now Sindarov, let's say he draws this. It looks like he's messed it up. And if Fabio Anish were to win, like catch up by half a point, थोड़ा 1.5 point difference रहेगा, it's going to affect him a bit though psychologically, right? Because he could have sealed the tournament just right now. Now he has to fight off another game and kal Pragg hai. Then he has Pragg, Fabi, Hikaru back to back to back. Like this feels like he could have ended the tournament just now and it's going to have a psychological impact. Tanya, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I think a win today against Matthias would have been basically shutting the door on the candidates. But if this draws and the other players who are on 4.5 are able to get a win with a 1.5 point margin and sort of compressing just slightly there, I'm still saying huge favorite Sindarov, but the candidates will breathe. It will continue. The fight will continue. And Matthias is continuing to fight. He finds the best move in the position. Bishop to b3 khela gaya hai. Sindarov continues with the speed. And now he's going to go and bring his rook to the second rank. It's like he's calculated this entire line. He's going for this sequence of moves. So he had a plan. He's sticking to it. Now, will he double up the rook on the second rank? Or does he move the rook away, maybe attacking the e4 pawn, rook e2 or rook f2 or two other candidate moves that come to mind?
Rook e2 mein, I think I have rook d4. I'm more worried about rook f2. And I really hope the move is not rook e1. Oh, actually it is rook e1, yeah? Rook d1.
Yeah.
Just make a draw like this. Rook f2 pe rook f1.
So,
df1.
Sahaj, what I understand from this line, from your rook d8 check, is that it's essential for white to trade one pair of rooks in this endgame. By the way, he's reaching for the rook. I think he'll play rook b8. He's
Yeah,
going
and
for
then rook
it.
d8 check incoming. Only move kya Tiku bhai? Is there something else there?
I think he can play rook e2, but it's all a draw. You just have to chase
No, I
the
mean for
rook.
white.
Agreed.
After rook a8, I mean for white.
So after rook a8, yes, rook d8 is the cleanest. And let's put it that way. It's the cleanest way for white to get equality, because equality kahin pe bhi hai nahi, but this is the closest you can get.
Yeah, but rook a8, and you know what? I think Sindarov spots it now. Rook a8, he slows down. He was a little hesitant. He sees this tactic with rook d8. Absolutely essential ki bhai, ek pair of rooks is gone off the board. Sindarov goes off the board. But it all comes down to that one moment. Had he just moved his queen, by now the game would have been over, is the feeling that we all have. He would have been checkmating Matthias Bluebaum.
Bhai, Bluebaum effect. I think that's a good categorization of this. What just happened? I think पिछली बार draw हुआ, इस बार draw हुआ, and everybody in the tournament is happy. I think with this result, apart from Sindarov. But of course, a draw still gets him half a point, and he's still the one pushing. And okay, I have a question. So अगर यहाँ पे 100 गेम ये लोग खेलते हैं, कितनी गेम्स हैं जो ब्लैक एक्चुअली जीतेगा? व्हाइट तो assuming cannot win this, but कितनी गेम्स ब्लैक जीतेगा, कितनी गेम ड्रॉ होंगी?
White से कौन खेल रहा है?
White से Bluebaum, black से Sindarov, same players.
Same time, same players?
Yeah, everything is the same.
I think draw hoga bhai then. Like I
100 की 100
find it
games
very
में.
hard to. I
100
feel
की 100
like
games में.
very. Okay, that's a tough question, but I still feel draw hoga. Like 90-95 games should be a draw, yeah. I mean, I only see Bluebaum losing if they have they're playing blitz or something along those lines.
Fair.
It's actually very instructive how important it is for white to trade off the rooks in this position. And the reason for that is that otherwise you're just completely tied down. The d1 rook cannot infiltrate anywhere else because rook a1 check ke saath h1 hanging hai. If you wait as white, let's say you make a move like h4 in the position, black will have the option to start doubling up on this second rank by either attacking f4, you'll need to create some luft. Rook f2 ideas are there. You could also start, maybe something stronger is there like rook a1 check, but I would be very tempted to go either rook f2 or create a luft for the king. Maybe rook f2 first.
Rook f2 is nice, but you can't play rook a2 right now. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Because back rank mein issues hain, so maybe rook f1 or something, and I will still trade the rooks. But Tanya, like just adding on to your point, if you played rook a1 check here, I'm not sure if it's Sindarov who's playing for a win anymore. Because that pawn on b6 is isolated and my king is a lot closer. The एक वो second rank चला गया ना, तो now it's Bluebaum who pushes.
I don't want to play rook a1 check for sure, allowing the king up. That is not something that I think I'd want to do unless the line works in my favor. If not, if I take a moment to make a move like g6 after h4, let's say, but white will still have rook d8 check, right?
Or I can play h5 also, no? h5, gh5, rook h5, rook a1 check is there. That doesn't work. The d1 rook
but
will
rook
fall.
d8 check does work though. Like how does this change though after inclusion of h4 and g6?
Maybe now rook d2 and rook f2 and your f4 pawn is falling.
Comes here. Now do I go with the king or do I bring the rook? I'm not sure.
By the way, he's made a decision and it is not to give a check. He's gone for f5. So Bluebaum might get his chance in this endgame, because actually what I didn't like about f5 was pawn takes pawn and rook a5. And I'm now keeping my both rooks on the board and I'm playing against the weaknesses on the king side.
Rook f1 then? g6 I guess. g6 में I'll take play h4. वो तो बच जाऊंगा मैं. f5 I'm not sure why this is bad. Is f5 a good move as well, Tiku bhai?
No, I saw
Or
the
is there
bar go
something?
down.
Apparently against most of White's moves, like in this position or even after, rook moving to the F file or whatever, the best move is somehow H5, just to
Makes
give that
sense.
luft. And if you take, then this opens up. My king is now safe. And now I can basically go this, or whatever I have to do. So H5 apparently is a good move in multiple cases. Even here, for example, just not taking here, just directly H5 seems to be the best option for Sindarov.
So G6, check. No, I'm guessing EFI. No, check and then F6 is possible, no?
Let's say G1 check, king F8, and where do you want to
F8
go
पे
now?
नहीं, रुको F8 पे pawn takes pawn and rook F1 check. ये तो draw होना चाहिए.
हाँ, I think most positions are draw only, but I think
Yeah.
basically this is the
नहीं,
best
रुक
option
दूसरा
that.
वाला भाई, रुक
अच्छा,
DF1
दूसरा
है.
वाला रुक्स
But
का वाला
Sahaj,
थोड़ा
I
coordination
think
का.
Sahaj, I think this rook pawn ending will go on for a while, and it is too nuanced in a way
Yeah.
that I think draw is the most likely outcome in this one. I really want to go to the Divya Vaishali game because वहाँ पे checkmate in one threaten हुआ हुआ है. So I think a very different dynamic from there. Queen and bishop की
Wait.
battery लग चुकी है. Let's just take it from where we left it last. And here Vaishali played d5. She found the best move. Knight jumped forward. And now queen to d4. Queen takes pawn is a massive threat.
Okay, what was the best move, for example? Apparently it was bishop a3 here, just to pin that knight. That's very hard to find, yeah, because ये इतना tempting लग रहा है just to set up this mate and use this diagonal.
And bishop a3 is anyways coming next. Oh,
Yeah.
the difference is, you know what? That bishop a3, you'll have knight b3 now. So for example, rook f7. And Vaishali might be thinking that after bishop a3, you're winning a piece. But there are tactics now on the board where I want to go knight b3 and win that bishop on a3. Is that possible?
फिर knight d3 also is.
Ooh, just takes apparently is very strong.
अच्छा pawn है ना. Vaishali
yeah,
still a
yeah,
pawn
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
वो मैं भी भूल गया था.
But
Knight
So
d3
maybe knight
possible
b3.
is
working. Knight d3 is working though, yes.
I'm
Yeah.
taking this position. Bishop d6, knight c1. Okay, like it's so much
Yeah.
initiative for white. Dark squares. Look at that boss of a knight.
Yeah.
भाई
And
मैं तो यहीं पे resign कर दूँ.
the big difference is that the white queen is on d4. In that line, white queen was on d1. So bishop a3, bishop a3 and knight d3 was not working because d6 bishop is hanging.
So very interesting. And this is the live position. There's only one move for Divya. Okay, queen d7 also, but slightly worse. Rook f7, the best way to play here. And
Rook
she has
f7 to you play.
8 minutes, by the way, to play
Oh,
21
wow.
moves with
But
increment,
there's
of course.
increment. There's increment,
But
yes.
still worrying, I think.
Yeah.
Very hard to play the best chess when you have no time on the clock. It's dropping to under 8 minutes now and looks a bit risky.
This is getting under blitz territory almost for Divya. And the problem is, that the position is very complicated. Every move is a high responsibility move as black. You're down a pawn. You're facing a knight on c6, a battery of the queen and bishop. Divya is in big trouble, this one. Even if queen d4 was an inaccuracy, it doesn't matter.
Of course, I mean, it's very hard to make moves with 7.5 minutes when there are so many pieces on the board, because the likelihood of missing some, some side tactic here and there is very, very high. And because Vaishali has those 24 minutes, she can sense the moment and then she can stop and, okay, यहाँ पे मेरे को calculate करना. Of course, Divya can also calculate those, but she just doesn't have enough time to do so.
Yeah. And 7.5 minutes worth, 8 minutes worth is now just below 7 minutes. The time pressure is indeed real. Also, I think just a brief look maybe at the Pragg game, just a 10-second look. Has something changed here? Because I do see a plan of rook d3, rook h3, and just take on h7. Like, how is black defending against this?
H6
That's a
है ना मेरे
great
पास.
question.
But still, yeah, maybe rook g3 then, and I am threatening to take on h6. Maybe knight e4 at some point becomes an option.
I wonder if you're instead, because the thing is, after rook d3, I don't believe in g6. Giving away an f6 square for the white knight just looks extremely dangerous. So if not g6, it has to be h6.
No, it's crazy actually. If we go back like a couple of moves, it looks like black has completely equalized the position. And
It's realistic,
suddenly you
no?
get this queen h5, e5, and then white ke chances. But एक pawn, की position just एक घर change हुई है, and like you suddenly the position just completely opens up, and it's e5, yeah.
Yeah, this queen b4 move was not the best, and this is the current position.
This
Even
is
f4
definite
apparently.
pressure.
Yeah.
f4 maybe knight d4.
f4 knight d4 indeed. I think this was the Indian second preference, and now knight e4 is apparently strong.
What is the first preference of the engine then?
First is rook d3.
Oh, okay.
The one I mentioned. And also, like after this, for example, f4, knight d4, knight e4, the only move for black is bishop b5.
Okay, knight b3, there's knight g5, no? Knight
Yeah,
takes
and knight
bishop.
g5 anyways, by the way. Knight g5
okay.
anyways. So this is bishop
f7,
f1.
f7.
This is crazy.
Queen f7 मारो ना पहले. अच्छा नहीं, check नहीं है. Sorry, my bad. That's usually the motive you see. You check and you come back, and I confuse it too.
And look at this. Knight b3, don't even take the knight. Check here and takes on g7. And this is the position. So it could be a mess on the board very, very soon. These are angel lines, chat, but this could totally happen because the plan is similar. Yeah, rook d3 is rook lift, very, very logical. Let's see what happens.
No, rook d3 and f4 are the two moves that I think everyone is thinking about in this position, because all of black's like pieces are on the queen side, right? So it has to be the king side attack.
Yeah.
I don't know if you would be considering, yeah, rook. It has to, bishop c2 just doesn't make that much sense right now to me.
Also a decent
g6.
move. G6.
I thought g6 I'm always happy positionally because of knight e4 ideas.
Yeah, I actually kind of miscalculated because I was thinking I have h6 takes and knight e5, but maybe you can go something like queen e3. I don't know, just keep your pawn. ये भी ठीक है क्या white के लिए?
Yeah, knight e4 is coming.
is
You know,
just
knight e4 is
winning.
so dangerous. Knight g5, knight f6.
Yeah, you're right. Knight
Why
g4
is
also.
Vidit winning क्यों बोल रही है chat?
Vidit winning?
Vidit कहाँ खेल रहा है भाई?
My Vidit YouTube पे खेल रहा है. He's been putting out amazing recaps, by the way, of the candidates. It's been like with some amazing analysis.
Yeah. By the way, chat, so I think Pragg with some chances, and let's keep in mind, if he even draws today, his 0.2% chances will drop to 0. So to maintain it, he needs to win this one. Let's see what happens. And kiss game pe jayam, Sahaj bhai.
Divya just played, by the way, rook f6.
I think we should go to Divya's game because it's also time pressure for her. She's under pressure right now, and both of these players are leading the candidates right now. So a win at this point would be huge for Vaishali.
And she plays rook f6, not rook f7.
It makes more sense probably logically, because you can also play rook g6 to attack the g3 pawn. It's easier to justify to yourself. And now I think the plan is knight d3. So I think I'll go rook d2, and I'm provoking you by knight d3 khelo, and I'll just take it. Is this? Yeah, it's good, no? Knight d3, rook d3.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I want to take the pawn on d3. Like, कुछ कर नहीं रहा वो मेरे लिए. c5 is good. तो winning हो गया ना तो borderline. Yeah, it's winning.
This is just gone. बहुत खतरनाक.
You know what Vaishali is calculating, if I know her a little bit in this position that we have? She is such a direct player, and she's somebody who is so much tuned into tactics. And I would guess that the first line that she's checking is bishop to a3 after rook f6, because there is a difference placing the rook on f6 and f7, and I want to demonstrate that. The line that you said can also happen, Saj. With bishop a3, now knight d3, I'm not sure if it's that strong. Because bishop takes bishop, knight takes rook, and there's knight e7 check, which would not have been possible if the rook was on f7.
Very nice find, I think. Very nice find.
And it's winning. Completely winning, actually. So, bishop a3.
Okay, she's gone for another idea, though.
She's gone for your idea. No, she played rook d2. Okay, she's going for my idea. Let's go. Knight d3, rook d3. Sacrifice the rook.
She's going for the sacrifice. Let's go.
Maybe Divya doesn't play knight d3 then, but is there an option?
No, because bishop a3 is in the air. It's really something that you're always thinking about. I think you can't live with this tension. Divya will go knight d3. She's anyway suffering. She'll be like, at least give me an exchange for that suffering.
And 5 minutes for her, by the way, to play 20 moves. Chat looks extremely difficult to hold this one. She did, survive yesterday somehow. But this one looks indeed difficult.
I feel like Vaishali should win this. Like looking at the time, looking at the position, I feel like this is exactly the type of game you convert at that level.
And Vaishali has had two back-to-back wins in rounds 6 and 7, taking down Lagno and Tan Zhongyi. Yesterday, she drew her game. So, winning this with the white pieces, she's guaranteed being in the lead going into round 10. This would be her third win of the event. And there's something about the candidates and sort of the second half momentum and Vaishali. So, who knows where that will take
Yeah,
her?
true. Actually, good point. And actually, Kalbi Vaishali was the one pressing against Bibisara, that too with the black pieces. So I think she has found she's pulling a Hikaru basically, second half mein. And
Except from the
yeah,
top of the table, Sahaj.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
But I was
Louisiana.
thinking in Candidates 2024, the end that we had with 4 players in the race. Chat last round tha Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and Gukesh. In charo mein se, anyone could have won the candidates, and the way it was that these 4 players were playing against each other. By the way, we do have a decision from Divya. She doesn't allow the sacrifice. She goes Rook G6, and again, Bishop A3 to me just feels like it's screaming to be played at some point.
Yeah, that is the best move indeed, and a very, very strong one.
Pawn to
Even
बचा
this-
लो, King H2.
Yeah, King H2.
मैंने तो भूल भी गई उस pawn के बारे में. I didn't even notice it. I'm like मेरे को C5
Actually,
का
फर्क ही नहीं
knight.
पड़ता भाई, ले लो pawn. Bishop A3, let's go. I like both actually. It's such a pleasant position for Vaishali.
But also King H2 का ये है कि जल्दी खेलो and put Divya under pressure again. So what's your plan now? Because Rook G3
King
is a
H2.
target, right? There's one
It's super
target.
classy. It's like really being making your opponent suffer move is King to H2. And Bishop A3 just feels very direct, but King H2 is like that. I am enjoying my position so much. I just wanted to finish by saying that, last candidates, last round tak kuch nahi pata tha, and coming into this candidates, I really wanted, like Hikaru to be in the race till the end. We know that the tournament is always exciting with him fighting for that top spot. And I thought Hikaru, Fabi are the 2 players who will make it till the end for sure to be in the mix. And King H2 played by Vaishali. She is definitely enjoying this position against Divya. 4.5 minutes on the clock, full pressure, and the clock is not even Divya's biggest problem.
And Tanya, to your point about Hikaru, technically he is still in the race. Like he can still pull it off if he can pull off a Sindarov. He is pushing against Esipenko even now. But आज जीतना compulsory है. So आज anybody who's still in the race has to win. तभी I think results के chances बहुत बहुत high. Do not go anywhere. Chat stream like करो because मुझे लग रहा है बहुत जल्दी blunders देखने को मिलेंगे. Not just in this game but in multiple.
Yeah, and by the way, some updates on the Sindarov board. He has gone for Tanya's choice actually with Rook F5. I remember Tanya was mentioning this, and then Rook F1 hua board pe, and then he plays G6. Tablash incoming.
Tablash incoming, but how?
Takes H4, no? Bach gaya pawn.
And no good way for black to get both the rooks in. And Rook D7 is not possible because of Rook A1. But how am
I think
yeah,
आप Rook
this is-
A2 खेलोगे, and then Rook D8 check and okay.
Rook D8 check, Rook D8, Rook D2. Oh, okay. Yeah, he's going for your line, Sahaj.
Yeah, this will finish soon, I feel.
I wonder if Sindarov realizes, or it's even in his mind, this missed opportunity, or he's just happy with this result. He knows that sort of the job is cut up for him, ki draw karna hai, and that's more than enough.
Bhai.
And he found, yes.
Really sorry to interrupt, but Wei has made a big mistake apparently. Queen to
Let's
F4.
go, bhai.
Oh,
Rook
lovely.
D3, Queen F4, desperately hoping for a queen trade maybe, but now Rook F3 seems to be a move which gives white a
F7.
huge edge.
F7
how?
is going. He wants to go queen
how
takes
do you
pawn,
miss
queen takes
that?
pawn. No, he wants to take on E5. Maybe he just feels like that's fine. Can we see it? Rook F3.
Yeah, can we go full screen maybe, or do you want to stick to the board? What do you think?
Let's just stick to the board because we need to
okay.
understand why is this so strong for white.
Okay,
But the
check,
pawn
king
on
H8.
E6 just weak forever. Golden pawn दे दिया आपने मतलब. That's the reason. Rook E3 is good, I feel.
तुम्हारा course कब आ रहा है golden pawn पे?
Good
That's
idea
a
actually.
nice idea. I
है ना?
love that
Great idea.
I want some
Aye.
commission on it, okay?
Oh,
Never
oh,
push
done,
the-
done. वीडियो कर देना प्लीज थोड़ा व्यू थोड़े मतलब लोग खरीदेंगे भी फिर By the way, knight d3 played in Divya's board, rook takes d3. It was a sacrifice. I
Wow.
believe that was a brilliancy. So Vaishali is about to win.
Okay, just 1 second look to Vaishali's game. By the way, it has been played. It was a brilliancy, and now c5 played. So Divya definitely struggling and jumping back to the Pragg game quickly. Queen f4. Just to point out, rook f3, queen e5, queen f7. Apparently, there's only one move in the position that is better
Whoa.
for white.
Okay, let's try and think. Can we think?
Huh.
Can you before you give us the
Yes.
move?
And by the way, we have a super chat from Shaka Hari. You try are the best when it comes to serious chess. Kudos to bringing more audience. Would be happy to see you guys more and more. Thanks a lot for the super chat and the kind
you.
words.
Okay,
Thank you,
only
thank you.
one move you said here.
It's nothing fancy,
Rook
but
e3.
it's a strategic move.
Rook e3, queen f6. I wasn't sure.
Queen h5.
Okay,
Oh,
rook
by the way,
f3
it's
on the
happening.
board, guys. Praggnanandhaa has
Yeah.
gone for it. Rook f3 khela gaya hai. We'll see this line being played out. Whatever is that only move, Pragg will show us the way. Sahil, he's gonna find it.
Yeah, he's gonna find it. He has to find it. He has
Let's see.
no
Let's
other
wait
choice.
for him to show us.
Yeah,
Let's wait for him to show us. It's much
Okay,
more
I just took a
complicated.
look.
Blue arrow shows us.
Mushkil hai, bhai.
like,
मुश्किल है भाई रुक d1 खेलना.
भाई मैं हूं ना, मैं दिखाता हूं भाई. Pragg क्या दिखाएगा? I'll show it to you. But yeah, rook d1 only move, but gives a plus 1.4 edge.
You know, I was
And
thinking
every-
rook d1 का idea है कि I'll go bishop c8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, queen f8 is mate, but rook takes d8 पे queen e1 मेरी खुद की mate हो रही है.
Nice.
Like, so
Nice.
why will Pragg play rook d1 is my question.
Just
If he
to-
sees bishop
I
c8.
think Sahaj, his idea is to simply
Yeah,
let's just
to
show that. But I
Yeah.
want to just add, I think rook d1, and if the ball passes to white, Pragg just wants to create a luft for the king next. After rook d1, Pragg will just make a move like h3, maybe not g3 opening up the diagonal. I think h3 has to be the path to create some air for the king. And then say, I have too many threats. For example, rook d1. Let's make a non-move like
Bishop
a6.
c8.
Okay,
Okay,
bishop
a6.
c8 खेलोगे तो I'll be a6. I can't take on d7 because of queen e1.
Yes.
And now I just go h3 with all the ideas on the board. And the point is black is stuck. You move the bishop, you get checkmated with the same pattern. Rook takes rook, queen f8.
Yeah. तो इसका मतलब कि black के पास एक ही move है and he has to do something.
He
like,
has to
no.
play bishop c8. I think bishop
Yeah.
c8 has to be the only move.
Yeah, and bishop
Yeah.
c8 के बाद it's gonna be very tricky. And Tanya, I think your move is still the best actually. h3.
Actually,
Yeah,
what?
it's still the best.
But that
That's
doesn't
crazy.
make any sense. I'm sorry. Like logically, I would never consider this because
I'm
rook
with
d1
you.
check.
Rook d1 check,
Would-
I take with the knight.
I mean, calculate करने के बाद you can justify, but like h3 कौन खेलेगा यहाँ पे?
कोई नहीं खेलेगा मेरे को भी नहीं मतलब I understand the point of h3 but why rook d1 then why not h3 directly
Exactly.
like that's the bigger question in my head.
Is there knight d4 maybe Tiku bhai after h3?
After h3, yeah. Very interesting actually. Yes, you are right. Knight d4 is the point. And black is
Pragg-
better now.
Pragg is worse
So-
now actually.
Yeah.
After h3.
Oh,
Okay.
then you know what, Sahaj? Do you think rook d1 knight d4 is not possible because of rook d3? Is that the point of rook d1?
Rook
e3.
Could
apparently.
be actually. By the way,
Can
Tiku
we
bhai
go
आपका
full
cam.
screen? Full screen. I'm changing the battery. But yeah, rook e3 is the winning move actually.
So rook d1 is with the idea of stopping knight d4 because rook e3 and now suddenly the black queen finds it very difficult to stay connected to the knight. Queen c5, you'll continue getting chased across the board. The white knight
Yeah.
will jump somewhere attacking that queen. Knight a4 comes to mind. Knight e4 comes to mind. Queen d6 walks into a pin. So now I understand why the blue arrow is screaming for rook d1. It's a prophylactic move. It's not an attacking move. You are stopping black's counter play, stopping the move knight d4, and that's why Pragg needs to find rook d1.
He
So
has
we
time
know
though.
what Wei Yi missed. But the question is, does Pragg understand this is better? Again, पता होगा कि +1 है, then he can find it very easily, I feel. But I'm not so sure if this is simple enough, this rook d1 h3. But yeah, he does have enough time though. Like
Yeah,
double the time of his
exactly.
opponent, so that's great.
At least it's possible. Like with 19 minutes, I think if he had Wei Yi's time, there's no chance he finds it. But with the time he has, there's at least hope for him. And if he does find it, he will have good winning chances. So let's see what happens. Very interesting moment in this game Do you want to jump in the game? Do you want to stick here? What do you think?
I
Tanya
want to
Sahaj?
go to Divya's game as
Huh.
Pragg. This will go on for a while, Sahil, even
Yeah.
if Pragg finds the way, but this one might not. So, can we just backtrack to the moment when knight d3 sacrifice was taken? c5 happened on the board eventually after rook takes knight. And look at this. Divya counter sacrificed on c6. She says, Bhai, I can't allow these pawns to remain alive. She gives that up. It was picked up. And after this, we had bishop c7. And now Vaishali has just made the move queen to d7. What a move! What a
Wow.
move! Queen takes queen, pawn takes queen, followed by bishop e5. Divya's rook on g6. Bhai, kya hi kar raha hai? It's trapped there. It can never come back to f6.
Yeah. I think
Actually,
you're
great
basically
point.
rook down khel rahe ho ab. There is no defense now, essentially. And now queen b8 played by Divya, attacking the bishop. Maybe some tactics here.
Just go
But
bishop e5. You get rid of that bishop on c7. It is game over. You don't even need to
yeah.
calculate. And not even to mention that bishop takes bishop, pawn takes bishop, queen takes pawn. There's queen e8 checkmate.
Oh, yes. That's a mate in one.
But कुछ है इधर. Wait a second. कुछ है इधर black के पास. I saw the bar dip a bit. Is it d2? Maybe?
It's h5 actually.
हाँ, ये
Used
तो
to
देख
have
ली मैंने.
this.
ये तो होगी.
And
ये तो नहीं दिखेगी मुझे.
But even then, c7, I mean, it's dipped a bit, but white is still completely winning, I want to say. Maybe not anymore.
I mean,
Queen
Divya
f2 I think is very dangerous.
has some counterplay actually.
What is the move after h5?
I think you have to play the only move, and that's queen d4.
Okay, that's
tough.
not easy.
That's
A
tough.
retreating move, that's tough. Then maybe not bishop e5, maybe
I think-
bishop e5.
Bishop e5 के बाद, apparently there is rook b1, which is also
Oh,
equally difficult.
beautiful! Because queen takes rook, queen e8, checkmate,
Yeah.
bhai.
अरे.
And you know
Prevent
what's the
queen
point
b2.
of bishop e5? Why can't you start with rook b1? Why can't we start with... Oh, because bishop is on b2. Of course.
Yeah. So apparently again h5. But okay, I mean, it's winning for Divya in multiple ways. She can also just play bishop c3, I'm sure. I'm sure she can just play a4, h4, whatever it's winning. But there are a couple of traps here, which Vaishali has to be careful about. So it's not just a simple, okay, I play a couple of moves, then it's over.
Oh, by the way, big news. Breaking news, by the way. Pragg found rook d1. Let's go.
Wow! Let's go! Rook d1.
h3 was the critical move, but I think rook d1 निकाल ले फिर तो h3 देखा ही होगा.
He's going bishop c8. अब बस rook takes
Played.
rook जो Pragg नहीं मारेगा because back rank mate है. And I love our double board view because Vaishali versus Divya is such a critical matchup. I mean, both these players having a shot to fight for the World Championship against Zhu Wenjun. The last time an Indian woman player was in the World Championship was in 2011. It was Humpy playing that one versus Hu Yufan. And after that, we haven't had a player. So a huge moment in Indian women chess. The next 5 rounds will be. And this game might be a defining one.
Yep.
100%.
And you can see the blue arrow there on the Pragg board. Not the kind of only move we usually see. And
This is tough. H3 is so tough, I feel. But maybe, Sahaj, you're thinking that all my problems are back rank oriented. All my issues are with the back rank. It's a move I need to make. And maybe that directs you towards a move like H3. What do you think?
But there is no way I would choose h3 over h4. Like there is no universe where I will choose h3. Like I mean,
Oh,
h4
that I
is
think
more
would be-
aggressive. Attack कर रहा हूँ,
Maybe.
space है. Yeah. I
Maybe,
think
but I think it's still possible. I mean, I think if it's between H3
Oh, he
and
played
H4.
h3, bhai.
Yeah, I think
What?
H3 is normal. It's quite natural here.
Oh, no,
No,
wait,
he hasn't
didn't play
played
h3.
Sahaj.
No,
He
Sorry,
hasn't
that was
played.
Vaishali who just played.
Bishop
I saw the
E5 she
pawn on
played.
h3
Bishop
on Vaishali's
E5.
board.
Yeah.
Vaishali's gone bishop E5, guys.
I was looking at the camera and I thought उसने h3 push किया, but yeah, I'm still thinking. Tough move. But yeah, I think h4 is more likely somehow.
Really? I would be very inclined to keep things if it's between H3 and H4. I would want to keep things more under control and defend it. By the way, bishop takes bishop. Will Vaishali play rook to b1? Big question here. Huge moment. Can we go full screen on this? Because I think rook b1 just finishes the game.
I think she'll find
Wow.
it, bhai.
Yeah, full screen. Let's go. Bishop have played, and now super important. If she finds rook b1, I think the game is over. If she takes, there are a couple of traps that she will have to navigate. So Vaishali thinking, she's pausing, and wow.
Wow.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
That is
Fantastic.
brilliancy on the board, and it is all but over for Divya in this game.
Vaishali has had two brilliancies already in this game, and both have been rook moves. One, the sacrifice on d3, and the second one, the second rook sacrifices. Both the rook sacrifices have been brilliancies by Vaishali here. Rook b1, queen takes rook, lands into checkmate, queen e8, game over. If not, I think queen c8 doesn't help black at all. You can just recapture the bishop. That endgame is completely winning. It's all about Divya's rook on g6. What is that rook? It's not even a rook.
Exactly, I was
Pawn right now.
thinking, like after queen f8, pawn takes e5, that rook on g6 is still trapped. Even though my bishop is not there. वो अभी भी फंसा हुआ है. Like you need to play h5, rook h6, rook h8 to activate it. Well, activate as in put it back to its original square, but yeah.
I'm gonna put that rook on the back and I can see the change in eval separately. I'll let you know. I'm just curious.
नहीं वो भी lost होगा, I think. No, actually no, you have a pawn on d3, so maybe
just
some
kitna lost hai, kitna nahi. I'm just curious actually. I'm gonna put the rook
and
back.
You can see it on Divya. 1 minute 25 seconds on the clock. She knows that this position's totally busted, and it all comes down to this maneuver of rook f6, rook g6 that's haunting black's position. I don't see her making a comeback from this with no tricks left. White in full control. This has been a beautiful game by Vaishali.
And imagine the confidence she gets out of this. And she had a couple of wins, right? In the last few games, if you check her results, like she's had 2 wins, 1 draw. So in the last 4 games, she scored 3.5. Yeah. That's an amazing, strike back in this tournament. And of course, tomorrow she plays Anna Muzychuk with the black pieces.
Massive. And Vaishali has had this storyline in the candidates. Toronto was her first, where she lost 4 games in the first half and then won 5 back-to-back games, finishing second. She definitely wants to one-up that performance this time in Cyprus.
Exactly. By the way, 26 seconds for Divya. She has to make a move.
Make a move, Divya. You have to play.
I was plugged hard. 26 seconds बोल के I was like trying to get somewhere, but yeah.
I'm too taken up by the chess right now.
I think it's over.
8 seconds. She makes a move. She puts the queen on f8. And now Vaishali can simply grab that bishop on e5 and push that c-pawn forward. Rook coming to b8.
Takes on e5. By that rook on g6.
I think Divya might just resign soon.
Yeah, c7, rook b8 is unstoppable, basically.
You have to go bishop c8. It's really the only move that comes to mind.
And then I will not even take the pawn. I'll play queen d6. Bhai, look at that move. Bishop c8, queen d6. Bhai, capture करके दिखाओ.
Divya going for h5. She's trying to get h4, f4 in any counterplay on the king's side. Divya is going to throw all her pawns forward कि भाई एक check मिल जाए मुझे.
Queen d6 maybe now and rook b8 का threat.
Why not c7? Why not just c7?
That's also good, yeah. But I like, actually, I didn't like queen c5. I just didn't want to calculate that. Probably that's winning too, but queen d6 just feels so nice, yeah?
Yeah.
Also rook b8 ka threat. King h7
fully in control. Yeah, queen d6 I think is just resignations actually on the spot. The more I look at it, the more I like it.
So Vaishali will be at least one of the confirmed leaders after round number 9 of the women's candidates. So with 5 rounds to go, and played the best move, queen d6. Wow. You know what the best move for black is? Rook takes g3. One of the best moves.
Okay, but I think that's because she's losing the queen regardless, yeah? If rook b8 is my threat, queen आप कहीं पे भी 8th rank पे रखोगे, rook b8 is still a threat. Queen f7 पे जाओगे तो rook b8 check, and you would think, okay, I should have just sacked the queen instead of leaving it there, क्योंकि वहाँ पे कोई square ही नहीं है आपके पास. And yeah, rook b8 c7 is just lost.
It's just coming. No matter what you play, it is happening. If you move your queen to f7, you can still give a check on b7, push the pawn, chase the
3
queen.
seconds.
There is no time on the clock. She makes a move with 3 seconds on the clock, and now rook b8, rook f8, or rook b8, c7. Everything looks winning here.
Domination, I think. Complete domination. Thanks to the rook on g6.
Yeah, just put that rook on f8 and at least you're fighting. At least you're breathing in this position. That black rook, agar aap pick and drop karo yahan pe, you put that rook on f8 and you say, you know what, I'm probably still worse, but the game goes on.
Yeah, you can create a blockade on the c8 square. At least you can fight for a few moves. But ये रुक तो यहाँ पे
वो
कुछ
भी
कर ही
lost
नहीं
की
रहा
होगी.
है. And yeah, for sure. And
Also, Divya made this, right? She voluntarily played rook f6 and rook g6. She could have just put the rook on f7.
by the way, as we look at the final moments of this game, huge update. Pragg has found h3.
Wow.
Let's go.
Wow.
h3 on the board. Let's bring up our double board view. Should we do that? Should we have both
Sure.
our all three Indians on the screen, please?
Mhm. Okay, so
Yeah, there you see it. Pawn to
Rook
h3.
check.
Pragg's last move.
I think good development for Pragg for sure, because I think 2 moves ago it was just a couple of zeros, and at least now there is something like at least that pawn on e6 that's a problem, and there is a back rank issue as well for Wei Yi. Plus, let's not forget time is a huge factor in Pragg's position as well. 16 minute ही पड़े हैं उसके पास.
Agreed.
And also adding to that train of problems, Black's desirable move knight d4, he's just not allowing it, Praggnanandhaa. Now knight d4, you can just double up on the d file. There's no problem of back rank anymore for white. And basically you go rook d3 and start doubling down, tripling down on that knight. And Black can't really do anything in that position. You can't take
Also
on
rook
b3.
e3 भी है. दोनों ही बढ़िया हैं, I think. Rook e3 भी बहुत बढ़िया है. But yeah, I like rook d3 as well. And by the way, it's 15 moves to play for Wei Yi, yeah, in basically now 16 minutes. So that's
No
a big
increment.
problem.
Huge problem.
Huge.
You know, एक वो comeback वाला वो धूम मूवी देखी है ना, like I think उदय चोपड़ा नाम है ना उसका, like he used to let others go ahead and then come back. Like this is 0.2% chance of Pragg winning this in a universe where he wins this tournament. Like that's the tournament of the century for me. So let's hope he at least maintains that 0.2% chance. But the rook takes d1 played. Now
And
we
I
take
would
with the
be
knight.
I would be very tempted to actually take this with the knight, I think, in this position in general. Although I think bishop takes rook is also possible, but somehow I like the idea of even rerouting my knight via e3 and g4 eventually. I like that my bishop on b3 is eyeing that e6 pawn. I am expecting Pragg to pick it up with his knight.
But the question is, if queen e1 check, queen e5 check, how are you
g3
blocking
खेल
this?
दो. g3
G3
खेल के
खेल-
block कर दो. There is
Rook g3
definitely
नहीं खेल सकते क्या?
no. I would not want to self-pin for glory in this position with rook g3. It reminds me of Ding Liren's rook g6, the move that won him the world championship.
Yeah, that was crazy move.
Yeah, true. But here knight d1 is the most likely, no, for Pragg.
Yes, that's the
With knight
feeling.
d3. Oh, bhai, look at that. Rook b7 on Vaishali's board. Another brilliancy.
And
And she
another rook
resigns.
sacrifice.
Divya
That's it.
resigns instantly.
Vaishali with 3 rook sacrifices in a matter of less than 5 moves. Insane game, forcing Divya into resignation. And the players, they're analyzing the position, but an attacking masterpiece. And a stunning finish. And maybe we can see why rook b7 is this strong. I think after bishop takes rook, you simply capture it. b8 is undefendable. And the queen has no squares. Sahil, after rook b7, the only other escape route was to put the queen on the 8th rank, and then rook b8 would have won the game anyway. So
Yeah.
rook b7 just finishes the game on the spot. And Vaishali moves on to 5.5 and will be one of the leaders going into round 10.
I don't know if you can have a look at the standings for now, because she'll be the sole one in lead, I think, right? It would be nice
there
to
is-
see it.
Yeah, right
No,
now she is, but
yeah.
there is Zhu Jiner who's I think is gonna win, and then there is Anna Muzychuk ka game actually dead draw hai. So it is gonna be either 2 or Vaishali is gonna be alone
So
at the
there's
top.
only one person who can catch up, right? Goryachkina game draw ho chuki hai against Bibisara. So Zhu Jiner game, just one brief look, if we can check this out, Tanya and Sahaj, your opinion. Do you think White wins this? Because if White doesn't, I think Vaishali will have sole lead, and that matters a lot more than a shared lead with someone.
And let me just put that into perspective a little bit, Sahaj, because Vaishali started the candidates in Cyprus with 4 draws and one loss in the first 5 rounds. That's how it started for her. And then she's made such a turnaround and such a comeback, 2 back-to-back wins, and then taking down Divya today in a very convincing, controlled performance there. And this one, what do we make of this endgame? Does White have any chances with that extra pawn?
I think so. I mean, I like the fact that there is knight versus bishop because there is another imbalance added to the situation. And then g3 you can play. I mean, I think with correct play, black should be able to hold, but I think with knights it's always tricky. So I would say more chances for Zhu Jiner to win the game and than there are to draw. Tanya, agree or disagree?
I think that's a very good way to put it, that it is definitely a game for two results and probably closer to a white win than a draw, simply given that the knight on c4, a beautiful piece, the white king has a free hand to go king f3, king e4, king d5 next. You can slowly advance the pawns as well. Looks like a great position to push for a win. A tough one to hold for Lagno, under 8 minutes on the clock as well. Guys, I also think we should check in with Matthias and Javokhir. It might be finishing anytime soon because we are on
Actually,
move 40.
I've been meaning to go. Sorry to cut you off, Tanya, but I've been meaning to go to this game for a while. Because I look at the 2 billion IQ of Javokhir here. Because just go a couple moves back, where he played f5. Now f5 is not necessary here, okay? Because you are exchanging another set of pawns. Sindarov जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है. We know that already. But look at the trap. If you go gf6, king f6, the most natural move here for white is to play h5, right? And then there is g5 with the idea of rook h4. What a move! h6 rook h4 ठीक है ये भी draw है but you have an extra pawn on the board and your chances to win increase. Like what a nice find. Yeah, the game IQ, even though the position is dead drawn, still not taking the draw.
Yeah, Sindarov has been the trickiest player of the event for sure. Never gives up those winning chances. But okay, I think up 2-2 pawns, likely a draw. So half a point in Sindarov's kitty and he will go to 7 points, right? Yep, 7 points it is. And meanwhile, maybe a brief look at the Fabi Anish game, Tanya. Like, because I think Anish seems to have gathered up an Alekhine's gun on the A file. And who's better and why?
So technically, I think the Alekhine's gun is when you have two rooks and a queen behind the double rooks. If I remember correctly. Yeah, no, even I use it for everything. For all the majors, I'm like, bhai, Alekhine's gun aa gayi hai board pe. But I think it's like when you have the strongest major at the back. And it was a very famous Alekhine's game, which he won like that.
इकू भाई ने ना इसकी वीडियो बनाई थी. Now is thinking भाई वो चेंज करना पड़ेगा.
नहीं, उसमें क्वीन और दो रुक ऐसे ही थे. Like
नहीं ऐसे तो नहीं थे. I remember. I saw the video. ऐसे तो नहीं थे टिक्कू भाई.
नहीं उसमें दो रुक साथ में थे. उसमें रुक साथ में थे. I remember उस वाली वीडियो में. I think. Yeah. But okay, the examples I'm seeing.
सारी टिक्कू के वीडियोस देखता है और फिर उसको पकड़ लेता है.
भाई 2500 पहुंचना है, प्रैक्टिस कर लो भाई, 2200 नहीं.
अरे भाई. But yeah, so what do you make of this, Tanya? I feel like free hand for Anish so far with the black pieces. Fabi को just wait करना है.
Yeah. There's only one open file and Anish controls it 1000%, make that 3000%. And the bishop is stronger than the knight. You can always give it up for it if it's needed. You have c6. The only thing I think white is relying on is if you can get c5 at the right time, but I don't think that's easy to achieve. Anish has a dream position with the black pieces here.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's no ways for white to make progress. I would love to play knight f5, but वो करके मैं, I mean, what will I accomplish? Maybe g4 knight f5, but ठीक है, फिर भी मैंने pass बोल दिया, तो what then? It feels like only Anish can improve. Yeah.
And g4 is risky also, na? Because second rank weak kar diya. If somehow black gets in, then you're really struggling. So I feel like Fabi must be wondering कैसे फंस गया भाई. मैं 2 round पहले ही everything was going smoothly. एक मेरा enemy था, Sindarov. I had to catch up with him. Suddenly it's like Hikaru defeated me. I'm losing to Anish. Sindarov is running away. Like he might just lose his faith in his chances here, I think.
Yeah. It's like मेरे दोनों दोस्तों ने मुझे धोखा दे दिया at this moment. First going down to Hikaru and now in this position. But I think after losing yesterday's game, it must have been very difficult for Fabi to psychologically adjust to this new situation. And Anish getting ready with his move. Let's go back to the Pragg board now.
Yeah.
Because we do see that he did take the rook back with the knight in this position. And then Wei Yi defended his own rook, keeping it close to the black king. There was no other square. Rook d8 runs into queen f8 checkmate. So I think rook g8 was the only move in the position.
And This is one of the
Nice.
most common positions in puzzle rush जो आप भी
Yes.
solve कर सकते थे, आप miss नहीं करते. अगर आपने ये miss किया, तो you need puzzle rush 26% off on a diamond membership right now.
My puzzle rush is really the best. The amount of queen f2, queen f1 and queen f7, queen f8 checkmates ऐसे एक second में दिख जाती है once you get that pattern in. So chat, definitely go
Yeah.
do your puzzle rush every day. 26% off. पर अभी इस position में rook g8 खेला गया है. And rook e3, best move by the engine, and I believe Pragg has made that move. I can see it on our camera right
Yeah.
now. Rook is on e3, in fact. And it's Wei Yi to
And
play queen is attacked. e6 pawn mar raha hai Sahaj.
I just want to also mention that Wei's time is a bigger problem than the position right now because he has to make 12 moves in 12 minutes. I feel we have a big mistake incoming from Wei Yi at like 40 moves से थोड़ा सा पहले. This is usually the pattern that I see.
Also, I want to point out अभी हमें 4 घंटे होने वाले हैं almost in the stream, and none of the open section games have ended, which is not happened so far. I think everybody knows the stakes of today's rounds, because अगर आप हार गए, you have no chances. And I think super important days, you have to win those games. And Pragg trying his best, rook e3, nice move, but why is it so strong? What if I just play queen d6, keep your knight under check, ताकि आप e6 ना मार पाओ?
It's funny that you mentioned that सारे games चल रहे हैं. It's because Sindarov जीता नहीं है अभी तक. Usually, for 6 days or so, we have seen like Sindarov just winning in like 2-3 hours, and then उसके बाद ठीक है, we look at the rest of the games. And to answer your question, I think there is knight c3 here, and I have this beautiful, nice outpost on e4, and then I can jump to g5 just to attack the king. Maybe some pressure on f6 and d6 squares as well, depending on the position. And yeah, that's the main reason why white is a bit better, because black up on e6 pair, it's an isolated pawn, and you're giving me an outpost for my knight.
तान्या, what are the odds कि smothered mate देखने को मिलेगा आज?
I would have depended. अगर कोई और खेल रहा होता वेई के अलावा और पूछते तो मैं सवाल का जवाब देती. But इसमें I think the odds I would say are somewhere around the odds of Sindarov winning, or maybe even lower than that, of seeing a smothered mate in this position. But I will say one thing though, that I think queen d6 walks into this idea that Sahaj is mentioning, but even queen d4, and the point was to keep the knight on d1 attacked, like you said. I think white anyways just puts that knight on c3, and notice how undefendable this e6 pawn is. You can't go e5 because there's a checkmate on g8. It's game over. If you make a move like knight c7, I mean, just rearranging for another Fisher random game with knight d8, I think amongst other moves, maybe queen c7 is also extremely tempting for me.
Wow,
Yeah,
I
bishop
hit the
is
bishop.
hanging.
The queen d7, yeah, forced almost, I think.
Oh,
And
then
I
I
won't
just
even. You
can I
trade?
even just take
I was thinking I wanted to keep, but you want to trade. Okay, takes.
it4? I mean, for sure, this is at least. I mean, I know white is better here.
तान्या,
भाई
smothered mate
knight
के
है
odds बढ़
d8
गए
पे.
यार.
Knight d8
थोड़े
है भाई.
थोड़े
नहीं
odds
नहीं,
तो बढ़
मैं
गए. rook
e6
d3
पे
takes.
प्रेशर डाल रहा हूँ.
takes भी नहीं कर सकते.
फिर वो smothered mate नहीं रहेगी.
हाँ, my bad. Yeah. Okay, so going back,
Yeah.
I think live position yeah chat. The good news is Pragg is better, and 9 minutes for Wei Yi to play 13 moves.
But then Pragg moves on to potentially 4.5, and Sindarov, if he draws his game, that is actually exactly what, at least for Pragg, is what would be ideal,
Yeah,
right? In this
ideal,
scenario,
yes.
it
He's playing Sindarov
compresses
tomorrow. He can beat him tomorrow and
and
basically
still be
reduce...
1.5 points behind.
but then Fabio will beat him, and then he's only half a point behind.
Then
right?
फिर half ही point पीछे रहेगा वो. मतलब सोचो भाई. फिर सिंडरो फिर से हारेगा, फिर आधे पॉइंट से प्रग चैंपियन. भाई लिखा हुआ है, तो बता रहा हूँ आपको.
By the way, big news. जिनकी हम बात कर रहे थे कि भाई उनके भी कम odds है प्रग की तरह, हिकारू is now apparently better. I don't know if it's winning, maybe not, yeah?
तो
No,
क्वीन
not
c7 is
really.
better क्या? No, king
I think the problem is, Sahaj, that at some point after queen c7, you can bring your king into the middle. By the way, Hikaru keeps the queens on the board. Also, a3, b4 is always an idea that you have to watch out for. He
मैं
puts
वही
the
सोच
queen
रहा
back.
था. Like a3, if I play straight away here, what do you do here, Tanya? Takes
I
a3?
think I think rook b7. No, then rook
Takes,
takes pawn.
okay, like let's play that. I mean, come on, it's been a while since I've seen this endgame. Rook b7 and rook c5, rook b3, rook a5. Let's go.
But I think that
Okay,
is
I
a
mean,
draw. That is a draw.
हाँ, but okay, hard
I'm
to.
not playing. Very difficult.
ये
मुश्किल
किंग
है
के
तो।
बाद सहज भाई आराम से खेलना इंजन लगा के.
But we can
मजा
try it
आएगा
right
इसमें थोड़ा.
now. We can try it right now.
But I mean, you remember Nordirbek defeated Pragg with the pawn on d4
Yeah.
in Tata Steel. तो ये
Yeah.
तो pawn a3 पे है, ये तो बड़ा chance है.
It's not an easy position to hold at all, by the way.
Yeah,
I wonder
absolutely
if
not.
you want to just play it on really quickly and see what happens.
So we do what we call तो ये तो टिक्कू टेस्ट, तो तान्या टेस्ट हो गया तो यार.
Oh God, no.
Why, but
I can try, but I don't know.
Okay, let's go. तो बंद कर दो भाई.
बंद कर दूं बार? Okay.
हाँ, बंद कर दो भाई. Let's go. King f1. Okay, आपकी चाल है ना, आप
My
black हो.
midi move है.
Sorry.
Okay, let's bring our king. King g7 खेलते हैं हम.
King f1.
I think I can only wait.
हाँ, करो.
Let's go rook b2.
Rook e5.
बार बंद कर दिया तुमने. ये
हाँ, but
गलती
that's-
करूंगी तो फिर मेरे को एटलीस्ट देखना तो चाहिए कि जब कब टेक बैक होना चाहिए. Okay, let's play blitz mode, right? I should play blitz
हाँ,
mode. Okay, let's
blitz
go
mode.
rook b3. Let's go rook. नहीं, rook b3 नहीं, rook b3 का कोई point नहीं है.
Then rook e3 भी आ रहा है ना.
वही तो. So let's keep it here only. Keep it on the second rank. Let's go rook a2. Let's give
Rook a3.
Sahaj watch. Let's bring the king.
King f6 एक check दे देते हैं f3 पे. Check on f3.
कहाँ जाए king? e6, e7. e6
King
करो.
King को लाएं क्या? Let's go king
Now-
e1.
Now the point is, I feel like at some point I have to play f6, but I don't know when.
Yeah, this is the problem. Tanya doesn't want to play f6. Golden pawn. You see, हमेशा people hesitate.
I'm very okay. Let's go. Sahil, can you see the bar at your
मैंने अभी
end?
ऑन किया था. It's dead equal right now. That's the good
Okay,
news.
I want to play f6, but I'm really scared about the evaluation. Good or bad?
I can't see it. I just saw it for a second. I
King
switched it off
king
See it
again.
again,
d1.
no,
ए
then
ऐसे
try.
थोड़े
See
ना
it
होता है,
again.
ऐसे थोड़े ना होता है.
Equally है मान के चलो.
Tej, it's so easy for you to play this position. It's much harder for me to play this position. Okay. Okay.
It's
What do
very
you think?
difficult for me, bhai. Very, very difficult. I'm struggling so hard right now. King d1.
Oh, your idea is very clear that you're just coming. Okay, I think I have to play g5.
g5. Yeah. It's king को लाते हैं c1 पे. Oh, एकदम I'm reaching on time. Yeah. g4 पे this king b1. Beautiful. Happy accident.
I don't know if I want to play g4. g4, king b1, pawn takes rook, king takes rook is lost. If I go rook e2, rook f4, I don't like. I'll not play g4 for sure here. Can I go rook e2?
Check है ना
Oh,
भाई?
no, rook e2 is rook e3. Sorry, no, I take back that move for sure. Sahil, I need help here, man.
You are asking me for help?
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking you to check.
वो कह रही है तुम अपनी हेल्प लाओ.
Am I still holding this position?
Okay,
I
very
should be.
difficult I think now.
Yes,
Very
equal
difficult
है.
now.
Equal है.
You know what? Okay, maybe let's just bring our king. Let's go king e5.
King b1.
Rook d2.
Shall we push? a4.
Takes.
Wait. हाँ, takes is nice, no?
Takes.
Rook d4.
Rook a3, rook h4, a5. I'm not reaching in time on the other side.
I
My
think
king
we
is
made
on-
it, Sahil. I think we've just made it.
Yeah.
Can
he
you
messed
check
up.
if the value?
No, this is a draw. I can guarantee by. हाँ, draw है. Sahaj bhai messed up.
भाई आपकी
Guys, I
गारंटी
offer
होती
you a
तो फिर
draw.
हम डाउट थोड़ी ना करते भाई. टिक्कू भाई
Okay,
ने
by the way-
गारंटी दिया भाई.
Bhai, going back, I think he has the queens
Tej,
on.
at least give it to me, and I managed to defend.
GG. It's not easy. It's definitely not easy. And of course, classical chess, we've seen lots of people like strong players, including Pragg, who lost a very similar endgame in the Tata Steel itself. So it's definitely not easy.
No, it's not. And I think f6 g5 is a very important idea. Okay, let's come back to this game now. Queen d6
Yeah.
khela gaya hai, I believe, and knight c3, knight e4 is an idea that you were mentioning, which looks very natural to me here.
Yep.
Knight c3,
And
also bishop takes pawn is a big threat.
I think Pragg should play quickly as well because अगर alternative नहीं है, because 7 minute है opponent के पास, the last thing you want is कि there's a crucial moment, you need that one deep think and you don't have time for it. So I think he needs to be fast and he needs to be accurate right now. And good chance Wei just blunders. There's a very good
By
chance
the
the
way,
next 5 moves.
Zhu Jiner is crushing Kateryna Lagno, so very likely to join Vaishali on the lead in the women. She's up 2 pawns in that endgame.
Okay.
Second pawn कैसे मरा? अभी तो एक ही था ना?
c4 वाला knight था, हमने 2 मिनट पहले देखा था, and we said it right that Zhu Jiner has a big chance, but she just crushed it. But she pinned.
Why
Yeah,
did she
knight
go king
f5?
h7? I don't understand. Why king h7? ना king
What should you
f8
play
क्यों नहीं?
though?
King
F8,
f8?
rook f3?
Okay, f6. I don't want to play that, but pawn तो बचेगा कम से कम. Oh, rook e3 है मेरे पास. Oh, that's even worse.
But rook e3, and then king g8, rook e8, knight f7, yeah.
Okay,
But let's
this
get up with the
happened.
live position. Knight
Yeah.
takes pawn, mara gaya hai. f4, only move when
F4.
she finds it because the knight needs a way back home. And now attacking the knight and the pawn. And look at this beautiful idea of going knight d8 with knight e6 coming in.
Insane. And she plays
found
it. By the way, Wei Yi has just made a huge inaccuracy. Pragg
Whoa!
completely winning.
Whoa! Let's go! Come on! 94 Pragg, come on. तारे स्मॉदर मिड के चांसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, I don't know. बढ़ते जा रहे हैं
मुझे भी
पर मूव
लग
के
रहा
साथ.
है. मुझे भी लग रहा है. I would still say Sindarov winning the candidates is a bigger chance than smothered mate in this game, पर बढ़ तो रहे हैं chances.
I mean, knight e4, queen f8, knight g5. Now, I mean, would you take the queen? Knight e, can we just have that on like knight e4 तो forced है ना, queen पे attack, queen f8, knight g5. Now, would you want to trade?
I will
Pragg
think
can,
about it.
I think Wei
Pragg
loves
अभी
queen
Wei को
trades.
देख सकता है ऐसे, you know, like.
See, Wei loves queen trades because he's a very accurate
Oh,
player.
and
So
look at
queens
this, guys.
exchange-
Guys, look at this. Guys, 8-6 in that position. 8-6.
Okay.
No, you know where I'm going. Queen G6. Queen G6, chat. Only move pawn takes knight, queen h5, checkmate. Shout out to Puzzle Rush.
Yeah.
Nice. Very
So
nice.
lots of patterns by knight, rook, queen. Like you mentioned, था 3 piece चाहिए होते हैं. तीनों piece attack में the fourth one can also join. So full pressure on Wei, who's now objectively lost. What is the move after knight e4 then for black?
I think it's lost, yeah. Queen f8 may be the only move and knight g5, and I don't see a way for him to continue.
Wow.
And also, let's not forget, he only has 7 minutes on the clock. Abhi bhi 11 moves khelne hai Wei Yi ko. So this is over, I think. It should be
He
over.
might actually be forced to make a move like queen e5, which is so unnatural because you are lining itself up against the rook, but how else are you stopping knight g5? I think, Sahaj, if knight g5 comes, it's just checkmate on the spot. Like queen h5 aa raha hai, queen g6 aa raha hai, sab kuch gir raha hai.
Agreed. And on just to add on to your point, after queen e5, I'm liking f4, queen f5, and I know knight g5 is the best move, but I would just go knight d6 and look at Wei Yi again.
Let's
Trade
go,
or no
smothered
trade?
mate.
You
By the
know,
way, Pragg,
Ooh,
please!
knight e4 khel liya.
Let's go.
Sahil, you have been talking about smothered mate for a while. मुझे लग रहा है कुछ तो होने वाला है crazy.
ये भी हमारी prep थी actually. Smothered mate. Let's go, come on. And now, Wei, what does he do? Less than 7 minutes to play like 11 moves? I mean, it's +3, man. Pragg has to convert this one somehow.
And I think Pragg knows, Sahaj. He knows that he's close to a win. He has to be close to a winning advantage. Healthier pawn structure, full attack. Look at Wei Yi's rook and king boxed up. Bishop on c8. भाई वो bishop पूरी game में d7 आके वापस वहीं पे आ गया है. Not an open diagonal. e6, a massive weakness here. Huge king side attack. Pragg has to be feeling it that this is chance. This is his chance to win and stay still alive at the candidates.
I mean, I'm sure he realizes it's better, but I don't know if he knows कि भाई इतना winning है. But I think the more you calculate, the more you realize, wow, there is literally no defense in this position for Wei Yi.
You know, Haresh in the chat is saying that Tanya is lucky for us because pehle round mein she was there, Pragg won. Second round she was there, Pragg drew. Tanya left and then and then Pragg is back. Tanya is also
आ
back.
गई
So
हूँ
why?
मैं
Let's
वापस.
go.
Let's
भाई
go
हमें
chat.
तान्या और वो जर्सी चाहिए साथ में, like you know, एक like साथ साथ. That would be insane luck because and you know Rakesh bhai also has this jersey that he like shows on this on the screen, and then each time the women players are winning.
Maybe it's
It's
for
like,
different
imagine
players.
that.
Sahaj bhai, the jersey works for Divya and Tanya has, you know, that Pragg ke sath. So it's
Pragg
perfect
effect,
hai
yeah.
bhai. Haan.
Sahil, you have to start wearing your kurta from tomorrow, and Sahaj, you have to start doing the air gambit from tomorrow. I think we need to rely and bring out basically all our ammunition together right
And
now.
tomorrow Pragg plays Sindarov. So jo kuch bhi hai sab kuch le aao kal bhai.
सब कुछ लिया भाई कल.
By the way, Queen
Exactly.
e5 played. Now
Yeah.
f4 is the winning move for Pragg.
Yeah, and queen anywhere, knight g5 or knight d6, and
Yes. GG's.
Come on.
GG's.
Come
GG.
on.
F4 तो I mean is very natural, I think. Queen
I
f5
mean, you
knight
can't
d6
say
हो जाए भाई,
Pragg
मजा आ जाएगा मेरे
without
को.
GG, right? At the end.
Bhai, imagine. Wait,
Oh, guys,
imagine
let's
this.
go back to Sindarov's board. We'll wait for this decision right
Oh, wow.
now. Whoa, what?
King तक खेले दोनों यार.
भाई खत्म ही हो गया. मेरे को लगा कुछ moves तो देखने के लिए मिलेंगे.
इससे
And
ज़्यादा draw नहीं हो सकता. इससे ज़्यादा draw हो नहीं सकता actually. So they played till the very end and oh wow, this is nice. King c2.
D2.
Beautiful.
Yo, nice.
So that's a
you know,
draw. Sindarov
Technique
goes to 7
दिखाई
points.
Sindarov ने.
for some.
Look
Flawless
at this.
technique of Bluebaum with that king c2. Yeah, like beautiful.
Just a 10-second look, but Anish is dominating now. Minus 1.2 edge.
भाई फैबी का नाइट देखो उस वो कितना सैड है. फैबी का क्वीन एंड रुक देखो कितने सैड हैं. It's just a horrible position for all of Fabi's pieces. This is strategic domination by Anish with black.
Yeah.
To be honest, Fabi भी थोड़ा sad ही लग रहा है अभी.
थोड़ा
this-
अंदर
this
से
is
यार
horrible.
I mean he's going to be heartbroken today. I feel like 2 losses back
I
to
feel like
back in the
yesterday
second
also he
half.
was heartbroken. I think kal ka game was a big like blow to him. I think
Yeah,
from
yeah.
that
Hard
it's
to
very hard to
recover.
recover. Yeah.
So Anish will go to 5.5. He'll be 1.5 points behind Sindarov and Pragg beats Sindarov tomorrow. So उससे कुछ हो सकता है. So meanwhile going to the Pragg.
Bhai, look at this. So f4, queen f5 देखा था ना हमने. Now look at this beauty. Knight d6, queen f6 खेलोगे आप क्योंकि queen f7 में mate है, right? Rook g3. Like so pretty. Idea is to take on f6 and then knight f7. अबे यार. ऐसा क्यों होता है मेरे साथ बार बार. अच्छा knight d3 check है यार. King h2 पे होना चाहिए था.
हाँ.
Okay, like that
But a
was
nice
not a.
idea. Very nice tactical motive.
Yeah. Let's go. Pragg plays f4. Completely winning position for Pragg now.
You know, in this
mean,
game, it reminds me of Pragg versus Anish from round 1, where he had this slight opening edge, he got an advantage, and then he just flawlessly played out the attack. Pragg has given no chances to Wei Yi in this game. You know, he's kept that slight pressure till he was able to create this e6 weakness, then double down, triple down, and been super accurate with rook d1, with rook e3, with f4, with knight e4, the knight takes rook retreat that he did. Just finding all accurate moves and really a controlled performance today by Pragg.
Yeah, agreed. Like control to hai, but 5 minutes for Wei. How does he play this with 5 minutes on the clock?
It doesn't matter. I think Wei Yi can have 1 hour on the clock in this position. He's not saving it, Sahaj. This is just gone because knight g5 or knight d6, like you pointed out, the attack is just so incredibly strong. You don't have time to capture on b3. You don't have time to neutralize. But can we see that? For example, queen f5, knight d6 or g5, whatever you'd like, and knight takes bishop in this position. Or queen is hanging. You don't even have time to do that. Yeah. Okay, can I give a check first? Can I give a check? Queen b1 check.
Queen b1,
H2.
king h2.
And now can I take?
I don't want to take back. Wait, कुछ fancy करते हैं यहाँ फिर को.
Sej को मजे लेने हैं.
Rook c3. Let's play rook c3.
Oof.
You know where I'm going with this, Tikubhai.
Oh
You know.
God. I'll let you play it out, Sahaj. You know what?
Okay,
I'll
let's
let
say
you play
knight
it out.
d4.
No, I'll let you play it out in the best way possible. I'll go queen g6.
Oof, oof,
Oh,
oof,
nice.
oof, oof.
Nice.
Thank you so much for
Nice.
that.
White to play, chat. White to play. Chat,
Bhai,
white
kuch
to
bhi.
play.
Oh, a takes b3.
Nahi yaar, but you know what
You
I
get
want from
that's also
chat.
winning here.
But I want something else from chat. I want chat to be your vessel right now and have your idea on the board. Let's see if chat has done their puzzle rush or they need that 26% off. Everyone's found it, bhai. Queen takes rook.
Wow. Queen takes rook and rook takes bishop, and that's a checkmate.
By the way, queen
By the
f5
way,
khel diya hai Wei Yi ne. Queen f5 is on the board.
and now knight
Knight d6 or
d6.
knight g5? Knight d6 has to be the move. So tempting. Is knight g5 equally strong?
Knight d6 I
Knight
just like more
g5.
because it says threat.
100%. There's no competition, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah. Knight g5. I
h6
think
है ना
maybe
मेरे पास.
doesn't attack the queen, and then queen f6, I think, is the move.
h6 क्यों नहीं?
H6 also works, I think. You will have to trade queens now, I think.
No, knight d6.
Okay.
And knight d6 is the most human move, right? You hit the
Hmm.
queen, you're hitting the bishop on c8, you're just hitting everything.
And if queen c5, oh, he plays knight d6 by the way. Let's go.
Wow.
By Pragg ki accuracy, just want to point it out, it's 99.3% right now.
Wow. Insane game, bhai.
99.3 is very, very impressive, I think.
Can we just
No
bring up a
mistakes.
bird's eye view? I just want to do a quick roundup and I think it's a critical moment across our board. So let's have our bird's eye view up before we come back straight into this. And I want to focus on that top left board chat. Hikaru versus Esipenko. I think Sahaj, he's setting up that a3 b4 idea. It's all about the pin on the c file and tripling down on that c5 pawn. So a3 b4, Hikaru Nakamura is trying to put pressure. Meanwhile, Wei Yi ने queen c5 कर दिया है. So let's go back into that because मुझे ऐसे लग रहा है कि there has to be a knockout move here. Zhu Jiner winning against Lagno. Tan Zhongyi Muzychuk is in the balance. Fabi suffering against Giri. But it's all eyes on Praggnanandhaa. Let's head back to that game.
By the way, after...
I feel like you're losing a bishop here. Yeah, I think we can go to Pragg's board. I feel like he's losing a bishop here. So queen e7.
Is game over, Sahaj? Because queen e7...
Queen c1 check, king h2, h6.
Yes.
And now I just don't see how that bishop is okay, like on c8.
Rook
Like that
c3.
must get...
No,
Tab
queen takes pawn
f4 hai.
check. Queen takes pawn check.
This is still tricky actually, yeah?
Rook
It's not...
e4, yeah? Rook e4, knight b3, a3, and then rook c4 is unstoppable. Is that it?
Yeah, this is the correct one. But this is the only way to win actually. So queen e7 first, Pragg has to find.
I feel queen e7 is very findable, but I feel like there are other moves also in this position, but I'm not sure what they could be. Because queen c1 is a threat knight. Actually, queen e7, is it the only move?
Yes, because I was thinking knight c4 maybe with some this side, but b5 is, oh my god, it's already just better for black.
And bishop b7 aa raha hai, rook queen c1 check aa rahi hai.
This is very dangerous. So you have to play queen e7, only move.
Okay, actually, this is quite a critical moment then because queen e7, yes, you're coming in with knight f7 checkmate ideas, but then you need to see this other plan that was mentioned, right? Which is this rook e4, which is not an easy find at all. It's not an easy spot. By the way, queen e7 on the board by Praggnanandhaa. Step 1 done. Queen c1 check, only move because knight f7 would either checkmate or win the queen. Wei Yi goes in, Pragg will put the king on h2, and now Wei Yi will play h6, only way to stop knight f7 without losing material. And now Pragg has to see this idea. King h2 pe hai, by the way, on our live board. I can see that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sahil, maybe
king
you can
h2
make the
h6
move.
was played. Yeah, king h2 h6 was played, and now rook e4 is the blue arrow. And by the way, it's not really, I would say, an unbelievable move because your rook on e3 is under attack. And if you move the rook anywhere besides e4, then f4 is hanging with a check. So the first instinct here is to play rook e4. And 10 minutes, by the way, for Wei Yi.
Yeah, he needs to spot rook e4. He needs to find this idea of rook e4. Pragg has definitely not seen it from before. I don't think it was an easy spot in that position, but now at least you can calculate, you see the threats, and now you can come to the conclusion that by rook e4 has to be the move, f4 needs to be defended. If not, what else can be in Pragg's mind? Knight c4 doesn't give the right feeling at all. b5 aa raha hai, retreating pieces doesn't make sense. Rook g3, is there an argument to be made for rook g3? Because queen takes pawn, there's still knight takes bishop. But then knight e2, knight f5, you don't want to play rook g3 at
I
all.
think he will find rook e4 for sure. The only question is, check.
He does it.
Wow.
Let's go.
Amazing.
Now 5 minutes only. Knight takes b3 the forced, and this is, I feel like a instinct, because you have 3 minutes on the clock. You just want to make a move that's a capture, and at least एक move up आगे चले गए, so you are closer to move 40. That's, I'm guessing, what Wei Yi would be thinking about right now. So knight b3 is automatic here.
But the thing is, a player like Wei Yi will also see that if he doesn't have a defense to rook c4 Sahaj, he might pause here, take 30-40 seconds and try and come up with an alternative move. But does an alternative move exist here is the big question.
Also,
Knight c6 maybe? Yeah, Tikku, you were
also
saying?
feel
Knight
bishop
c6,
kuch kar nahi
queen.
raha hai. Like the knight could be a defensive resource,
Queen
right?
c7? Can you go queen c7?
C7, yes, possible.
I'm pinning your
Now
knight.
what though?
I'm winning that bishop. Same idea, but this time with the queen and not the rook.
And bishop is hanging, yeah? So free bishop.
So knight c6 is not possible. Queen, knight b3 is not possible. Is there another option Wei Yi has, or is he completely busted? Let's go full screen on the players.
Crucial moments. Wei Yi with less than 2 minutes on the clock now. He needs to play now. Because there's still, 6 moves to go for him.
Wei Yi realizes that there is nothing he can do. That bishop, which has been a problem child in his position, bhai, wo bishop has no exit. He's about to lose that piece.
Yeah.
So
By the way,
how is he surviving this? So knight b3, a b3. What if I
Yeah.
played b5 just to stop rook c4? And knight b5, okay, I'm happy to sack the pawn, and at least I'll get bishop b7 at some point, maybe not now.
Oh, wow. You will love this, Saj, but actually the idea of white kite is crazy. It is beautiful.
Guys, 1 minute for Wei Yi.
Don't tell me.
1 minute for Wei Yi. Unbelievable.
Oh.
I would love to see the players play this out. I know the idea is that you want to show it, you can show it, but
It is
Knight
knight f7.
knight g5, yeah?
No, it is knight
Amazing.
h6.
Arre, ye nahi
and
dekha
then
maine.
queen g5, queen h5.
Queen g5, queen tries
Nice.
So,
But guys,
44 seconds.
Wei Yi
6
is
moves.
not happening. He cannot make. He gaze knight takes bishop. Knight takes bishop. Maar diya gaya hai. Pawn takes knight. Praggnanandhaa will play it super quickly.
Rook c4 is the threat.
Maar do na
Wei
bhai
Yi-
direct.
Bhai, Wei Yi ke paas time ही नहीं है to finish the number of moves needed.
वही तो तभी क्या जल्दी मार दो खत्म कर दो knight and let's put him back under pressure. He might get some time to think here.
But that doesn't help Wei Yi, so it's fine. Because the position's dead lost, Sahil.
भाई Pragg कुछ fancy तो नहीं सोच रहा ना? Knight f7, knight g5 checks. It's possible, भाई.
Oh. Sahaj, मुझे लग रहा है Pragg is looking at that b5 line after pawn takes knight.
हाँ, could be.
But
But he
okay,
can
I
play
mean,
rook c4 first then. पहले rook c4 खेल दो, then ab3 मार दो. That's
Oh,
easier. I
that
think.
is smart. That's very smart.
Yeah, queen d2 or
He
queen...
takes.
He takes it. And king h7 खेला गया है. And now rook c4 wins the bishop on the spot. But oh, it doesn't. King h7 is so tricky, guys. Look at this. Wei Yi wants to play the queen away to either e3 or d2 after rook c4. And he's saying, if you take on c8, I will capture with my rook. At the end of the lines, he's hoping for perpetuals. Queen takes pawn will be a perpetual. That's what he set up. King को 8th rank से हटा दिया गया है so that there's no check on c8. I don't know if there are perpetuals or not, but this is what Wei Yi has set up. Queen takes pawn
There
will
is
come
no
with a check.
perpetual. There is. I just checked. Like it's definitely a bluff, and that's a great insight from you, Tanya, because I think he's hoping for that, but it's not. Like he can actually take knight c8, and it's just winning for Pragg. Like if we can show it, takes queen f4 by king g1, and the king will just run to the queen side.
That's the feeling that I had as well.
C8, yeah?
And Wei Yi has undoubtedly set this up for Pragg. That queen takes pawn and the king just runs. Queen e3 check, king f1 in that line, and you go towards the queen side.
But Pragg, 38 seconds, 4 moves. So he is using Pragg's time against him right now. And Pragg needs to come up with one good idea that Wei Yi has not seen. it'll be very hard to come up with a defense to that plan. Even if it's a third best move, but if it's strong enough, he could try out something a bit different. By the way, Anish is also completely winning. It's +3,
Wow.
+4.
I
So
don't
that
think we
means,
need to go to that just yet
yeah,
because
yeah,
I
yeah.
think that game will go on for at least a little bit of time, is my guess. If you want, we can have a two-board view, but let's stick to this, Sahil.
No, I think let's stick to Pragg's board full screen.
Yes.
Also, all the women's sections games have finished, by the way. So very interesting.
So it's
how
Zhu
the
Jiner
way
and
is-
Vaishali leading, yeah? That's the
Yeah.
two leaders so far. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
भाई बहुत ही crazy scenes हो गए हैं and I'm telling you, if it wasn't for a player like Javokhir running away with the candidates, this would have been anyone's tournament. Everybody else has played like a normal candidates. What we've seen in the past, the
Yeah.
score lines are similar, the fight, but there is one player who is sitting on 7 points.
Wow. And Pragg, of course, using that time to his extra time to his advantage, 4 minutes for him to play 4 moves. So it's not an easy situation for Pragg either.
What else is he thinking about apart from Rook C4? Praggnanandhaa in the think right now.
He
I think
could
it's
repeat moves,
it's
by the way.
automatic. I think Rook C4. He would play it in a blitz match immediately, but I think he's just double checking, triple checking.
So what's your approach? Do you want to make sure Wei blunders the next 4 moves, or do you want to make sure you reach the 40th move? Which has higher priority?
I would think that if I know my position's winning, and I think Pragg knows it, he will just want to be precise. He will not try to play on Wei Yi's clock. He will,
it.
whether you win on the clock or the board, the result is the same. Extra time, extra points नहीं मिलते हैं. But अगर तुमने mess up कर दिया जल्दी खेल के कि भाई बोर्ड टाइम पे हराना है तो you lose that half a point. So I think Pragg is being very professional. He's calculating that line that we showed कि queen takes pawn के बाद is there a perpetual? Does he have something stronger here? Rook c4, queen e3, or queen d2? And is that working out for him? Is what Pragg is calculating. Another attractive option here is knight e8. I'm coming in with the idea of knight f6 with a pin on g7, and I think Pragg has just
suppose
made
rook
his
c4?
decision. Rook c4, queen d2. He's calculated it. This is what he was spending his time, and he's going to capture the bishop now.
But if he takes the bishop on c8, then can I not play b5? Then if you play rook anywhere, then queen takes
Good
f4 is a check,
question.
and there is the same problem with the perpetual. But
Okay,
rook
knight
c3,
c8,
rook
b5,
g3,
yeah?
and the g7 pawn is hanging. So rook c3, queen f4, rook g3, and you cannot take the knight on c8.
Wow.
Beautiful line. I think Pragg is either going to go for this, and I just want to point out, I think knight e8 is also very attractive here as a very safe option. You're coming in with knight f6. The only issue I see with knight e8 is that once the king goes back, then he goes for another option. He plays queen c7.
Actually,
And
it's
b5
also...
on the board instantly. Bhai, time nahi hai. Uske paas 36 seconds. How many moves?
Rook c2 is the only move
2
now.
more moves.
2 more moves. 36 seconds for Wei Yi. Rook c2 only move to keep an advantage. Did Pragg miss b5? Why
But
can't
rook
he take
c2
knight
is
takes
good,
pawn?
no? But rook c2
why
is
can't he
simple
take
because
pawn?
takes
But
g3 and पूरा second rank बच गया आपका. Knight takes
But
c8
it's
is
still
very...
hard to play, no? Like you
Yes,
give up the extra
why?
pawn.
Because you're thinking, why not knight takes pawn? And you have to calculate. Saj, all I'm saying is that he needs to calculate whether he can take on b5. It's not an easy decision. When we have things like the bar telling us there's a move like rook c2, it's easy. But on the board, it's not. Otherwise, he would
You
have
want to
taken
play
on
rook
c8.
e4.
Like
Oh God, he does play rook e4.
That's some slight mistake. It's still much better, but Black is fighting back, crawling back into the game. It's still winning.
Oh God, look at Wei. He knows he has no time. And Pragg immediately looked up. I think he realized rook c2 was winning on the spot. He would have won big material there. But Wei, he has only one more move to make and 22 seconds now.
40th move now. He needs to find one good move. Just move the rook somewhere. Anywhere works. Rook e1, rook e5, and it should
But rook
still be
e1 pe
winning.
queen d2, yeah? And then rook e... I mean, you can repeat once, basically.
Yeah.
Rook e1, queen d2, rook e4, queen d3, and then you think.
But does Pragg want to repeat, or does he want to make it more difficult for Wei Yi to play that 40th move? The curse of the 40th move, chat, but it can strike on anyone. Huge moment here.
Wow.
And the point of moving the rook is that you want knight takes bishop. You're not able to do that because the rook on e4 is hanging.
Yep, true. So Just repeat once, rook e5 and rook e4, and then you have half an hour more to calculate everything. She has 30 seconds only.
Yes, Pragg also doesn't have time on the clock.
Come on,
Tick-tock goes
Pragg.
the clock for both players. Make a move, Pragg.
One
He
more
cannot
move.
be frozen.
Just
Has to
repeat.
play a move. He's about
I
to make a
repeat.
move with 18 seconds. He's going for it. He's going for the rook.
Or he's going for the pawn. Could play b4 as well.
Oh, goodness.
Or
He
he's going
goes
for the
for the
rook.
rook and he
Oh,
brings
Badhiya.
it back.
nice.
Oof,
Okay.
40 moves and the 30 minutes gets added.
Okay, but queen d2, can't I play rook f1 with the idea of rook f3 if you attack me again? I just defend everything. I defend f4 and now I take the bishop.
10 seconds for Wei Yi. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh.
And he makes the move queen d2.
इतने calmly चलता है 2 सेकंड पे भी भाई, crazy. Very nerves of steel, insane. But okay, I think with this, I think Pragg is definitely winning, but slightly spoiled the advantage, but still has a winning advantage. And half an hour is now added, so dono players can now take their time to think and calculate accordingly. By the way, just want to switch to Fabi versus Anish because I saw this idea like a bit earlier, and I felt that chess is so beautiful. So instead of h4 in this position, I didn't find this by myself. Just want to put a disclaimer here. But the best idea here for black is, if you can show it from the just with the arrows, king h6, white pass karega, queen b8, queen h8, and queen h7. That's the winning plan for
Okay,
Anish.
there is. Okay,
But
there's no
how
way, yeah?
pretty is this? How beautiful is this?
Really?
You don't like it? And then f5 is incoming in the next move, no?
But there must be another winning plan, no? Like this feels too artificial somehow.
I mean, once you see f5, e5, bishop f5, that diagonal is completely yours, I feel. So I think it could happen actually on the board as well.
Got
So
it.
that's why maybe he's going h5, h4.
Very interesting, actually. And of course, they've also just reached the 40th move. That's why you don't see Anish at the board right now. But both Anish and Pragg potentially winning this game. Hikaru Esipenko still equal. So maybe we stick to this double board view for now.
Yeah, true. 40th, 40 moves have been added. So I think players are going to take their time. In the women's section, by the way, all the games are over. Zhu Jiner has won, Vaishali has won. So 2 tournament leaders in the women's section. And Vaishali is one of them. So that's great news. Now after h4, he's thinking.
भाई bishop on c8 कैसे बच गया मुझे पता नहीं है. It's been there ready to get captured for like the last 10 moves, but somehow it survived, yeah?
It's not easy to find these ways, I'm telling you, like if we just slow down and go back into that sequence of moves after rook c4, for Pragg to sit and sort of, again, once we see it and once we play the moves, it's easy, Sahil, but obviously Pragg did not like the idea of allowing queen takes pawn check, and something about it, put him off this line. He didn't go for knight takes bishop. B5 could have been something that he didn't appreciate here. This rook c3 is an easy miss, this Sehaj idea that he pointed out. But again, over the board, nobody's tapping you on your shoulder saying, bhai, bar bahut upar hai, yahan pe ek winning line hai. The moment a GM has this idea that there's a winning line, it becomes, and see, the line goes on. It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's still not over.
Agreed. And queen e6 is one of the only moves now. So it's not easy at all. So totally understandable why Pragg went for the safer
And why
line.
is queen e6? And show why queen e6. Because after queen e6, the point is h4, there's queen g6 check, king h8, queen h5 check, and you force a queen trade. Queen h6 is the only move.
Yeah, not an easy thing to see. And also, like when you're in such time pressure, you don't want to play such committal moves. Jahan pe it could all go south with one calculation mistake. So Pragg taking the practical choice. The good news is he's still winning.
Yes.
If he was not winning, then of course it would have been a bad decision. But I think he took a practical choice. It's still winning. And ab rook f1, rook a1, kuch bhi khel ke, I think you can still maintain your chances.
And the reason why this position is still so incredibly winning is what I'm trying to understand, because anywhere you move with the rook, black's bishop, it can go to a6. And how are you finishing it off? For example, rook f1. Let's try to work this out. Rook f1, you said, is a winning move. I don't see any other way to actually defend the bishop except bishop to a6.
b4 no.
Beautiful move, actually.
Because just to not allow queen b4. Queen b4 pe rook a1. No, queen rook a1 I cannot play. Queen b4 pe queen c6 maybe. And then I'll force your queen to go to a5 or something, and then queen e4 check, and then let's go. फिर से smothered bait का plan.
So queen
It's not that
a4.
simple, yeah.
Queen a4.
Bhai.
Oh, rook a1. No, queen a4.
Queen a4 पे तो b3 है ना मेरे पास, I think. कुछ और है इधर. Rook d8 है क्या? No.
Yep. Rook d8 is the move, and if I tell you the repetition, it will be like.
Wait, let's try to think. Also, is b4 the only move? Again, I find like maybe it's the strongest move, but is there something that apart from b4, it feels like anything else that white can do? Like, I'm trying to combine the idea of queen c6, queen e4, queen c6 hitting the bishop. Queen
Why
c6.
is b4 the best move or what?
It's the yes, it's the best move and the only winning move. So
really,
maintain the advantage, but winning may it's the only one.
That
After
is
queen
really
b4,
something.
this is crazy because you have to play queen c6, but pehle check dena hai.
Oh, that makes sense.
And guess what? So you can't go there. You have to now play g6, and now queen c6 is winning apparently.
And what's the difference, Sahil?
Rook d8, there is
queen c7 and you win the rook. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Okay,
Beautiful.
findable for Pragg now with the time he has. So let's hope so he does.
You know, I want to like just touch upon this a little bit because I've seen this happen so many times that like when we're commentating on a top player's game, right, and we show a beautiful line like the one that we just saw, it's so easy to get carried away and actually underestimate how difficult that is to find over the board. Starting from b4, having to spot queen c2 after queen takes pawn and understand the difference between giving a check before you go queen c6. You know, it's so easy to go like, "Arey, ye to dekh hi lenge, isme kya hai?" But over the board, having to work this out on your own, it's not easy at all, which is why sometimes I think when these moments happen and a player finds it, we don't appreciate the beauty of it. We don't appreciate the hardness of it, the difficultness of it, because we just feel like, oh, this is not that difficult to find. But trust me, chat, it is extremely hard on the board to work these things out. To feel that b4 is the only winning move is very difficult on the board. To spot that whole line with rook c4 and how in that end, Sahil, that h4 is not working, rook g3 is the right line, very difficult to work it out. But I've noticed very often, people are like, "Arey, ye to hum bhi dekh lete, isme kya hai?"
Yep.
Yeah, agreed. But b4 is not like necessary, right? Because in the original position, do I have to play rook f1?
No. Oh, that's a good question. He hasn't made that decision yet, by the way.
I was thinking like अगर मैंने f pawn दे I mean because in the back of his mind he's thinking rook c2 खेल देता तो queen f4 के बाद g3 and I would have won the bishop. So that idea of sacrificing the f4 pawn has already is already there in Pragg's mind. So let's say I want to go rook a1 or rook c1 just to give you the pawn on f4 and king h1. भाई अब खेलो.
So what do you want to play now?
I feel like this is rook c1 or rook a1. I'm not sure which one though. Rook a1, let's try.
Okay.
But queen f4 maybe I won't be able to capture on c8. Okay, takes but you cannot play e5. That's amazing. फंस गए आप. King h1.
King h1.
e5 नहीं खेल सकते तो आपका bishop अब हिल नहीं सकता.
Rook f1 played. I think the most human move in the position to defend the f4 pawn has been chosen by Pragg. But now after bishop to a6, which is the only choice that Wei Yi has, I think for me the bigger question is, Sahil, you said b4 is the only move. What, anything else and Wei Yi is back in the game?
Yes. So bishop a6, I think he has to play, right? The bishop to gaya. So that doesn't make any sense. And once you play it, I think b4 is the only move that's even winning. Like anything else is not even close to winning. So you have to play this.
What is the difference in evaluation between the top move and the second best move?
Plus 2.6 to plus 0.8. So that's the
Oh,
Array,
wow.
that's a lot actually.
That's a
a
lot.
lot.
That is a
So I
lot.
feel like the game is not just over yet, especially because you have to see that queen c6 check, right? You have to ideally see it while playing b4. So it is going to get a bit interesting. And luckily for Pragg, we are on the 41st move. He has time to do so.
But Saj, can you finish your idea? Because I'm very curious to see why rook a1 was working there and queen takes pawn, and you were mentioning something about e5. So Pragg
I
plays
just
rook
thought
f1.
I just thought black cannot move anymore. So after rook a1,
Yeah,
queen f4 and king
check.
h1, and I think your queen is stuck pinning the knight and the queen. The bishop cannot move, the rook cannot move,
Why can't
and
the
you
rook move?
only
Rook f8?
okay. Then what?
Rook a7 you mean? No, what is it? Rook f8? No, I'm just
I mean,
waiting. I'm saying like, what is the, how are you winning? How are you finishing it off is my question, no?
yeah, my
I
main
agree
point
that,
was you don't have e5. Like you don't
I
have
don't
e5
have
anymore.
e5.
But
I
I
know
have
it's
queen
like,
c2 check now. Queen c2 check and knight c8 is hanging.
that's your idea. So I have to go king
I
h8
mean, I'm
then.
sure there are other ways to win here for
No,
sure.
this
Because
is the
as
easiest.
long
Of
as you
course, if
cannot
you.
play e5, then e5 nahi aa raha, then I
पर
can go knight
e5 पे भी
c8.
तो queen c2 knight c8 था ही ना.
नहीं, knight c8 सीधा.
हाँ, पर queen c2 knight c8 तो उधर भी मतलब that e5 doesn't
हाँ,
help
right,
against
right,
queen
right.
c2. So what
Right.
about king h8 is my. Oh, what about king h8?
But knight f7
Anyways,
check,
and then queen c2 क्या?
queen c2.
No,
I
queen
think.
f5?
Wait, what? No. The queen hanging hai na? Wait, what?
Oh, yes.
Right. Okay, it's been 4.5 hours chat now, so happens. And now, meanwhile, rook f1 played. So bishop a6 as expected will be played by Wei Yi. I don't see any. Do you consider sacking the bishop to pick up a few pawns maybe? Is that an alternative?
God. No, I don't think so. It's just delaying the inevitable because a7 is also hanging.
Yeah, true.
ये तो lost है.
Lost.
ये तो lost है.
2 pawn chahiye the, maybe something, but yeah. And if not that, then I think you have to play bishop a6. I don't see anything else.
I'll just say one thing. Bishop a6, b4 to me is not at least the easiest find. I think Pragg, of course, the level that he is at, I think he will find it. But it's a big moment, especially because it's the only winning move.
And why not queen c6? There's rook d8. Just want to recheck again. There's rook d8, yeah, after queen c6.
Yes. And g6 force karenge to there's queen c7 check, and rook d8 is not a possibility.
Wow. So wait. And the point is that the only way to force g6 is to sacrifice on b4 so that you have queen c2 check after queen takes pawn. Because now queen e4 check runs into g6, right?
Yeah.
Only
and
move.
knight f7. Rook d4, I guess. Rook d7, okay. Knight e5. I love that.
Rook g7, stopping g6.
Oh, and now
Dude.
bishop b7 gets activity.
But this is just, I'm telling you, this is not over. This game has just made a bit of a comeback. Ignore the evaluation bar right now. Pragg has to be super precise.
Correct. And by the way, just like switching our view on the other side of the board, but I feel Anish, I think if Anish is writing a book, my 60 memorable games, this game would be one of them.
I agree.
Because it was a flawless game, I think, by Anish. I mean, I am very, very, very impressed with this game.
And the
एक
white
chance
king
नहीं दिया उसने फाबी को.
What's the white king doing, by the way, on g4?
White king, because it's the only piece that can move. This is a true zugzwang. The knight on a1 cannot come to c2 because e4 is hanging. The white queen is stopping the black queen from coming in, also needs to connect itself to the a1 knight. Knight on a1, वो मर ही गया है बेचारा घोड़ा. उसके लिए कुछ करने को नहीं है अब लाइफ में. White is only playing with the king right now. And look at how Anish has placed all his pawns on the dark squares opposite color of his bishop, maintaining maximum bishop activity. Just eyeing Fabi. He strategically outplayed Fabi today.
Yeah.
And
With that
also,
too, with black pieces in Italian.
can't
And
you just
to
play
do
king
that
h6
against
and bishop?
Fabi is a Herculean task, I feel.
Can't you just play king h6 and bishop takes e4 also at some? Well, he didn't play it, but
He stopped
Because-
king takes pawn. I think king takes pawn maybe was an idea he didn't want to allow.
Hmm.
So he's just now, if you take king takes pawn, I think you can even start with bishop e4 or even go f5 first.
Or just go king h6, no? There's no check on the board. King h6 I love here, actually. Bishop h5
Now
check
king
and mate ho rahi
d3
hai
has
bhai.
been played.
wow.
Oh, look at this. King h6. I don't know if we can make moves here. Can we?
We can go full screen on that board for a
Okay.
minute. This is the position, of
So
course, and
king h6.
hmm.
Let's say you play knight c2, for example. f5 check. ef5, bishop h5 is mate. That's so pretty, I think.
Nice.
That's so
And-
pretty.
You can also make it a pawn checkmate. You start with king h6, bishop h5, and then do f5 checkmate.
But king g3 tha udhar, I saw.
Oh
already.
yeah. So you have to be precise.
And you know,
Also, pawn ne queen ka हुआ ना वो तो. It's like pawn से करना था. I was thinking about pawn से करना है मुझे, but I couldn't find
And
a way.
Actually, king
And you know
h6
what?
is beautiful.
कई बार ना इंजन्स की इंजन्स कहते हैं लोग क्यों देखते हैं हम लोग, बट कई बार ना लाइंस बहुत सुंदर होती हैं. सो फॉर एग्जांपल वन ऑफ दोस लाइंस इज द बेस्ट मूव इन दिस पोजीशन एंड दैट इज एक्चुअली f5 directly.
Oh wow, pawn takes pawn?
And now king h6.
But king
Oh,
f3?
beautiful. E4,
King
queen e4,
f3?
bishop h5. King f4,
E4.
queen g5.
Yeah.
Oh, stunning. King
And if
f4.
you-
No, finish that line, Sahil. It was very beautiful, that
Huh.
end of
If you
that
take,
line.
I think there is, by the way, if you take the bishop, there's e4 apparently, only move. Locking the queen out and now queen e5 and it's some queen g5 checkmate, which is very, very weird.
Why
Okay,
not
if you
queen
play,
g5 directly?
Directly mate हो रहा है क्या?
लग तो रहा था पर पता
नहीं, king
नहीं.
f3 है ना हमारे पास, if directly
नहीं
you
नहीं,
play.
in that e4 position last, like pawn takes
हाँ, so if you
bishop here,
take first
e4 and
ताकि
queen
you can-
g5 is mate, right? Next move, unless I'm blind.
अच्छा हाँ, right, yeah, it's mate, my bad. Yeah, yeah. Move the queen and it's mate. So, and if you play, for example, king f3 after king h6, then I think of
e4,
course e4.
beautiful.
Queen.
E4, queen
takes
e4,
pawn.
bishop h5.
Wow.
And king f4, the line continues, one more move, and queen g5 is game over.
नहीं, पहले g5. fg6 के बाद queen g5. You know? पूरा एकदम proper.
Nice. But okay, Anish is winning. That is, and look at Fabi, by the way.
Actually, king
I mean-
h6 is a beautiful move here. And
Wait,
Anish,
what? He
a
got
bit
up.
of a power statement, you know. He just like gets up. I don't know. He just keeps his jacket. He's sitting down to calculate till checkmate. Bhai, उसे पता है winning है, तो अब like he's just getting into the zone to calculate till the end. Look at it. Head
Oh,
nod.
wow.
He goes into his head, and he's going to play it. He's going to find this idea that you're playing through.
I mean, this is just so emotional. Yeah. On
Does he
one
start
side,
with f5 or does he start with king h6?
I think he finds f5 because the kind of setup he got up, kept his jacket is the kind of move you play when you know it's mate. Like that's what you do. And he's literally nodding his head. He's half praying, half emotional. Look at Fabio on the left, dejected. It looks like both players know what's happening. Wow. I mean, this is such
Fabi
an
is, yes.
impactful win for Anish. Please continue.
If Anish finds this f5, e5, king h6, I feel like this is one of the best games I've seen from Anish, I think, ever.
I completely agree. I think out of even if king h6 is winning and f5 both are winning, f5 is aesthetically just so beautiful to push that pawn right now. And the more I look at Anish, although both are beautiful, I don't know which one he'll play, but for Fabi, it's just literally staring into his chances of making it to the world championship just closing down. That light just going off. You know, it's the realization that not this time as well.
Yeah. And it's 2 years to the next candidate. So it's not a short journey. And look at Anish exhaling, trying to calm himself down. He's already decided his move, by the way, I think by now. But he has time, 25 minutes. So he's just trying to recalculate everything in his mind. He knows he's about to beat Fabi, who, matlab, jo tournament favorite the, to be honest. And he knows
And
he's going to
Anish will be second place, yeah? Only 1.5
Yes.
points behind.
And let's keep in mind, he plays Sindarov in the second last round. So
Can
if-
we have the arrows for the two moves that we're looking at? Can you draw the arrows on the
Yes.
board? F5 and king h6, both winning moves. Anish with his head nod is definitely playing one of them. For Fabiano Caruana, he's just looking at the end of his road right now.
And then I think if Pragg wins, then Pragg and Fabi will be on an equal score now.
Yeah, true.
Wow.
Which one would you go for, Sahaj, in this position? Let's say hypothetically you've seen both these lines.
I think I will play King H6 just
Same.
because it's so.
Safer.
It's like not because of safer. It's nicer. Like I feel the entire game was played in a. Actually no, but F5 is a clear win, no? Because King F3 आ ही नहीं सकता उसके बाद.
Both are clear win. Even
नहीं, King H6 में King
Actually,
F3
King
है.
H6, King F3, and then you have to go F5 anyway and win that position.
But then King
out.
F2, no, and the game continues.
And then you take and you win that position. Like it
But
continues.
F5
but
is winning. F5 is winning right now. You cannot
Yeah.
run with the king to F3. So I mean aesthetically I'll choose King H6, but उसमें काम ज़्यादा है थोड़ा.
I think this game is about to end. And do you think if he plays F5, Fabi resigns? Or do you think he plays on?
King EF5, King H6 तक तो खेलना चाहिए I think, and then I think we'll see.
Okay, Fabi looks like he's already given up and. Oh!
F5 is coming. It's coming. He's
Wow.
found it. He spotted it. He's calculated it. He's about to play it. Anish Giri about to get his second win in a row against Fabiano Caruana.
And
And the head nod, it tells you everything you need to know. It is on the board. F5 played.
On takes
And
and
no
now King H6. Now for the final
no
touches.
surprise. No surprise of Fabi. He knew it was coming, yeah? Both
Beautiful
players.
actually. FG6, E4 tak I feel that's a beautiful position, and Queen G5 mate.
And I think Fabi resigns after King to H6. King
Wow.
H6, and either Fabi plays till checkmate or just puts his hand forward, and that is it. It is resignation. Anish Giri gets the win in a flawlessly conducted game right there. A positional masterpiece. I think this one will go down in every strategic book ever written from this moment in the chess world. What a beautifully executed win, and till the end to perfection.
Nicely summarized.
man.
Again, for me, I feel this has to be one, if not the greatest game of Anish Giri. It's one of the great. It's top 3 for me for sure.
And look at this move. A brilliancy, King H6. The final move of the game was King to H6. And the emotions both the players must be feeling right now must be intense. Anish, of course, ecstatic at his second win in a row. And of course, Fabi disappointment at his second loss in a row. So dono players ke liye bahut emotions. But the games are not over because Pragg is still playing. He is still winning. And Wei Yi has not played a single move since then. So kya chal raha hai yahan pe? Because I don't see anything apart from Bishop A6.
He's taking a lot of time. Like half of the time that he just got, he has spent on this move. But the question is, has Pragg seen before? Because Pragg is only looking at Bishop A6, right? अगर आप सोच रहे हो यहाँ पे अपने opponent के time पे, you're only looking at Bishop A6. So he has a lot of time to figure out B4.
Yeah. And I think Wei Yi might fall under time pressure again for the second time because 16 minutes remaining. It's not even close to the end of the game. He might need that time. Tanya Sahaj, if you had to make a prediction, I know prediction is, I know vessel ban sakte hain, but if you had to make a prediction on your own, kya choose karenge yahan pe result, final result?
Oh wow. I would love to hear from chat as well. इसमें एक poll भी डाल दिया जाए while Sahaj and I are giving our prediction. I promise I will not look at the chat.
You understand?
done.
He didn't say Sahaj and Tanya. You made it Sahaj and Tanya. It was Tanya and Sahaj.
No, I will go first, but I would love to hear chat's view on this because it is a very complex battle, and I really want like people to understand to not get super influenced by how easy the bar is indicating ये position है Pragg के लिए, because ये बिल्कुल भी easy नहीं है अगर वही bishop a6 खेलते हैं. So we'll see, but I think answering Sahil's question, Pragg wins.
Oh, nice.
You know, मैं chat नहीं देख रही हूँ, and 2 seconds later, Pragg wins.
No, my chat is here. It's here.
I'm kidding. But I of course I said
I promise
share
I
your
didn't see this
sentiment.
time.
I share
Also,
your
I have
sentiment.
to open YouTube and stuff. तो वो भी नहीं करा. Promise, it's like I'm telling you, this is not the vessel speaking. This is me speaking.
Amazing. And you know, a grandmaster RB Ramesh, I mean, who was the coach of Pragg, he wrote a book called Improve Your Chess Calculation. And, you know, it's a calculation book but I feel it's also a book about how Pragg used to be when he was younger. Because all of the examples, पहले तो आपको वो दिखाते हैं like position, like it's a very hard puzzle, and then it will have like this entire page showing that how Pragg solved this blindfolded. Literally, like there are many moments like this in the book where it just shows कि at the age of 9 Pragg did this with a blindfold, and we were like, okay, that's insane. And this position after bishop a6 kind of reminds me of that. This b4 queen c2 queen c6 like makes me think of that book. And if his coach is saying that he has done this before, it makes me think that he's gonna find it.
So
And
now
chat
I have
also.
opened
Yeah,
the
thank you.
YouTube chat, but we have to wait for 500 votes at least. I have, by the way,
Huh.
casted my vote on this. And meanwhile, Wei Yi keeps thinking we'll vote for 500 votes on this. Sahaj, so what is your prediction is also that Pragg wins this, he gets this?
I think so, yes, I think so. And speaking of things, अभी हम बात कर रहे थे कि it's not easy. एक नज़र हिकारू पे भी मारो तान्या, because there is something very cool and interesting happening there.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go, boys.
Okay,
Come
ये तो draw
girl.
है भाई. ये तो
देखो
draw
भाई,
है.
इतने खुश क्यों लग रहे हो आप?
भाई ये draw है भाई. They can fight for 5 hours or 500 days. I mean, this is gonna be a draw. I
No
don't
भाई,
see.
it's not a given. It's not a given.
कर लेगा भाई, ऐसे
मैं एक
पेंको
बात
है.
Not a
बताऊं
given.
साहिल, मैं एक बात बताऊं,
हाँ.
जो मैंने सहज के साथ अभी खेला है, मुझे तो वो इससे इजियर ड्रॉ लग रही है. मुझे लग रहा है ये ज्यादा
हाँ,
मुश्किल है ड्रॉ करना, है ना सहज?
ये किंग के लिए पहुंचना easier है.
Exactly,
Like on
and
the
the
other side.
white rook
True.
is perfectly placed.
But I
Rook
still feel
e3.
like, okay, I mean, Esipenko should draw this. He has time. So कोई ऐसा time का भी, he played rook b6 though. Okay,
Exactly.
interesting.
I'm telling you, draw very likely, but it's not super easy. And I, Sahaj, have a feeling that even in this, f6 g5 is a key idea at the right time.
Yeah, 100%, because otherwise the king just runs to the other side and you push the pawn. So yeah, f6 g5 is going to happen. And what's your take here, Tanya and Tiku bhai? What do you think? Do you think Esipenko will draw this? Really?
100%. 100%.
Not
कोई doubt ही नहीं
I
है.
100%,
don't
but
think so.
if I have to predict, I go with a draw here.
I think Hikaru wins.
क्या बात? Okay, I'm ready to bet
I think
Maggie's
so.
on this one. 5 Maggie's
Oh,
bet.
इसी
चलो.
भाई
नीचे
but
the
आपको odds देने चाहिए भाई, I think, for this.
f6 खेल दिया. By the way, chat, this was the idea that we had in me versus Sahaj just a few moments ago in another rook pawn ending, जहाँ पे white के पास a pawn था. By the way, exactly the same position Sahaj, but with the a pawn. And here he's going for that plan, so I'm glad we played that out, and now we can see it being played out here. But it's all eyes on the Pragg board, guys. We can have the bet, but this rook pawn ending will last at least another 100 moves.
For
Easily.
Hikaru, yes. I think Hikaru being there, I mean, he's not in a hurry to make his recap, right? मतलब वो तो आराम से 12 बजे बनाएगा, audience wait करेगी. So he's going to take his time and then make a longer recap ताकि और ads घुसे इसके अंदर. Just jokes apart. Meanwhile, bishop a6 played by Wei Yi. So finally,
Huge moment, guys.
b4. Pragg,
Only
come on.
move. Pragg, you have to find b4 here. Let's
Can
go
we get
full
an
screen
angle
on our
of
players.
Pragg? Can we get an angle of Pragg just to see which side of the board he's looking at?
Great idea. Let's do it. Chat, Wei Yi is back in the game if Pragg plays anything else except b4. He has to spot b4. A major chunk of the advantage gone. कुछ और खेला, वो पूरा बार नीचे आ जाएगा.
अब तक नहीं देखा उसने b4 की तरफ दो. Not even once, I think.
वो right side पे देख रहा है, थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे.
I'm telling you, b4 is not an easy spot. It's really not an easy find. I hope Pragg finds it, but it's hard. It's difficult in this position, yaar. To understand, I'll tell you what the difficult part is, Sahil. The difficult part is to understand that you're giving that pawn away to give a check on c2 only to provoke g6. And then only queen c6 works. Let's show that line to everyone.
Yeah.
b4. And now you've killed the bishop. Queen takes pawn has to be played to free it up. You have to give a check on c2. Queen c6 doesn't work. And why it doesn't work is because knight f7 is mate. g6, now queen c6. You attack the bishop. The only resource black has in this position is rook to d8. And this is why it's important to provoke g6 so that queen c7 in the end and rook falls. You win the game again. Is played so that you can provoke g6. doing something on
Agreed.
one side of the board to make something happen on the other side of the board.
But also, I think, does he have an alternative, right? Because if he doesn't have an alternative, he might find this. So knight e4 also looks very tempting with the idea of knight c5 or knight f6. So he does have alternatives which do look like good moves on paper. So it is possible to go wrong here.
What is the second best move?
Yeah, like rook f3, knight e4, these two moves actually. And knight e4 पे लग भी रहा है, ये fork आ रहा है, रुक मर रहा है, knight c5 पे bishop attack हो रहा है. And
I
black
like
has only,
knight e4.
yeah, it looks very tempting actually.
But queen e2,
Yeah, queen e2, for example, knight f6 check.
king h8.
King h8, and you pick up this, you pick up on f1 and knight e7, and there is some mating pattern here. So it does look tempting to put that knight on e4 to just kind of bring it closer to the king. So he has to choose. Does he want to go for the attack or does he want the
I'm
bishop?
just trying to think, what is the problem with knight e4? After knight e4, queen e2 doesn't work. Is it queen d8?
Queen d8 is decent. I think
Okay,
white
but
can chop
not
off a
good.
pawn. But queen d4 is the move. Controlling f6, controlling a7, attacking b2, keeping an eye on f4 indirectly. And somehow it's like black is fighting on. And this is where you could lose most of your edge.
And I'm telling you one thing, Sahil, knight e4 is a lot more natural than b4 because it comes with two big threats. You're attacking the queen and knight f6 is a fork. It'll be genius of Praggnanandhaa to find b4 and to see this whole line with queen c2 check, queen c6, queen c7 winning the game. Do you understand this point, chat? That after giving the pawn, white basically dances around with the queen to land at the same spot it is right now in to win the game.
Yeah, it is so
How
difficult.
beautiful
actually.
is that? Like chess
But
is stunning.
You know why he might find it though? Because queen c6 idea तो समझ में आ रहा है. Like you understand कि queen c6 कभी ना कभी अगर मैं खेलूं, like this bishop is getting trapped, and you see black के पास क्या defense है? It is rook d8. अगर यहाँ पे मैं, how can I stop this move? Like maybe by that, thought process, you land up with that b4 idea and then queen c2 check idea. Like it is possible, but he will have to think for a long time. I'm not sure he's ready to commit that much time to this move though.
You know, if somebody goes and tells Pragg white to play here, he finds b4 in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
100%. Yes, agreed. I think he will find b4 if he knows this is the critical moment. But he's not looking at that side of the board. That's my worry. वो center या king side की तरफ देख रहा है. I'm guessing moves like rook f3 make sense because you can play rook g3 and maybe put some pressure on the king side. I don't know. Queen f5 also looks. Also, rook f3 makes sense because black का idea b4 है. So you are using prophylaxis against that. And how is that move, Tikubai? Is that like a big change in eval?
Yes, I think it's the third best move. But again, like anything apart from b4 is like halka sa better, like halka fulka sa, जैसे white का symbolic edge होता है ना, like वैसा edge better है. It's not really. I mean, he might still win this because of how complicated the position is, but objectively, there's only one move here right now. And Chad, just a minor update. Menorca Open में Gukesh drew his second game, and third game he's right now losing to Nihal. So just a minor update on the sidelines there. But yeah, coming back to the game.
Oh yeah, actually Gukesh is dead lost actually. Crazy prep by Nihal. Wow.
What do you think will be the Indian team for the Open this year?
Order में नहीं बताना होगा, but फिर बता देंगे.
No, I mean, okay, let's say Gukesh, Arjun and Pragg, and the next two boards. Is
I
it
think
like
Nihal
theory?
confirmed it. I think he's
Nihal makes
2,
it.
3.
So that'll be one switch from 2024, and the next with it.
Vidit, I think, is likely. Like he's not playing, so he's gonna hold his rating unless there's like a number of games he has to play and he's not played them. I'm not sure if he has, but
It's 9 until for the last 6 months before the rating comes out.
But that he has not played. No, I don't remember Vidit playing a classical event in the last few months.
So I think the deadline is May. So even I had to play a minimum of 9 games before May, but I have sort of mentally decided to not most likely to not play. And so I think for Vidit also he has to have 9 games between December of 2025 and May of 2026. Minimum of 9 classical games.
Got it. But I don't think he's played a classical event since then.
Tan, you can play one of those 6 days events, yeah? Budapest mein. Like finished in like just in a jiffy. Patafat.
I would have
Ne-
said, I think it comes down to like just, I think, I feel like after Budapest, it's sort of been a whole circle, a full
Mm.
circle for me already. So
Oh, I see.
I actually
Like,
thought that Chennai Olympiad ke paas bas ho gaya tha mera. So Budapest already getting a chance to be in the team was a very big like deal.
But if let's
So I'll
मतलब
probably
can
track
be
the
भाई
games,
कितनी बार किसी और को भी चांस देना चाहिए कितनी बार मतलब I should I win यार कि कितनी बार should I
2008 से every Olympiad I've played since 2008, it's crazy. And first, my dream was I want to get into the Indian team. कि बस कुछ भी हो जाए Indian team के लिए खेलना है. और उसके बाद the dream was कुछ भी हो जाए Indian women team के साथ podium पे खड़े होना है. तो अब हो गए दोनों खत्म.
but if you had the games, would you play it then?
I was gonna play Reykjavik, but then there's a lot going on in Delhi for me as well. That we are moving homes right now. I'm in the middle of shifting. Also really loving commentary. So even if I don't play the Olympiad, I'm sure I'll be involved with most likely with some commentary and be rooting for Team India. So we'll figure. देखते हैं chat.
nice.
Chat में एक बंदे ने बोल दिया sorry, but B4 cannot be played.
भाई अब आपने कह
ऐसे
दिया
कहा
तो
है.
Sorry, हॉटपॉट जी हमसे गलती हो गई भाई.
But B4 cannot be played. Why? Please explain.
या थोड़ा एक्सप्लेनेशन दे देंगे साथ में तो इजी रहेगा, बट आई गेस दे सेइंग इट्स बहुत डिफिकल्ट है निकालना ओवर द
That I agree. That I am with you aligned. But भाई इस लेवल पे चेस है ही मुश्किल. अगर आपको
Yeah.
वेई जैसे प्लेयर को हराना है तो ऐसी छालें ढूंढनी होगी भाई.
true भाई true and also I mean again having read that book I feel like Pragg can very easily find this and I think now he's looking on the queen side I'm not it feels like it I feel and also he looks a bit more confident maybe he has spotted before.
Can we have that angle again? The front
Also
angle?
can we agree that at 40 moves एकदम perfect time पे finish हुए Pragg के लिए because imagine this happened on move 39 then finding before would have been a ridiculous task I
Oh
think.
my goodness. But also for Wei, it would have been so difficult to play these moves. Yeah, kya, crazy scenes ho jate hai us moment pe. But I actually think, what do you guys think? What's the prediction? Does he play B4? Yes or no?
I think he
Sahil,
does. I think he does.
Sahaj.
Yes.
Yes
He
and
does.
yes bola gaya hai. Chat, does Pragg play B4? He's about to make his decision. Dal do chat mein. And I shall be the vessel this time.
Oof.
You know, I did see his eyes
Yes,
go over the
yes,
B4
yes,
square.
yes. भाई good vibes in chat आ रहे हैं. I believe in Pragg. We all believe in Pragg. Let's go B4.
जो लोग नो भी लिख रहे हैं कह रहे हैं कि he will still win. So at least रिजल्ट पे लोगों को डाउट नहीं है, चाहे मूव पे डाउट हो. So that's good news. And Pragg, by the way, has 12 minutes now.
It's fine. It's the calm before the storm.
भाई एक भी मिनट वो
हाँ,
B4 निकाल देगा
nice,
तो he will
nice,
win that. Yo,
nice.
nice.
Come on, Pragg. इतना time लेने के बाद तो B4 ढूंढना ही होगा यार. Because actually it's getting into second time trouble territory right now. It's move 41. But this is the final phase. They get 30 seconds per move. But there's no other time to be added beyond this.
And also let's not forget के Wei Yi also thought for 18 minutes. So it's like that time plus the time that Pragg has spent on this move. That's a lot of time. He should find
खेलने
it.
वाला है. Set खेलने वाला है. होने वाला है. Feel आ रही है मुझे.
Chat 94.
Shoulder थोड़ा left की तरफ, so I feel like it's gonna be a queen side move. Maybe
But
I'm
knight भी
like
queen
over
side पे भाई.
analyzing this.
Knight e4 भी technically queen side पे ही है. So and he's looking
94
at the
actually
knight.
मेरे को बहुत ही ज़्यादा human option लग रहा है because तुम queen को attack कर रहे हो. Knight f6 threat. Oh, what? He's moving the
What?
queen. He's played queen c6. And Wei will be back in the game if he plays rook d8. It will be almost
Wait, he saw
level.
it. Look at Pragg.
And he played it immediately. Rook to
No.
d8. And this is what we were talking about, just how difficult it is on the board to spot b4.
Wait, did
And
he not see rook d?
Praggnanandhaa spends 20 minutes and doesn't find it, and Wei Yi has found a way back into the game.
I want to see his expressions. Has he missed rook d8? I think he has completely missed rook d8. Let's have that
No,
camera
no
back.
chance.
No.
No chance
That I
by
don't
that he
think
missed.
so.
Now look at him right now. It looks like he missed it.
नहीं भाई, rook d8 नहीं miss किया होगा.
I think he missed it because he would have the move ready, right? In the first minute. Because he's thinking it doesn't look like he saw rook d8.
He'll play in the next less than 2 minutes. He'll make his decision. I think, but the question is, what will that decision be? Because queen e4 check is met by g6, and surprisingly, black's king is safe.
And if I go knight f7, rook d7 and queen e4 check, king g8 पे तो knight h6 है मेरे पास, that should be winning. g6 पे knight e5, and how am I evaluating this as equal? This rook g7. I also missed this exact same thing.
And bishop b7 is incoming, by the way.
Oh, he played knight f7
Knight
on the
f7.
board. भाई वही miss किया उसने rook g7. I'm telling you, that could be possible.
Wow. So Pragg
show that live
spoiling
again.
his advantage, yeah?
Rook d7 instantly by Wei Yi.
अरे यार. Yeah, I think he missed rook g7, or maybe he evaluates that position as better for him. And if knight e5 now, rook d6. Yeah, rook d6 is there.
And I want to point out, guys, don't forget about bishop to b7 at
Bhai.
any moment. I think this can
Bhai.
fully turn it. It turns it around.
Yeah,
Bishop
yeah,
b7,
yeah.
black is winning. Guys, rook
Bhai,
d7
ye
has
miss.
a sneaky trap. Bishop b7 is a huge threat by Wei Yi.
ये तो नहीं मिस किया होगा Pragg ने, I feel.
Bishop b7. No, yeah,
Yeah,
bishop
knight.
b7.
Like, to be honest, if you're looking at this line from a distance, you would look at knight e5, and rook d6 is the first move you will calculate as black. Because that's defending the bishop, and there's queen e4 check, and then you go a bit deeper. But looking at it again, of course, bishop b7 makes a lot more sense.
It's the only move, by the way, or you're lost, I think.
But it's bishop b7 is like, you come back on the diagonal you've been dying to get from the start of the game. उसने rook d7 जिस speed से खेला है ना, वैसे प्रग ने पहले देखा या नहीं, अब तो पक्का देख लिया है कि भाई bishop b7 आ रहा है rook d7 के बाद. अगर एक बार ही rook d7 आ गया है तो bishop b7 आ रहा है.
Maybe you're right, Sahaj. Maybe this is the move he missed, because it looks like this is like, if this is the only move, he might have looked at rook d6, rook d5 and seen it's winning, but he might have completely missed this option.
भाई rook d6 के बाद win कैसे है? एक बार मुझे like I'm not sure how.
हाँ.
Queen e4 check, king g8,
king g8, and now queen g6 is the winning move.
Oh wow, not easy. Because what is the idea?
bishop b7 पे queen f7 है मेरे पास.
No, but not. What is the idea?
Queen f7 ही idea apparently. I think also rook f3, rook g3 is the idea, but it is winning.
Wow.
But I think maybe you're right. Maybe this is what he missed, bishop b7, because...
And now he realizes it. Now he spotted it after rook d7 is on the board कि he cannot go for knight e5.
अगर उनकी क्लॉक में 5 मिनट हो गए ना और below 5
भाई
he
प्रग के
goes,
पास कम टाइम है पहली बार पूरी गेम में.
I think it would be a guarantee he missed this move. अगर 5 मिनट से कम हो गए, because it would be a
No, he's
complete
missed
shock.
it. He's definitely missed it, and he's only realized it after rook d7 that bishop b7 is happening.
Wow.
So you have to give a check then. That's forced. g6 is forced. Knight e5. And then bishop b7 anyways, yeah? No. Then rook g7. g6, knight e5, rook g7. अब bishop b7 को कैसे रोकें इस position में? Because I'm sure you can still press. Like, I still have a good knight, you have a bad bishop. I should be able to press somehow.
But said bishop b7, how are you stopping that threat? Is the most important question that you're asking right now, and I don't see an answer to it.
So I'm thinking queen f3, queen f2, like queen f3, bishop b7, but I think you can take on b2. So maybe let's play queen e1, वो थोड़ा ज़्यादा direct है.
But queen threat के बाद कोई chance बचा है क्या win के लिए?
हाँ, for sure. Queen e1, rook e1 तो होगा chance इधर.
And why am I not still taking on b2? Or is that a stupid question?
It's definitely not a stupid question. I feel like this is a very, very valid question. Oh, Pragg is not happy, by the way.
Yeah, he's not, because look at the clock. He's missed
Yeah.
bishop b7, 7.5 minutes. The advantage has gone, and now he can feel the pressure. And I'll say one thing: agar Wei Yi ko bishop b7 mil gaya na, it's pressure on Pragg. That g2 pawn is so tender.
Hmm. So I was thinking queen h4 here, maybe, Tanya.
He shakes
And
his
if you
head. Sorry, queen h4.
and if you play bishop b7, there's rook f2, and then knight g4, knight f6 का कुछ plan. ठीक है, chance तो है इधर Pragg का.
But Pragg played a beautiful game today, yaar. Or Rook D1, H3,
Hmm.
to come up with that idea, like perfect game thi aaj literally, matlab, just beautiful, like one of his best games ever, and to spoil it in one move is gonna hurt a lot, especially at the candidates, man. And I think that's true. This is what he missed, because itna time soch rahe hain abhi, to definitely Bishop B7 is what he did not see. And it doesn't just draw, he just loses the game on the spot. So it's like, this gives you such a psychological shock in this moment. Ki, bhai, oh my God, I was about to lose the game in one move.
Yeah, for sure. Tough moment for Pragg. I think if he spots bishop b7, then queen e4 check is automatic. You have to play this. Otherwise, there's bishop b7. Or you just take on a6, but that has to be a draw as well, because f4 bhi mar raha hai. It's like everything is working out so well for Wei Yi there.
And I've always felt like that is one of the most brutal things about chess, is that you can play a near perfect game. So I think, Sahaj, you had mentioned earlier a 99.3% accuracy by Praggnanandhaa in this game till very recently. You can play a near perfect game and you can make 35, 40 good moves. And then all it takes is one mistake. All it takes is one bad move to undo all that hard work, to undo everything that you have built for 4 hours. Playing it to your flawless ability, converting every single advantage, the plus that you have, to something more tangible, more tangible, more tangible. And then all it takes is one
One
move,
move.
and that's it. It's all gone just like that.
True, but I feel like it's not completely gone yet. I think there is some practical pressure that Pragg can apply. He still has a good knight. His opponent still has a bad bishop. He still has a better pawn structure. But the amount of effort he made from move one, I feel like he kind of has to reset and restart, because he can still put pressure. I still think only white can win here.
But it's very hard, no, Sahaj, to kind of suddenly go back to zero
It
and
brings the
start
queen
from
back, guys.
scratch.
He's made a move. He's gone queen e4 check. And now it's just the game with 3 results is the feeling, especially if bishop b7 comes. I think we're going to see this line g6, knight e5, rook g7. And uske baad, what does Pragg have in mind? Quickly, Wei Yi gets that g pawn up the board.
After that, I was thinking queen e1 or queen f3, just to go into the endgame, because I don't see black winning that.
Now it's so much about the clock as well. I think more than the variations, everything else, it's Pragg who's on the pressure. 5 minutes now remaining.
By the way,
g6
we
khela
can't
gaya hai.
take on e6, yeah? I'm assuming.
Queen takes pawn. I wonder if I was actually thinking of the same thing, and I was wondering if the problem is something like queen d5, and you basically, but queen d5 you trade and rook a1.
That's pleasant, no?
So queen e6.
Oh, wow, Bar just jumped
या
down for a
बार को भी
second.
समझ नहीं आया, चकमा हो गया बार को भी.
बिशप बी से अरे ये क्या तो भाई
Bishop
गेम
B7.
गेम शुरू किया क्या हमने
Hmm?
वो वाला गेम शुरू किया क्या हमने वर्ड्स वाला कुछ किसी का वर्ड था पहले चकमा इफ आई एम नॉट मिस्टेकन बाय द
नहीं,
वे
नहीं
पता
भाई.
नहीं था.
speaking of just wanna shift your attention to the Hikaru board because Esipenko has an only move on the board, otherwise he's dead lost. Look at this. Okay, it's a pretty, I think, a simple one to give frontal attack checks is the rook c8, rook b8. But if he doesn't find rook b8, he's dead lost already.
And it's quite interesting because even then the white king can still march up, right? Because the white rook is defending the pawn. So what is the drawing strategy after rook b8 if white's king just starts going c3, d4, c4, and I'm just going up the board?
Then rook b8 पे रख दूंगा मैं. Then you cannot progress b4. And if you play king
Right.
c5 to push b4, I'll give you a check again.
And that's why I think it's very important rook b7 fails, and this is elementary for these guys. And that's why rook b8 he finds it. Study your rook pawn endings, chat. Study your rook pawn and rook b7. You would not have enough squares to check the king. So he puts it as far away. Let's go back to the Pragg board, guys. This is a rook pawn ending, and I think Esipenko knows how to hold it with this last move. Let's bring back Pragg on the board.
By the way,
I
look at
am
this move
very
by
worried
Pragg.
about his clock.
G6 के बाद no 95, no queen e6, but f5, a brilliancy by Pragg.
Whoa.
And now there's only one move for Wei Yi. So he's offering that one last tough question to Wei Yi कि भाई कैसे मारोगे ये pawn?
भाई bishop b7 तो मत ही खेलना, because pawn takes pawn, queen e5, game खत्म है. So that's what Pragg has set up. Bishop b7 को pawn takes pawn है, rook takes knight को pawn takes pawn check है. So you have to capture on f5.
Gf5 is out, I think, because there's queen e6, I feel, and some pressure on the h6 pawn. I'm still not sure what is the difference after bishop b7. Do I have
Bishop
rook
b7 pawn takes pawn?
नहीं, gf5 queen e6 के बाद bishop b7.
अच्छा.
gf5 queen e6
Bishop b7.
Bishop
Oh
b7.
wow, that's a
Queen
mate in
f5
10.
check.
Acha. Yeah, for
You
sure,
just
for
take
sure.
everything with checks. Queen
Yeah,
g6
yeah.
coming in next.
Correct.
So-
So ef5 is
Okay,
forced.
but ef5, queen e8. Is that a move? But queen e8,
Queen e8.
Queen d4.
queen d4 may be only way to defend
Yes.
h8.
But rook d1 पे queen f4 check है आपके पास. Very important.
Yes, and then you take rook takes rook with a check and black wins.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
rook e1.
f5, guys. Can we just 1 second just admire this move f5 by Pragg that has come out of nowhere? What a stunning find, यार. What a stunner of a move. I mean, f5 हमारे radar में भी नहीं था, और ये brilliancy है. This is Pragg like playing stronger than any engine.
Yep. But okay, I
still
think
not
Wei Yi निकाल दिया उसने यार. He's gonna find the best move though, I think. And now queen e8, the last attempt, only move by the way.
Queen e8 threatens queen h8. Queen d4 is the move that Sahaj was suggesting. I also couldn't find the refutation after king g7, to be honest.
King g7.
Check. I'm not sure.
Mara.
Check. Knight e5 is possible, but then you have rook c7 or somewhere. Oh, knight e5 na g6 mar raha hai.
And d6 पे queen e7 आ रहा है, right?
Yes.
So actually after queen e8, king g7, knight e5 wins the game. So queen e8, queen d4 is the only move that Wei Yi will have to spot again.
Yeah.
Also, let's not forget that Pragg just sacrificed a pawn. So if nothing comes of this attack, then it is Wei Yi who will start to push in this endgame.
And he's almost
Bhai,
at the
shub bolo.
3-minute mark. He's
Shub
almost
bolo,
at the
bhai.
3-minute mark.
Yes, 3 minutes on the clock and he is pressing. He knows he was winning. This is a difficult territory.
This is a game for 3 results. I'm saying that now. Like, Pragg has to pull the brakes at the right time in such a position. Okay, he's gone
Played.
in with the queen, checkmate, and one being threatened. And the black queen has to stay connected to the black rook and stop the mate. So queen takes pawn, queen takes rook wins. Queen d4 only move.
Played
Wei Yi's-
instantly.
Yeah, instantly
Wow.
he plays it. Pressure on
Wait.
Pragg.
Knight e5,
Rook
rook
g7,
g7, knight f7 वापस,
rook g8,
queen e7.
and then something on g7, either the queen or the rook.
Oh wow. Queen g7 only move.
ये तो मैं ही खेल रहा हूँ ना. rook g7 पे तो queen f8 I think.
But no, because
Fine
knight
to
f7
play.
अभी भी वही है ना, trapped है, so you can play rook f8
Queen a6.
Takes and takes on b5.
and
ठीक है,
takes
extra
on
pawn.
b2 and draw. Takes on b2 is not an extra pawn.
Yeah, true.
Any real chances here?
Crazy.
Because rook
No,
के
yeah.
साथ तो सहज भाई, you were like the game can go on maybe. I don't know.
This f5 is visually quite nice, but I feel like knight e5 was just would be more challenging for Wei Yi, I feel.
Practical. 2.5 minutes for Praggnanandhaa now. Queen d4 खेला गया है. And this line that we saw is after knight to e5, attacking the black rook and the pawn on g6. It's a viable option. Can Pragg put pressure anywhere else? Queen
Maybe
f8,
rookie-
is that an option?
Oh, threatening at 6.
Then queen g7, I feel.
Queen G7 is
plays
good. He
rook
goes rook
f3.
F3.
It,
He goes rook F3, guys. He's threatening rook D3. No, rook D3, Queen F4. Yeah, he's threatening rook D3. Or maybe
smart.
not, because Queen F4 is still there. At
Queen
least it's
f4
a
hai na?
draw.
Queen F4, Queen C1, yeah, maybe. That's your plan.
Yeah, it's just a perpetual.
By the way,
But no. He wants to play rook D3, Queen F4, rook G3. And then if you go Queen D4, then your G6 pawn is loose.
Okay, so it comes with an idea. Nice set. Rook D3, Queen F4.
by the way,
rook
b4 is very slightly better for black now. So as you mentioned, ki pawn sack kiya hai Pragg ne, and if it doesn't go, the attack doesn't work, then black takes over. So getting a bit double-edged now.
It's been getting double-edged since bishop to a6, because finding b4 was very difficult from a practical human perspective. This game has been double-edged for a while now, guys, and now 2 minutes 41 seconds, and I have to say that I find Wei Yi's side of double-edged to be more comfortable than Pragg's side of the double-edged.
Chat, the women's section is over. All the games have finished. Open section with 2 games baki hai. One is Hikaru against Esipenko, right now equal, and second is this one. And Pragg was winning, but एक move की गलती की वजह से now the game is equal. He's still trying to win. He has to push. I mean, a draw is not really helping anyone, not even Wei Yi. So both players would prefer a result, I feel, in this game.
Yeah,
You know,
correct.
it's so difficult psychologically to also adapt to this, to have a gear shift right now if you're Prague, where you're dominating the whole game, you're pushing for a win, and now suddenly you're the one who has time pressure, you're the one who has to be very careful. It's extremely hard to have that mind shift.
Exactly, and that's exactly where you can falter, because I think your sense of danger becomes zero. Especially when you've been winning for that long, you don't think, yeah, I can actually lose this. Like same thing happened to Divya's game, I believe it was yesterday, when she was defending the whole game, but then at the end, her opponent overpressed because वो sense of danger zero हो गया.
Come on, chat. Do like the stream. Pragg fighting it out against Wei Yi with the white pieces. Attack banta ja raha hai. But can he trick Wei Yi one more time in this game? Because he was winning, but time pressure messed it up. But can he trick Wei Yi? And Wei Yi, by the way, has 4x the time almost. So as of now, things not looking great.
And I want to just point out how tricky rook f3 is, because looking at the position, bishop b7 is an idea for black that we've been talking about. But I feel that after bishop b7, rook d3, and Sehaj, white is maybe just winning that position. Rook d3 now.
Queen
Only
F4
move
and rook
queen to
G4.
f4. And now rook g3. And let's say you have
Queen
to go
D4.
back. Queen d4, only move. And now knight e5.
Beauty.
And rook g7, only move. And I think I can just take it with my knight.
Yep.
That's it. GG's.
No, I thought you were gonna say rook, but then I might have queen takes c5 check and rook takes g6, and that could be a fortress. Like I wasn't sure.
I thought queen f4. That's why I didn't say
Queen
rook.
f4 is simpler actually. Yeah, that's even simpler. Nice.
Yeah, that's a draw actually. So going back, current position ye hai, Wei Yi is still thinking, has been thinking for almost 4 minutes.
Do you think bishop b7? Actually, it's not that hard. Bishop b7, rook d3. Wei Yi will not fall for this 1000%. He's navigated all the troubled waters. What is the best move here, Sahil, for black?
It is b4 for some
Arey, not
weird
b4
reason.
again, bhai.
It is the best
भाई
move. I think.
Pragg ने नहीं निकाला b4 तो वही भी नहीं निकालेगा b4. That's how it
Yes.
works.
That's how it works, I agree.
What's the second best move?
Second best is rook c7. So you can
Third
just bring
best.
the
ये
rook.
rook c7 में नहीं होने वाला भाई.
Rook
No,
b7.
Sahil, I think rook c7 is actually a more human move. I'll tell you why. Because you free up your queen from defending that rook. You're eyeing some infiltrations as well. And generally, rook c8 also dislodging that black queen sometimes for defense. I think rook c7 could be a find here.
Rook c7 में knight t5 and rook g7, technically you're losing a tempo. I don't know. That's why I didn't like it so much. That's why I like b4 more. But yeah, b4 looks unlikely. By Wei की नजर किधर है? He doesn't seem to be looking at the king's on the queen side. Maybe he has not spotted before.
Also, after rook c7, knight e5, I'm not forced to play rook g7 anymore. Is it still the best way? Maybe it is the best move still, but I thought I could also use my queen now to defend the g6 pawn.
But how? Queen d6, yeah?
Yeah, but I see rook d3 and I hate it.
I think jitna time inke paas hai na, it's best to just let them play and let's see what happens now, because this is real time pressure. We could see huge blunders coming from either side, and usually हारता हुआ है जो आखिरी blunder करता है. So we saw Wei Yi make minor mistakes. Pragg capitalized on it, got a winning position. Then Pragg blundered it all in one move. But who will make the last mistake is the question now. 5 minutes versus 2.5 minutes. Wei Yi has been thinking for 6 minutes and hasn't found a solution so far.
And we're not going to change the board, but Hikaru and Esipenko still in the balance. So Esipenko doing a great job of holding that rook pawn ending. He's down a pawn, but it's not going to be enough for Hikaru. So it's all eyes on this board. And now Wei Yi's touching the 5-minute mark. Bhai, dono ko time trouble ho raha hai. And full pressure and reaching this 5th hour of play. You know, your mind is playing tricks on you. कुछ भी हो सकता है इस गेम में. Just anything. A Wei Yi win, a Pragg win, a draw, it's wide open.
Okay. The real question is, does Wei Yi find b4? b4 nikal de, then I'm convinced, okay, this is at best you're looking at a draw. But if he doesn't find b4, then
I think it's tough though, Sahaj. I don't know why, but this move b4, you know, the thing is so much action is on the king side कि तुम queen side के बारे में ऐसे b4 type of move दूसरे ऐसे जैसे imagine तुम्हारा पूरा house is on fire और तुम ऐसे stroll करके जा रहे हो कि भाई मेरे को एक photo बचानी है कहीं से. नहीं यार भागो वहां से पहले. So you're only looking at the king side. I'm telling you, it was genius Pragg if he found b4. It's genius Wei Yi if he finds b4.
the b4 was the culprit for both of them. But Wei Yi is not looking at that side. I don't know. I'm getting a feeling he's not going to play b4. Like generally I mean, even if you look at and you're looking at the, the continuation of the line, you still go back to the first move and then you look at it again and then again and again. तो आपकी नजर वहां जाती है, I feel. Let's see. p4 is the move.
3.5 minutes now. भाई जो भी चलें जल्दी चलो, because time बराबर होने वाला है अब फिर से.
By the way, chat is telling me कोई analogy बोली गई थी भाई, मैंने मिस कर दी. How is that possible?
भाई आपने ही बोली थी शायद.
Chat timestamp मैंने ही बोला क्या? Crazy.
हाँ.
7:46 भाई, मैं figure out कर लूंगा, don't worry.
हाँ,
Okay.
सहज की
Thanks,
नोटबुक आई
chat.
थिंक सच भाई एक सब्सक्रिप्शन ही लगा लो नोटबुक का, एवरी
नहीं
कपल ऑफ
भाई,
वीक्स.
मैंने आपको बताया ना भाई, टिक्कूज एनालॉजी इज समथिंग दैट द वर्ल्ड शुड सी फॉर फ्री. तो एकदम पूरा आर्काइव करके इसका वेबसाइट बनाएंगे भाई.
वेबसाइट में तो वैसे भी आप एक्सपर्ट हो सहज भाई.
कोडिंग तो सहज ही कर लेगा उस वेबसाइट की. सो
वो तो
साहिल,
इजी.
इस गेम के लिए क्या एनालॉजी देना चाहेंगे आप?
वाओ.
तो तानिया ने पूछा है.
भाई मुझे लग रहा है कि वो एक एनालॉजी तो नहीं है, बट गाना याद आ रहा है मुझे. वो बता ना एक क्या, छन से जो टूटे कोई सपना जग सुना सुना लगे. मुझे ऐसी कुछ फीलिंग आ रही है अभी.
रुक
Come
no
on.
b4, rook
अरे
c7, rook c7 on the board खेला गया है. Sahaj, again, I think b4 was very hard. Rook c7, a very human find in this position, क्योंकि तुम चाहते हो कि तुम्हारी queen इतनी overloaded ना हो. It's against the threat of rook d3 as well. Keeps things in the balance by Wei Yi. अब तो rook d3, queen f4 आ रहा है, right?
Yeah, queen f4 is possible. In fact, queen g7 is actually the best move.
Oh yeah, queen g7 is nice.
And
भाई rook c7 देखते ही मेरा इंटरनेट ही चला गया. Crazy.
तुम तो यहीं हो अभी.
No, I was gone for like, it's okay.
Okay.
होता है.
बड़े
लोग
बड़े
नोटिस भी नहीं
देशों
करते
में
when you like, this is the life यार. चैट दो, आप जाते हो, लोग नोटिस भी नहीं करते, आप चलेगा भाई. Crazy.
क्योंकि तुम गए नहीं, तुम हमारे
भाई
दिमाग और दिल में तो हो ही ना, तो फिर
your
कैसे
expression
नोटिस करेंगे?
when you left was like this.
भाई वो वैसे का वैसा ही रहा भाई, तब से मैं पोजीशन नहीं देख रहा था रुक
So we
C7
thought
का।
you were like, वो धुरंधर मोड में ऐसे, like suspense में क्या होगा, मतलब, ऐसे feeling में लग रहे थे. By the way,
So rook D3
minute
you were
left.
discussing, yeah? Queen G7 के बाद?
Yeah, because rook d3, I think queen f4 is not good because there's rook g3 again and then troubles on h8, troubles on g6 pawns. So rook d3, queen g7 might be the only move.
Okay, Pragg has literally a minute now. भाई ये उल्टा ना हो जाए यार, हार ना जाए, डर लगने लगा है अब. Seconds on the clock.
Guys, let's
जब
go
तक
full
नाइट
screen on the
F7 पे,
players.
या श्योर, जब तक नाइट F7 पे, तब तक दिल खुश है भाई।
फिर भाई नाइट f7 पे कब तक है? क्वीन g7, क्वीन f6 तो आ रहा है ना, तभी रुक c7 खेला क्योंकि वो रुक हैंगिंग था। अब वो नाइट को किक करने वाला है।
जब आप ऐसे
नाइट इज
लॉजिकल
अबाउट
बातें
टू
करते हो ना भाई, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट। भाई 30 सेकेंड्स फॉर Pragg, प्लीज
भाई
प्ले
मूव
भाई।
कर दो यार, अब 30 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट है, पर द थिंग इज इस पोजीशन में बहुत ज्यादा क्वेश्चंस है आंसर करने को। नाइट e5 खेला गया है, क्वीन टेक्स पॉन के थ्रेट के साथ ये नाइट वापस आया है। ओनली मूव वेई को फाइंड करनी है, रुक टू g7 डिफेंडिंग दैट पॉन। क्वीन d6 वुड बी अ बिग मिस्टेक इन दिस पोजीशन। रुक d3 आके वो क्वीन पे अटैक होएगा। ही हैज टू फाइंड रुक टू g7।
Yes,
100% he
2 minutes.
finds it, yeah.
He
Blindfold, he
does.
might find this move. I think he's been planning for this, keeping the rook on the 7th rank. Rook g7 played on the board. And I think maybe you go back with the knight to f7 now. Try to deliver checkmate on h8 somehow.
Somehow क्या भाई, mate in one होएगा, rook g8 forced हो जाएगा, queen g7 ऐसे आके full box up your king with your queen and rook if you're Wei Yi right now. Wei Yi did play rook g7 almost instantly. Good move. Then knight f7 is an option that Pragg has. Is it the only move that he has?
I mean, it's hard to move the rook, right? Because ye check aa raha hai. So we have limited choices. Rook g3 is one option maybe, but okay, knight f7 is about to play.
We
Played
also
on
have
the board.
limited time, so knight F7, जो भी चाल दिख रही है, which is not losing, just play it right now because the time is a bigger problem. Rook G8 played, Queen E7 I feel best move.
On the
Okay, played.
board. And now queen g7. Queen g7 with the idea rook f8, full shuffle around हो गए हैं pieces. अभी queen वापस आ गई है king के साथ। भाई black का king इतना ज्यादा safe feel कर रहा है अभी।
Oh, by the way, Rook
Ye
G7 was a blunder because of Queen F8, and then Rook G8 पे Queen H6 checkmate है.
Only move था queen g7.
ये मुझे Fabius Nepo का milder version लग रहा है, because both players technically to have any chances have to win, but the draw really just puts both of them out of any, like, even mathematical contention now. So
And
I
this is
think
the
it's
line
over.
we were talking about where white can take that pawn on a7, black knight खा जाएगा, white bishop खाएगा, and we can maybe have that rook f8, queen takes bishop, rook takes knight, queen takes pawn, and at the end of all of this, सब कुछ board से बाहर चला गया है, and a 3 versus 3 most likely to end in a draw.
You have an outside pawn, but okay, like it doesn't, because there are queens present, and it will be very very difficult to do anything
By
here.
the way, 10
Too many
seconds.
checks.
Come on, Pragg. Jaldi.
11,
No.
10, 9, 8, 7. Okay, Pragg.
5.
Make a move. You gotta move. Rook d3 with 4 seconds on the clock played.
Wow.
Idea is to go rook d7 and try to create some tactics with knight g5, also threatening rook d6, aiming for that bishop on a6.
Okay, Rook D6 looks interesting actually. Bishop C8 or Rook F8 is my question. Probably Rook F8, yeah? Just you are attacking something, I'm attacking something back.
Rook
Rook
d7.
f8, rook d7.
And then Rook G8 खेलना पड़ेगा मुझे. Then Rook
Then rook
A7 is a
d6.
free. वो तो draw हो गया ना.
No, I don't think so.
So Rook D6, Rook F8, Rook D7, Rook G8, Rook D6 is the same position, no?
No, you said rook f8 here, right?
Yes.
It's black's move.
Ah, okay. Rook D7.
Yeah.
And if I go...
So you
Wait a
wanted to
second.
go rook g8 here.
Actually, just a question. Can I play King G8 here?
Okay, he doesn't do
That's the
any
only
of
move, by
that.
the way. But going back, Bishop c8 खेल दिया ना, just preventing rook d7 in his tracks. Maybe now
Makes a
rook
lot of
c3,
sense.
rook c7.
But
Nice
now,
move, Rook C.
nice move.
And if Rook C3? Rook C7 से entry?
वही
Entry,
करना
he
पड़ेगा.
is going for it. I think it looks like he's trying to head there. एक square लिया गया है. Pragg finds the other square से ahead just like you did. And now rook c7 is the idea. Only move for Wei Yi, and he plays it. Rook f8 on the board.
Now only move for Pragg, by the way, rook c7. I mean, obvious one, of course. But just highlights ki how Pragg is also holding on by the edge. Rook c7 played.
Another only move for Wei Yi, king g8. Okay, but that's a very simple one because there's knight g5 check threatened. And अब knight move करना पड़ेगा and then the queens are traded off the board. That means we're headed most likely towards a draw.
And Wei Yi ने इतना जल्दी खेला है कि उनके टाइम पे अभी 4 मिनट हो गए हैं. Pragg still under a minute. Pragg will be down a pawn in that endgame, but his piece activity, the rook on the 7th rank, and a very nicely placed knight either on d6 or e5 will give him enough counterplay. I think very likely knight तो हटाना ही होगा.
Yep. I mean, what do you do now? I think you have to trade queens. There is no way to avoid the queen trade, I think.
Yeah, knight e5, knight d6 and takes and I think, yeah. Okay, maybe there is some venom in the endgame perhaps. Like knight e5 maybe I can play, takes.
5 seconds.
I'm threatening one of the pawns, a7 or g6.
7
play the
seconds.
move.
Bhai, clock देखो है time 4 seconds.
Achha,
And he
oh.
made the move with 2 seconds on the clock. 32 seconds पे knight d6 played, bhai.
Look at him. He's disappointed, yeah?
Yeah, he's
clearly
very disappointed. Yeah. And one can feel it. Yeah, it's such a stage in the candidates. You do everything right. And he knows he's not worse in this endgame, but he also knows he's most likely not winning this endgame.
He's trying to figure out where he went wrong, I think. He's looking back, trying to figure out where it went wrong to that moment.
Do you think he has accepted that this is a draw now? Or
For
do you
sure.
think he is still trying to play for a win?
I mean, for sure he knows it's a draw. I mean, he'll of course try to win, but he knows it's a draw 100%. And I mean, black is a pawn up actually.
You know, starting from that moment when he played his knight for the first time on e4, we were talking about modern mate ideas. The pawn went to f4. I don't know if you can just, now that we've made time control, maybe there's a moment to just play it from there. And so many moments when Pragg just felt so close to the win, right here. And he played this out so beautifully. Knight jumps to d6. And he moved his rook away. You can't take the queen because you're getting checkmated.
Not this, I think. This is not.
This was the analysis,
Sorry,
I think.
Tanya.
f4.
Queen f5, knight d6, queen c5, yes.
Queen e7.
And now
was played.
he found
queen
this.
c1, king h2, h6,
Checkmate.
and rook e4, man. What a
Beautiful move. And it was here, right? The easiest was, but I say easy, but the quick, easy is not the right word, but rook c4, and here he had to take the bishop. He had to find this idea, and let's just show it. Knight takes bishop, b5. I think this is what he didn't like. Rook c3, queen takes pawn check,
And
rook
rook
g3, and rook takes knight as mate, but h5.
Queen e6, I think, was the move. The easiest one, at least.
And h4, queen g6.
Yeah.
And just
doesn't
game
seem
over.
very easy even after when you look back at it. So it looks very, very difficult to find over the board. And especially, let's not forget, this was around the 40th move mark.
He had more time than Wei Yi as well at that time, you know. And the thing is, he played everything so well until this points ahead. And after this, move by move, it started slipping. It started becoming more narrow, the path to victory. And then finding the only winning move b4 here, very difficult. Wei Yi, meanwhile, about to make his decision on our live board. He defends the a-pawn.
Yeah. Now I think the best would be just to take the bishop, play rook e6, win one of these pawns and just shake hands. Both players looking disappointed with the game.
Wei Yi definitely more relieved. I think both are disappointed because result किसी को help नहीं करता. Nobody will chase Sindarov with this result. But from the game perspective, I think we all can agree that Pragg is the more disappointed one.
Yeah, he had the winning position after all. And this means, by the way, Anish is sole leader, sole on at the second place. Yeah, that's great for him. Only 1.5 point difference.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
He
taking
does
the
it.
bishop.
That's a silent draw offer. Right there, after rook takes knight, the white rook will go to the 6th rank, and Wei Yi might even take it and look at Pragg, make some eye contact, and offer a draw, which I think will be accepted if he was to do that.
Both players look dejected, by the way. This is not going to be a happy night for either of them. And they still have to play a game tomorrow. And Pragg plays Sindarov tomorrow. I mean, if he had won this, he would mathematically be in, and the kind of motivation that brings still. And there it
And
is.
that's it.
Wow. And that's a draw between Pragg and Wei Yi. I think a hard-fought game. Wei Yi's defense also has to be admired. Let's not forget there were so many only moves that he found on the seconds. But I think Pragg had the win under his grasp but let it go. And iska matlab Pragg goes to 4 points, Wei Yi goes to 4. And the standings will be very, very interesting, of course, with Sindarov in the lead and Anish surprisingly in sole second place because Fabi lost. And now I think Hikaru versus Esipenko, the last game. Just a brief look. I don't know if something has happened in the last few moves. It looks like they're just repeating moves so far. Nothing crazy. But Hikaru keeps pushing. Yeah, he's not letting go just yet.
So the defensive idea in this endgame for black is to not allow b4. Sahaj, correct me if I'm wrong. If white gets b4, I think white is winning in that position.
No. That would still be frontal attack. You have to cross the line. You have to go to b5 for it to be a win.
No, but b4, rook b3, and I'm gonna just get my pawn
But
moving.
okay, I'm assuming you'll have the king on b3 and rook on d3 still. But b4, rook
Okay.
b3 would be winning for sure, yes.
Yeah. So here, black has to make sure that white never gets b4 and rook b3. It's that's what you have to do. Every time white's king comes to assist that b pawn, check, and then back to b8.
So this was the position, right? So
Yeah.
for example, let's say black were to play king, I don't know, g5.
Yeah, and here also you can allow see, you can't for some reason. b4? Why is b4 not drawing? Check.
b4 is winning actually.
No, I meant like b4 when there is no pawn on g3 and h5. That's like typical frontal attack. No, when the king is on d6, king is on d5, that's a draw. Basically, that's the idea he's applying throughout Esipenko. Like, वो जब भी king c3 खेलता है वो check देता है, वापस आता है तो he'll go back to rook b8 and so on. So Hikaru has been trying to win this, but I think Esipenko so far has not given him a chance to win.
Also, is h4 like something black wants to do or no here?
No, absolutely not. Because then, first of all, you have to figure out your rook is not really cut off. Yeah, your king. If your king is on h4, for example, मैं rook f3 खेल दिया, your king is like 1, 2, 3, 4 files cut off. So that would be a slight problem. Not right now, I think.
Oh,
Maybe
even that's winning.
Yeah, king e2 or king e3 is also very nice. Rook d4 check ka threat. And now something like king c3 and then king ko cut off kar do. King f5 and then rook e3, something like this. Just cut off the king or just play b4. It should be, that's too many files. And then eventually a Lucina ban jayegi.
So, okay, Esipenko will have to defend for a long time actually here. Hikaru will not let go because he wants that win under his belt. Let's keep in mind, Hikaru also mathematically is still in the event. So a win is the only way. He stays there. By the way, king f2 played, defending this pawn with the king. Why is the king going here? What's the plan? Is it rook c4 and b4?
Yes.
I think he already tried putting the king on c2. King वहीं से ही आया था. g2 से पहले b2. He's just trying all the ways he can try to play for a win and see which one. He's basically testing Esipenko.
His idea is, you're right though, king g2 and then go check. You can even start with check because king h3, rook h4 is checkmate. So rook c4 and b4 is how he wants to try to make progress in this position next.
I thought there's a question by Mr. Raccoon. Wow, that should be a coincidence. Respectfully, comparing the competitiveness of all previous candidates, where would you place the 2026 one?
That's a really nice question.
Because last two candidates, I think we didn't know till the last round who was supposed to win because Ding also, like Hikaru was fighting, right, in the last round. to finish in second place. So definitely last two candidates, we didn't know who was gonna win it till the last round.
Yeah, I mean, even the way it played out, and even from a purely field perspective, like the players' perspective, when I look at Toronto, I look at Madrid, I look at the candidates जो split हो गया था, उससे पहले का भी Fabi का, Karyakin वाला, Vichy वाला, Magnus वाला. I think objectively from a field perspective, I would say that purely on paper, it felt like they had the bigger names. Almost every one of them felt like they had the bigger names. When I look at these candidates, there are three, maybe more than three. There are like four players who come to mind who are really missing from it. For example, Ali Reza, Norbek Abdul Satarov not playing. Jan Nepomniachtchi not playing in a candidates just is crazy. I think we've gotten so used to him in the fight as well. No Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the mix as well.
Arjun
So
as well.
no Arjun. I look at this whole field and I feel that I think there is a point to that question, at least on paper. You know, there's always been this one player, like there was Abasov last time, who felt like will become a target. I think this time in the candidates, it felt like a lot more could potentially be that. But then we had a full Javokhir storyline, which was crazy to watch. I don't know. What do you think, Saj?
Yeah, I think same in that. The only shocker for me is that Sindarov is just completely running away with it. But I feel even now it is not 100% clear because it's 1.5 points only. And secondly, Sindarov still has to face Anish with the black pieces. He still has to face Anish and he still has to face Fabi as well. Abhi Anish ne to hara diya Fabi ko. So now Fabi can be, what Vidit did to Hikaru, for example, in 2024.
It will be such a massive plot twist if after this run, imagine, I mean, in my head, I'm looking at a possible scenario where Javokhir could win the candidates in the style of Jan Nepomniachtchi, 1 round to spare. Maybe if he gets another win, maybe even 2 rounds to spare. Agar wo aaj jeet jata, it was a conversation we potentially could have had. A candidate's victory, at least a round to spare. But yeah, I would still be very surprised if the storyline changes. And it's not just the scoreline, right, Sahil Sahaj? It's the quality of his play that has been so impressive. It is the confidence, it is his preparation level. Even today, from an absolute position of strength with the black pieces he drew.
But also, I think it's like he's so confident right now that when he's winning, he might slip up in a particular moment, like he did today. Like because he feels his intuition is in perfect shape right now, so he might miss out on a winning idea. For example, today. So maybe if for example Pragg can beat him tomorrow, then suddenly he could go on a tilt. Then he faces Fabi next, loses that. Then he faces Hikaru next. Then he loses that, and suddenly somebody else in the lead. I know it's a bit too hypothetical, but it would not
But I tell you what, if Pragg is not in the mix after today's result, I don't know how the next few rounds will go unless he goes on a mad streak right now. If Pragg isn't winning, I mean, even objectively, okay, even with Pragg in the picture, right now, Javokhir Sindarov is the most deserving of winning the candidates. Yes, we are saying he might lose to Anish and it's not over. Of course, it's not over. But the way he's played, the consistency that he's shown, apart from Esipenko's game in round one, I can't remember him being in massive trouble in any other game.
I agree with you, but like at the same time, I just want to point out Sindarov's next three opponents, which is Pragg, Fabi, and Hikaru. Okay, he has two whites and one. Okay, he has black against Fabi, but he has white against Pragg and Hikaru. On the same side, Anish has Hikaru, Esipenko both as white, and then he plays Wei Yi as black. I don't know. I feel like अगर कोई you were saying कि there is a Abasov that you can target. इस event में वो Abasov कौन है?
It would have been Matthias Bluebaum actually at the start of the tournament, right?
Right, but I think Bluebaum has been making a lot of draws. I mean, he's playing pretty solid. But Esipenko, I think, is one of the lowest seeds. Yeah, so Anish still has to play Esipenko, and most importantly, Anish has to play Sindarov. वो भी white से. So I feel like there is a chance. It's not like one guy is completely running away with it. I feel there is still some plot twist left here?
I mean, you took 3 names, right, for his next 3 rounds: Pragg, Fabi, and Hikaru. Sindarov beat all these 3 players in the first 5 rounds of the
तभी तो
tournament.
बदला. Durandar 2, the revenge incoming.
Well, we'll see. I just feel like he's had a fantastic tournament. The scoreline shows that he's running away with it. Whether that changes or not is to be seen. I hope we get a fight. I hope that at the last round we don't know who's winning the candidates.
Yeah, agreed.
But I don't
वरना
know if
मजा
it'll
नहीं आएगा.
happen or not.
मजा नहीं आएगा वरना एक्चुअली लास्ट के 2-3 राउंड में वेट कर रहे हैं. like it's like when you see a cricket match and आपको 50 ओवर में कुछ या 20 ओवर में कुछ 20 रन चाहिए होते हैं, सिटिंग देयर वेटिंग फॉर द बैट्समैन टू चिल. अंपायर भी वाइड देना छोड़ देता है कि भाई कोहली की सेंचुरी हो जाए. इट्स नॉट एज मच फन. You want to see a battle till the very end, and I'm hoping कि यहाँ पे maybe it's Anish, maybe it's Fabi, maybe whosoever it is will give some sort of fight. कि last round में we are sitting at the edge of our seats and wondering कि कौन जीतेगा. That's what we need. बाद में कोई भी जीते.
Agreed. Fully
No,
agree with
that
that.
analogy was for all the fans who stayed with us until the very end. Like Tiku Bhai showed, like, thank you Tiku Bhai. That felt organic, like एकदम proper analogy.
दिल से.
मजा ही आ गया भाई सुन के.
बस अब गेम में मजा आया. What do you want कि यहाँ पे हो? Do you think कि Hikaru should win ताकि he stays in the running? Or would you say, okay, it's objectively a draw? I think a draw is a fair result. Tanya is like,
So I'll be the vessel.
Let me just watch the game. No, 5 घंटे हो चुके हैं यार.
वो भी रुक पाओ ending में. I'm trying to then you asked with so much, and it's such a valid question that Hikaru, because Esipenko का तो win होने का chance भी नहीं है, पर again draw में वही बात हो जाती है कि Hikaru का भी chance goes that much down. Again the ball drops on it. So somewhere you want Hikaru in the mix, but I was trying to understand, Sahaj, what can White aim for in this position right now? And I am struggling because B pawn push हो नहीं रहा है. वो king by the way अब E5 पहुंच गया है तो G3 के पास भी नहीं है. The only plan I see that could be a plan is king F6, king G6. Then you give a check on C4 and you trade G3 with H5 and try to push the B pawn.
तब भी तो B3 मर जाएगा ना. If you play rook C4 check, king G3, king H5, then B3 will fall because my rook will be on B8, no?
Exactly. I'm just saying, like, from a planned perspective, the idea of getting the king on this side.
I feel like Hikaru has tried everything already, but he's just hoping for a blunder from Esipenko in time pressure.
By the way, important because ये वैसे भी बहुत exciting rook end game तो है, but Nihal Sarin has beaten Gukesh at the Menorca Masters convincingly. Like it was complete domination. अगर final position, I don't think I can show and change the board, but Gukesh had like not even like space to breathe basically. Complete destruction. So beautiful game.
Yeah. I mean, I think Menorca Masters is Gukesh's last classical event before the World Championship match. I'm not sure if he's playing in any league. I know he's withdrawn from the Grand Chess Tour.
I think he's playing 2 events. One is
I know
Norway.
He's not in Norway chess.
No, he's there in Norway. Gukesh is there in Norway.
Is he?
Second is Olympiad, I think. Olympiad he likely play. So 2 event, I think.
So he has to find his form in these 2 events then. He has to make, because it's also, if you continuously have a run like this going into a World Championship match, you need confidence to go into that match. Why was Gukesh so brilliant in the 24 World Championship match? Because he had the year of his life. Every tournament he was playing, he was crushing it. That is the reason he was continuing to play every position against Ding Liren. Bhai, it doesn't matter board पे क्या है, वो कोई repetition नहीं accept कर रहा था. Ultimate optimism in his skill because of the year he had. So that confidence will be so key going into this year's World Championship.
Correct.
Agreed.
And actually this brings me to a question. I feel after today, we only have Sindarov and Anish has maybe an outside chance, but I think that chance has increased. Let's say I wouldn't call it a 5% chance anymore. I would call it like, okay, 10-15% chance he still has, but everybody else has 0 chance, I think. Because Anish ke baad, there's Fabi, jiske 2.5 point kam hai. That's way too many points. So who do you want to face Gukesh? Like, is it Anish or is it Sindarov? Chat aapse bhi sawal and Vessel se bhi sawal.
I
What do you
actually think both will be fantastic matches, but just I also genuinely think the way Javokhir has played this tournament, unless something goes very, very wrong for him, if he wins it, I would say he's 100, 1000% deserving. I will not put it to any luck. He's outplayed everyone. So do we want a Gukesh versus Anish or a Gukesh versus Sindarov?
I
That's a
don't know.
great
Matlab,
question.
I love I really like Senderov's style and everything, but Anish, matlab, come on, yaar. I feel like वो Twitter के memes ही enough रहेंगे मेरे को convince करने के
Entertain करने
लिए
के
just
लिए.
to see that match.
If you want to see, like, if you want Gukesh to face the toughest challenge, you kind of want Sindarov to win. Anish, I think, gives us slightly more chances, but also gives us more fun, like off the board fun. Let's put it that way. So I think both are great options. And chat is although kind of hell bent on Sindarov. Yeah, they want to see that match.
But
I
also,
think it'll
let's
be
not
so
forget.
exciting. It'll be the youngest world championship match
Yep.
ever between a 20-year-old and now a 19-year-old. Can you
तब तक वो 20
imagine?
और 21 हो जाएंगे ना, I think,
हाँ,
because
इन्हें 21 और 19 की 20 और 21.
20 और 19 से भी I think they'll be 21 and 20 then, I think. I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
I don't
Gukesh's
know. I feel like
birthday is
Anish
in
would
May.
still be crazy for me. Just Anish versus, because yeah, that would be a fun match to see for me. But I think
And there's
Senderov also.
one more argument to be made for Anish is like just the emotional angle to it. Like we know that Sindarov has so many candidates ahead of him that he's going to play for at least maybe the next decade, 15 years, right? We're going to see Javokhir in a lot of them. But players like Anish, Fabi, Hikaru, I know Anish is the younger one of all these three, but still it just feels that it will be amazing to see a generational clash at the World Championship as well.
Yeah.
True.
That's exactly also why I want Anish to be there as well.
Well,
World Cup champion is the youngest, like the world champion is the youngest, the women's World Cup champion is the youngest, it's sab kuch youngest hai. I feel like I would just like for our generation to have a chance, yeah, at least. So it would be nice.
Maybe it's just the taking over of this new lot now, because like you said, the biggest titles, even the Olympiad title, won by such a young team as well. And I just feel that the India versus Uzbekistan rivalry is one we're going to see for many years in chess, many years in chess. And I think Javokhir versus Gukesh will have a lot of fans very excited about that matchup.
Also, for tomorrow, it is Anish with white versus Hikaru with black.
Let me correct a dejected Hikaru, जिसका most likely draw होने वाला है. So like a disappointed Hikaru.
It matters a lot. If Hikaru wins this, he plays Anish and could spoil his event, and then he plays Sindarov and could spoil his event. So Hikaru could be like the Vidit Pro Max of this event if he just wins this game. So बहुत crucial है confidence के लिए actually.
भाई Pragg था, I think Anish के लिए भी as a spoiler, like he only lost the first round, yeah, Anish, and उसके बाद I think he's on +2 or +3.
Yeah.
And yeah, so Pragg was that guy.
Actually, Anish has had a really strong comeback in this tournament after losing the first game. This has never happened like in the history of the candidates, that you lose the first game and then you're going on to be, in this second place right now as probably the only one who can catch Sindarov. So Anish went on a bit of a streak, 2 back-to-back wins, Praggnanandhaa yesterday, Fabiano Caruana today, the style in which he did it as well. But I want to point out this Hikaru versus Esipenko, while Hikaru has been pushing, he's never had a winning advantage in this game. It's always been within a balanced territory.
Also, अगर 20 चालें और हो जाती हैं यहाँ पे, then Esipenko could claim a draw.
Acha, so the last trade happened, or the pawn move happened 30 moves ago.
51 or something, and now it's move 76. Yeah, something like that. 77.
So 50 move rule with no pawn trade and no trade and no pawn move.
बस B4 मत खेलने देना हिकारू को. That's my only like request. Please don't play B4
moves.
by. Allow ही मत करो.
49 moves के बाद B4 होएगा and the 50 move counter will reset.
Exactly. You know the type of play जो queen pawn versus queen में पहले बहुत सारी checks देते हैं, फिर एक pawn push करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद बहुत सारी checks देते हैं, फिर से एक pawn push करते हैं. Like it can be very frustrating to defend.
I don't think we'll see B4 here. कोई मौका दिया नहीं Esipenko ने. He seems to have narrowed down the setup to defend this. Check दो जब भी king C3 पे आए, keep the black king on g4, f5, h3, and just give no room whatsoever. So likely a draw. And I also want to ask Tanya and Sahaj in chat, what do you think has gone wrong a bit for Gukesh? Yeah, because even in Menorca Masters right now, he's in last place out of 6 players. So that kind of, okay, still in great form. Like, what can he do? I mean, it's a tough question, of course. I'm sure even he doesn't have a clear answer to it. But like, it felt like 24 Gukesh or 26 Gukesh में बहुत difference है. Why you see Sindarov cruising? You have to admit, if the world championship happened tomorrow, like Sindarov would be a favorite. So, and he only has 2 classical events to get his form back. So what can he do? Like, does he have to just practice chess? What can he do as Gukesh, the world champion, to kind of get his form back?
Ted, you want to go first?
I mean, look, it's a very difficult question. I mean, but TLDR version is, I think, it's not really Gukesh which is the problem. I think it's people like us who are expecting Gukesh to just perform at number one, regardless of the event. And I think because 2024, when there was a boom, candidates, Olympiad, World Championship, and बहुत सारे viewers chess की तरफ आए, they saw that Gukesh has this this kid who's like the face of chess, and he's just winning everything. And wo expectations, I mean, now that expectation is there every time, everywhere Gukesh plays. So he carries that each time he plays chess, and of course he has the strength to be 2780, 2790, even 2800 as well. But it's hard to play when your each draw is criticized, when your each mistake is criticized. And yeah, I feel as a player it's really difficult to play like yourself. And I think I really liked the idea that he's playing Menorca Open, which is that it's not getting as much of a limelight as as an event like Candidates or any other major event that we have covered in the past. And I think wo limelight thoda chala jata hai dur, and he can start to feel like himself. I mean, we also remember like Olympiad 2022, for example, when Gukesh was playing board 1 and 7 out of 7. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how many people expected that, but we embraced it. And jab bhi wo I think same thing is happening with Sindarov as well right now, because we are embracing it because we didn't expect that. So yeah, that's my take on it. Tanya, anything to add? What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I think all the points that you made are really good and valid. And the only thing I can add to that is that, this burst that we're seeing in 2025 from Sindarov coming into this is exactly what we saw from Gukesh. It's exactly what we saw from Nodderbeck at one point. It's exactly what we saw from Ali Reza. And then when that happens, there's usually a correction period as well. And I think that correction period, sort of that stability that you have to find, you skyrocket through the rankings, you shift in the kind of elite tournaments you're playing, you have these incredible performance, and then there will be this moment when your rating starts to stabilize a little bit, it gets corrected a little bit. Add to that how heavy the crown wears. We've spoken about this. It almost feels like, it's not just about becoming a world champion, but even harder than that is then constantly proving that you are deserving of that crown, you're deserving of that title. It feels like the only person for whom it was easy in recent modern chess has been Magnus, who kept it convincingly after he beat Vichy, and 5 world championships. But we saw what happened after that. We saw how difficult it was for Ding, and I think for Gukesh as well. But Gukesh is young. It's so easy to forget that he is not even 20 at this moment. And in many ways, he's reached the peak. And it's like you reach Mount Everest, the only place to look at sometimes is that you're looking down and you're seeing people come at you because they want that spot. You've already made it to the top. Then to maintain that, to find that balance, as Sahaj said, every result is scrutinized. You are criticized by people who've probably, a lot of them have never made an actual chess move over the board. And even they are sitting and judging you so many times. And no matter how much of a thick skin you have, you need to adapt yourself to it. The mental fortitude is required to be the world champion, to prove yourself, the pressure you take upon yourself. I think Nodebek put it really well in a recent interview that he feels that Gukesh is taking a lot of pressure on himself. He wants to prove that he's the world champion, with everyone saying, having opinions on these things. I think it's a matter of just him stabilizing a little bit. It's been a difficult year. skyrocketing performance. And I think Gukesh will be back in time for this World Championship match. I don't know what the result will be. I'm expecting a massive fight. He is a fantastic player. He's super young. He's a fighter. He's somebody who, despite having difficult performances, has shown up tournament after tournament. He's not hiding or saying, I don't want to play. He is going out there and playing. And I believe that Gukesh will find his form. Again, it'll be a difficult World Championship match, but it's the pressure, the expectations of the world, the expectations you have from yourself, and the stabilization that is often needed after such a skyrocketing performance. I think which is why we are seeing this dip. He has a great team, Sahil. He has a great team of coaches around him, his support system around him, and I think they know what they're doing and what needs to be done.
Yep. So I think handling the pressure clearly seems to be a major point. And I think till the World Championship, he was in a certain form. And then we saw that slight, I think he played well at Tata Steel and then he struggled a bit. But it feels like maybe pressure is one of the main reasons. So wo handle karna is going to be crucial if you really want to stay at the top for many, many years. And Gukesh has the capacity to do it. Let's see how he does. And of course, he has a great team, of course, who helped him win the World Championship once, which is not an easy task at all. And the candidates and the Olympiad and a bunch of other events. By the way, Hikaru ki game mein kuch change to nahi aaya, lekin Rook B8 now. I'm sure they must have repeated the position by now. I don't see how it's not possible.
नहीं अभी बस B4 मत खेलने दो उसको बस. That's the only thing, because वो फिर से 50 साल खेलेगा इसके बाद. Do not let him play B4. That's the only thing.
And what move number are we on?
87.
80.
That means क्या था 51 था ना?
60
तो 101.
51, yes.
101 then.
14 moves, yeah? 13 now.
51 was the last trade.
क्या लगता है chat? 100 moves से जाएगा ये game? I think we've been seeing a lot of games that have gone past 100 moves. The longest I think was Divya's game, 133 moves, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
What do you think, chat? Antico bhai, what do you think?
नहीं जाएगा, I think खत्म हो जाएगा because
मेरे को भी
Hikaru
लग रहा है.
hasn't been able to push his pawn so far. That's the thing. वो push ही नहीं कर पा रहा. So don't see how it's going to change.
King G5 played. ये तो repetition लग रहा है मुझे. I feel like this has happened before.
The white king has been all across the chessboard. Left side पे आगे गया है, right side पे आया है, B2 पे गया है. And I look at Hikaru and I think he also knows. And the thing is, the player who's up a pawn needs to make that draw offer. It cannot be the one on the defensive side. So Esipenko कभी draw offer नहीं करेगा. अगर करना है तो Hikaru को ही करना होगा.
Yeah, it's impolite, yeah. It's impolite to ask.
But it might be now. It almost feels like when you look at his body language that this is the moment that Hikaru offers the peace treaty.
Also, अगर draw पूछा opponent मना कर दे तो feels like अरे यार मतलब क्यों ही पूछा. So I think you just want to be the one to
and
claim
then
it
बाद में
directly.
पूछने का मन नहीं करता, you know, but then you are then अगर actually draw होती है फिर कहता है यार 2 बार थोड़ी ना पूछ सकते हो किसी को. It's an unspoken rule I feel in chess. I mean maybe it's not like enforced, but कभी आपको 2 consecutive draw offers नहीं पूछने चाहिए. Like I feel you should offer a draw once and then your opponent should offer you a draw and only then you should offer a draw. But if you offer a draw twice, it just there's nothing against the rule. It's just I don't feel it's nice.
My family just saw Untold. I think my brother and his family in Singapore just watched Untold and they just sent me their review on it. I shall not reveal it, but very interesting take. And they're not chess players.
Do they have questions? Like, did they understand? Like, pura like see, like, do they have any questions?
I think that way it's quite well made because even non-chess players can actually follow and understand what's happening. So I thought that was a really like a nicely executed one. Hikaru does continue with his king march to G2. But who do you think came out like sort of looking good out of that documentary? Who do you think had that upper hand at the end?
पानी किधर है भाई?
I don't know actually.
Sorry यार, पानी पीना था मुझे.
I think बोल सकता हूँ.
खुली नहीं रही bottle को.
नहीं बोल सकता हूँ. Actually I feel like
Continue.
I think there were some missing pieces of the puzzle. I feel like जो होने चाहिए थे उसमें, because I was not part of Chesscom तब, so I saw it as a viewer, and I saw certain pieces which were not there in the documentary. So I was left like, okay, yeah, I'd करना चाहिए था शायद. So yeah.
कुछ सीन्स मेरे लिए एकदम एब्सोल्यूट धमाकेदार थे. आई एम जस्ट गोना से दैट विदाउट गिविंग एनी स्पॉयलर्स. दैट आई सी
But
डो कि आप स्पॉयलर्स मत दो. आई एम नॉट गोना गिव एनी स्पॉयलर्स, बट कुछ सीन्स बड़े धमाकेदार थे भाई.
really, something that you were not aware of, that means.
नो 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 नो, आई वाज अवेयर ऑफ इट, बट जस्ट कभी मुंह से नहीं सुना था उनके. तो इट वाज नाइस. इट वाज जस्ट अ वाओ मोमेंट फॉर मी. बट या, आपने देखा है ना? यू सीन अनटोल्ड. ओके.
I saw it yesterday.
Okay, Karu at this point is just playing. I mean, 10 moves to go. Yeah.
You can offer a draw here, I guess, or check and rook b8 again. Yeah, 9 more moves to go.
I do
Can-
think he'll offer a draw before a claim, though. Hikaru will.
Yeah, he's not
He's
happy
quite.
though.
No, he's not. But he really did not have a realistic winning opportunity in this game, I feel. I can understand the frustration, but better, I don't think it was ever very close. And he really pushed. He really did the maximum he could. He maximized his position going into this extra pawn, rook pawn ending. But Esipenko just defended well.
Just want to mention 91 moves have been played. दोनों की accuracy is 99% in this match. Both of them, which is, I think, ridiculous.
99%.
Yes, 99.0 for both of
Wow.
them, which is ridiculous, I think.
तो मतलब
They're
100
ridiculous.
चालें
99.
होंगी and एक गलती करी इन्होंने 100 चालों में basically.
And
पूरी
by
100 moves
Andrey
में.
Esipenko, 9 good moves, 1 mistake, 1 inaccuracy by Hikaru. Crazy. He's got a smile on his face. Guys, draw offer incoming soon.
Can we go full screen maybe? Yeah, here
Oh,
was
there
a
it
draw.
is.
Wow. That
And
is
after
a
a marathon, 6 hours of gameplay, 92 moves played, Hikaru Nakamura pushed Esipenko to the edge. But Esipenko, with great technique to hold a difficult endgame, keeps the draw. But for Hikaru, that just means he's losing ground to make up, to catch Sindarov. And I think he's quite disappointed with that, especially after a big win yesterday against Fabiano.
Yeah, the game ended exactly at midnight, by the way, which is a surprise. But Esipenko, I think, will be happy with that defense. Wasn't easy against a motivated Hikaru, but Hikaru couldn't break through. And इसके साथ ही उनके chances are almost zero now. So, but today's, I think, the surprise win was for Anish. Of course, Pragg missed his win, but Anish's chances suddenly have taken a huge leap, and he's 1.5 points behind, with one direct clash with Sindarov still pending in the second last round. So Fabi must be heartbroken right now, though.
Yeah, heartbreaking stuff. But I think still Sindarov and Anish ke beech mein, there is a match that's going to happen, and Anish is going to be playing with the white pieces there. So he does have an outside chance. And I think apart from that, I realistically don't think anybody else can. They're just two horses so far.
Tanya, what's your take on the candidates, especially in the women's section, which is, I think, much more closely packed?
Completely different story in this leaderboard that we've got. You've got 2 players at 5.5. You've got Anna Muzychuk just behind, half a point behind the leaders at 5. And then you've got 2 players at 4.5, then 2 players at 4. It's a tight-knit pack. Basically, it's anyone's candidates, this one, with half a point separating the players from top until the 7th place. I think for Tan Zhongyi, it's been a heartbreak of a tournament where she's still winless. She's had 3 losses and 6 draws. She's the winner of the 2024 candidates. I think few would have expected to see her at the bottom of the table. But the top, Vaishali alongside Zhu Jiner, leading on that leaderboard right there. And I think Divya cannot be written off, just one win away as well from being in the mix. A totally different storyline, Sahaj, from what we have seen in the open section.
Yeah, completely. Still, everyone is within striking distance, so that's a good thing. And yeah, in the open section, I'm still very glad that Anish is, pushing and feeling sad for Pragg. But yeah, let's see how the games go. Tomorrow is going to be a very important day.
Yeah, chat. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Sahaj Bhai. And thank you, Sahaj Bhai, for the amazing broadcast. It's going to be an exciting day tomorrow, of course. We'll see if Sindarov will run away with the event as usual. We'll see also, I think Anna Muzychuk and Vaishali fight it tomorrow. Will Vaishali take sole lead and potentially win the candidates? We'll figure out all tomorrow with you guys live. So good night for now. Take care and see you tomorrow.